Chapter 12 Revelations. During my training with Terra, I had managed to develop two new spells, the Elemental Shield and the Force Bolt. These spells were created thanks to Terra helping me identify some key structures of the magic diagram. In particular, the blast spells all shared many common properties, with only a few of the major shapes being different. After some testing, I discovered that those parts of the diagram were related to the element being used in the spell. From there, I began experimenting with the shield spell until I found a way to include those elements in the spell itself. This changed it from being a shield of pure force to a shield of fire, ice, or lightning. Likewise, this helped me identify the force element, which I was able to transplant into the blast spells, creating the Force Bolt spell. To my surprise, I had actually earned another 10 points for discovering a secret to magic and developing abilities that had not been known to my people yet. I was slowly getting closer to being able to implement an afterlife for my world, though there were also other ideas I had been thinking of. Primarily, I had thought about creating a new race, though I wasn't sure what one I wanted to put in at this time. When Terra heard this, she gave me some news that surprised me. It's actually possible to create a new race for your world whenever you want, as long as you either have a free race slot or buy a new one. As long as your world has not been entirely explored yet, you can also isolate a section of your world and have it run at a different time frame. For instance, if you place a new race right now, you could choose one of the empty areas of your planet. From there, you could choose to rewind that area of the planet and place that race there. Then, they will begin developing under your supervision until they either reached a level you were comfortable with or began exploring into known territory on your world. This is how new planets are typically handled in technological worlds, by having the races develop when the world itself is found, and then reintroducing them to the timeline. That was certainly an interesting thought, but I couldn't help but ask. Can't I do the same thing with the races I already have? Like, if I wanted to give the humans more time to develop, could I isolate them and pause the rest of the world? Terra gave me a small nod, watching me stare at the various diagrams. That's right. It would cost a few points, but you could use that as an easy way to balance the races, if one got too far behind the others. Or, if one got too far ahead, you could just freeze that race until the others caught up. Of course, this is only possible as long as the races have had absolutely no contact with each other and have therefore not influenced the other races in any way. I nodded to that, thinking that it would be interesting. I still had a vast majority of my world unexplored, so fitting in a new race would be pretty easy. It was just a matter of not knowing what kind of race to put in. Well, I still had time to think about that. Maybe I could get an idea from Elka Hest after our meeting. After I was done training in the basement with Terra, we once again headed back up to the bedroom, and I decided to check up on the world. I hadn't expected many changes, since the last fast-forward had only been roughly 10 years or so. In the great timeline of the world, 10 years is really not a lot of time for change, especially in this age. However, there were a couple of things that surprised me. First of all, I noticed that the leader of Terraria was no longer Ardra, and was in fact no longer a felon at all. I sent a curious glance to Terra, who asked what was the matter. I almost thought that you wanted to keep your own race in power with the beastkin. Didn't expect to see a kitsune in charge. Terra gave me a wry smile and shrugged her shoulders. I do want the felon to be important, but wouldn't it be more fun if the races took turns leading? And Mara really did have the best talent for being a leader out of everyone. So it only makes sense to put her in charge. Saying that, she turned back to the bed and crawled up on it, turning around to give me a small grin. Ah, that's true. I nodded slightly, before checking out the other thing which caught my eye, a flashing prompt in the corner of the screen. You have 2 messages waiting. After I opened them up, 2 windows appeared in front of me. Congratulations, you have earned an achievement. Your world has begun to explore the basics of science of their own volition. You have earned the Freethinker achievement. Plus 20 points. You have sold 5 units of world host. I nodded my head slightly, appreciating the extra 35 points to my balance. Though, I was curious who had begun exploring science. Naturally, my first thought was the elves, since they were without a doubt the furthest along out of any of the races. But, that thought was refuted when I checked the science window, which seemed to display the progress of science in my world. This window had never been available before, likely because my world had yet to begin any research. To put it simply, it was not the elves who had begun working on science, but the dwarves. And, it was a rather obvious science as well. According to the window, the dwarves had begun working on crafting technology, though I wasn't sure what had prompted such a sudden interest. According to what Tara had said, the bonus for them that I purchased shouldn't have kicked in yet. Investigating a bit, I found what could possibly be the cause. And what could also possibly be quite dangerous. One of the dwarven tribes had settled on top of a mountain. But this was not just any mountain. This was an active volcano. Did they see how rocks melt when they fall into lava and get a sudden inspiration or something? I considered intervening to stop the volcano from erupting. But doing so would cost points, as it is preventing a natural phenomena. I'm sorry, but I wish for the best for you guys. I gave them a silent prayer. I couldn't just delete every disaster that could befall my world. Some disasters are needed in order to help them grow. Now, if this volcano was big enough to wipe out the entire dwarven race, I would probably interfere. But just one tribe is an acceptable loss right now. Turning away from the computer, I set it to fast forward again to the next era or until a disaster occurred. Afterwards, I began discarding my clothes and joined my very attractive catgirl companion in bed. Even God took a break one day a week, right? In the plains of beginning, a change was happening to the people of Terraria. The acceptance of their new Grand Elder was not an easy one, but few were willing to deny the dying wish of Ardra Firebrand. Now, with Mara Eversong in control, she was being taught how to rule by her 3 aides. First, the Kitsune Elder, a middle-aged fox with black hair and fur, taught her about the strange powers the people possessed, that which was known as magic. Ardra had always believed this to be an important power, but had never truly been able to study it. Next, the Lycan Elder, an aged wolf with a missing eye, taught her to hunt. Although Mara did not seem especially powerful, she would always do her utmost to fulfill the expectations placed on her. However, she seemed to be learning in a different direction than the Lycan Elder was teaching. Where he taught her to track and stalk a prey, she began to develop ideas on how to capture that prey through the use of sticks or covered holes. Finally, the Ursa Elder, a strong man with brown fur and ears, taught her what Ardra had taught them of building. Here again, Mara seemed to think of things that others had not. Where they haphazardly stacked logs together to make their ramshackle huts, she would disappear into the woods, finding thick vines to wrap around the logs, holding them together. By the time Mara had finished growing, she had fully taken to her role as a leader. With Ardra's daughter, Kyra, as the new representative for the Felon, they began to discover new abilities, new methods of helping their people. Kyra had found small, bulbous plants hanging from the trees, and had decided to bury them later. Although this was mostly in an attempt to save them for herself for later, this led to a remarkable discovery. Later, after Kyra had forgotten where she buried those fruits, weeks passed and a small plant could be seen growing in the plains. Few thought this plant was worth notice, but Kyra recalled having buried something in the area. As such, she continued to watch the growth of this new life out of curiosity. Seasons passed and soon that small plant had turned into another tree, bearing fruits similar to those which she had harvested from originally. The growth may have been too slow for others to pay attention to it, but Kyra excitedly told Mara all about it. How she had buried the mysterious fruit in the ground, and now this tree had appeared. Mara had initially planned to pay no heed to this news as there were more pressing matters. However, a voice spoke in her head, one which she had only heard 3 or 4 times since Ardra's passing. And each time it had spoken, it had given her very simple instructions that could ultimately lead to a great change. This time, the voice had told her to listen to Kyra. So, Mara did exactly that. They gathered more of the edible plants which grew from both the ground and the trees, and set aside small tracts of land to plant them in. After that, they returned to their normal work, and weeks passed again. Mara had all but forgotten the matter, but Kyra had diligently watched the plants growing day after day. When the first one had finished, she once again approached Mara, telling her the news. This time, Mara had indeed been influenced by Kira's ideas. If they could grow food from the ground, however slowly, then it would help them through the harsh winters where it is difficult to hunt for prey. Mara gathered a large group of beastkin from the varying races, and had them establish a second village some distance away from the first. The beastkin were stunned, thinking that they were being exiled, but Mara dispelled their fears. She assured them that they could return at any time, and that the purpose of this second village was to help their people grow, while also providing additional food through this new method of harvesting. Several were still reluctant about this, but ultimately agreed to her decision. And, as she said, they would often return to speak with their families or friends, or when they needed to request aid from the first village. Furthermore, the first village would frequently send meats to help them because they had moved away from the ideal hunting ground. Like this, Terraria was the first of the kingdoms to develop agriculture. And soon after, a basic system of trade. The rest of the day passed by pretty slowly, with me only checking the computer every now and then in order to check the development of the world or look for new achievements. Most of the time, I spent lounging with Terra, watching archived movies from the past Earth. That night, I decided to check the forums and found that there were several replies to both my world host and the Forgotten submissions in the custom content section. The Forgotten. Drillit, very interesting race and useful for aiding in the development of other races. But, be sure to take precautions before descending in their territory. I lost a few hours worth of memory when I went down and had to get my companion to tell me what happened. On a side note, the post-hypnotic suggestion stops taking effect after ascending. Breakin', what is up with this race? People forget them as soon as they look away. That doesn't seem like a really useful power. Drillit, really? It seems great to me. What better spies could there be than a race nobody could remember? World host. Elkahest, very nice. Good addition for those wanting to run the Merlin strategy. Only issue is that you don't know everything that happens to your host while you aren't in it. Makes for an awkward situation when you find your host married and don't know your wife's name. I gave a small sigh as I read that last post. Naturally, I had not been thinking of romantic situations or things like that when I made the world host. Though, from the post he made, I could guess some more of his personality, which would help in our coming meeting. Chapter 13, Elkahest. Finally, the time had come for our meeting with Elkahest. Although the actual meeting between keepers was still some time away, it was good to get this over with. This was the first time that I had been to another keeper's domain. And speaking of which... Hey, Terra. She asked, slipping into a leopard-spotted dress that clung tightly to her figure. Something the matter? Ah. Yeah. How are we supposed to get to Alcahest? I don't remember seeing any options for traveling to another keeper's world. I hadn't really looked that closely, but something like that would have stuck out. Oh. That's easy. He just has to invite us. Anyone that has been in the keeper games can freely invite other people to their worlds, whereas new keepers have to pay for that privilege. Think of it as a way to keep a new keeper from getting free help with their world until they have gotten a bit of experience themselves. She explained, though really I wish the option was there from the start. Alright. I nodded my head nonetheless, and got myself a black tuxedo from the wardrobe. I have never actually worn one of these before, but thankfully it seems to fit me perfectly. No doubt with help from a certain administrative cat girl. Ah. Right, before we leave. I walked over to the computer and clicked on the button to pause the world. Don't want anything happening while we're gone. Terra nodded with a small smile on her lips. Good idea. Now, shall we? She held out a hand, which I accepted. After closing her eyes for a few moments, a blue screen appeared in front of me. Elkahest has invited you to his administration room with guest privileges. Do you wish to accept? Y/N. Mentally, I hit the accept button, and things started getting weird. Aside from myself and Terra, the area around us began looking like an oil painting. The colors began to drip down along the walls, the bed, everything fading into a prismatic liquid at our feet. Gah, I hate this one. Terra said with a tone of mild disgust as the world around us reduced to sludge. Finally, the goo at our feet surged up around us, enveloping our bodies for a few long moments. Welcome, welcome. Ick. Got the watercolor transition. A gruff male voice spoke out from near us. Here, let me help with that. I felt a hot wind blow over me, before the goo seemed to evaporate from my body. Looking around, I saw Terra still standing next to me, shaking slightly with a look of mild nausea on her face. The two of us seemed to be standing on a large, white marble floor that spread out for dozens of meters in every direction. At the edges of the circular floor were twisting and spiraling columns rising up in a circle with clouds extending beyond them, allowing in golden rays of light. The columns continued upwards, disappearing into another set of clouds which hovered over our heads. Our host stood near one of the borders of the floor, a giant that seemed 10 meters tall. He had 3 eyes on his head as well as 2 horns. His skin was a deep brown, with an overly muscular build. If you saw him in other circumstances, you might think he was a boss monster or something. Ah, Earth is still running humans as the default race, huh? The giant spoke. Since you're new to this, I'll try to make you more comfortable. After closing his three eyes, I waited speechless for a long moment before a golden light shined from his body, forcing me to look away. Alright, I'm decent now. Confused, I turned to look at him again, only to see what looked like a normal African man. Dark skin, short black hair, and two completely normal eyes. Although he still wore what seemed to be a white toga, he definitely did not look like a fantasy monster anymore. So, you're the newer Forcione, huh? Glad to meet you. He stepped forward, extending a hand. Letting go of Terra's hand, I extended my own to shake his, although a bit hesitantly. I still wasn't entirely trusting of other keepers, especially since I didn't know if he had any powers over me or anything while I was here. Nice to meet you. So, this is your world. He seemed to misinterpret my silence as a request for an introduction. Ah, you can call me Grimmer. Keeper titles are more of a formal thing, so not a lot of people use them outside of initial meetings or official business. I did not know that. I'm Dale, and this is Tara. I took another glance around, verifying that there was nobody else here. You don't have a companion. He looked at me with slight confusion before his eyes widened. Ah, you thought this was the whole place? No, this is just the reception area. I have a different space I use for living. I nodded my head at that. I would probably do something similar as well. I see. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? Grimmer glanced at Tara almost questioningly. She simply raised her hands defensively with a bitter smile. You should know I'm not allowed to tell him that kind of thing. He simply sighs, accepting that. True. It has been some time since I was new to the game. It is easy to forget the restrictions you face. Again, clueless newbie keeper here. Anyways, I wanted to go over some basic stuff with you. Maybe shatter some illusions you might have had about the game or the world that you manage. Seeing me nod in agreement, he began. First, let me ask you a question. In your opinion, what is the difference between you yourself and the people you manage? A. Well, I guess I'm sort of a guide to them. I wasn't really sure how to answer that. Philosophy was never my strong point. And that seemed like a very philosophic question. Well, I suppose you aren't wrong. But I meant in a more literal sense. In truth, you are no different from them at all. Even if they are of a different race than you, or more primitive. Grimmer had a serious look on his face as he said that. Huh? Wasn't that obvious? Or am I missing something? Think about it. You yourself came from the earth before you. That meant that, before whatever incident led to your new life, you were just one of the countless people the former keeper was managing minus. Not managing. Tara interrupted with a wry look, getting a confused glance from Grimmer, before he regained his composure and continued. Either way, every keeper was once one of those countless individuals. Right now, there is not a single exception. There is no alpha keeper, none that was around since the very beginning. If there used to be, they have all been retired. I took in a sharp breath as the meaning of that last word was abundantly made clear to me. Now, any one of your countless individuals could end up being the one that replaces you. No matter what, you can't think of them like a program in some machine, or mindless and nameless spirits just passing through time. That is the #1 problem with most new keepers. They always fail to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Saying that far, Grimmer took a deep breath, shaking his head. Those that don't figure it out fast, sometimes never do. There's a whole guild of people that treat this like some online game, using their people as game pieces. Even when one of them dies, the others just treat it like that person experienced a game over and go on with their lives. I nodded my head in understand, thinking I saw where he was going with it. I admit, at first I thought this whole keeper thing was just my own little afterlife. Part of me still does, I think. Grimmer and Tara both seemed to share a knowing look and a small smile, before the host keeper spoke again. Good, that's usually the first step. Now, your lovely little lady here is probably a default companion, right? Most new keepers aren't bold enough to make their own custom ones. When Tara gave a nod, he continued. Good. So, she probably already told you about the games, then? That's right. I answered, looking between the two of them. Even better. That means that there is less that I need to explain. Still quite a lot, mind you, but every little bit helps. Now, Keepers in the games can be separated into several different types. Many of them are fairly peaceful and only fight when provoked, but there are a few that you need to watch out for. These kinds of keepers can be divided into 3 types. Grimmer held up his hand, lifting fingers as he began counting off and explaining the different keepers I would need to keep an eye out for. First, the game types that I mentioned before. The ones that see this as nothing more than a game. They won't hesitate to throw everything they have at your world, even the entire population, in order to win a game. Because afterwards, either they win your worlds, or they have to quickly reset their own and build it up before they are called again. As he lifted another finger, he named the second type. Next are the tyrant types. They are similar to the game type keepers, except they are fully aware the seriousness of this. However, they tend to think along the lines of I should be the only one with this power. Out of the 3 types, they are likely the least threatening, if only because they rarely work together. With a deep sigh, he lifted the third finger. And finally, the monster types. These are truly the most terrifying enemies to face for any keeper, and they specialize in the games. Monster keepers don't raise civilizations, they don't guide their people. They spend their time and points building the deadliest, most powerful monster race they can. Think of them like... Mind helping me out with this one, miss? He looked over to Tara, who nodded. You know the Alien movies, right? Where just a tiny number of aliens, sometimes even just one, can spread fast enough to quickly destroy a world. From the records, that monster race was inspired by one of the races in the Keeper games. Gah, his world had that kind of thing as entertainment? Grimmer grimaced. Anyways, she's probably right. Companions like her know everything. From a set number of keepers of their world's history, as well as knowledge of system mechanics. They just can't directly tell you a lot of stuff, and have to let you figure it out for yourself. Sometimes, they'll go out of their way to guide you to find it out, and other times they'll just let you fend for yourself. Tara smirked slightly, crossing her arms under her chest. It's good for him to struggle now and then. She then cast an apologetic look my way. Sorry. But it's true. Plus, you're cute when you're confused. Grimmer laughed loudly at that, shaking his head. Anyways, no matter what, you should always know whether the keeper you are fighting belongs to one of those 3 types. When possible, use the forums or contacts to look up their information, because it could be the difference between life and death. At the same time, against those 3 types of people, there is no reason to hold back. You mean, killing their keeper? I asked, a bit hesitant on the matter. That's right. Those kinds of keepers are the types that this whole system are better off without, yet they are inevitable products of it. I've personally killed 5 of those keepers in my time in the games, and the number of worlds I have gotten from those kills are 18. That alone should tell you how they operate. I gave a slight nod. I might be willing to let a small portion of my people die to a natural disaster, but killing a keeper meant killing every world that they control. Which reminds me. If this has been going on so long, how is it that there isn't just one keeper ruling all of the worlds by now? Grimmer blinked in surprise at my question, before giving a small grin. People usually don't question that so quickly. Actually, there has always been the exact same number of keepers, with even the same usernames. Most likely, in the past someone had defeated Earth Forcion as well, maybe even multiple people. Every time a keeper dies in the game, their world goes to the victor. However, unlike their beginning world, the keeper can rename this new world. That is because the original world is still out there, being reborn with a blank slate keeper. These blank slates start off like custom companions, with no knowledge of the system, and only a random personality to dictate their actions until they die and a different person steps into their shoes. But either way, there have always been exactly 9,999 keepers in the system. And you have no idea how many people complain about there needing to be just one more. He let himself grin again at that. Now, tell me a bit about your Earth, I might be able to offer some suggestions. Chapter 14 Exposition and New Systems. After Grimmer's brief explanation, I spent the next hour or so roughly outlining what I had done with my world. I still didn't entirely trust him, but with how new my world was there wasn't any benefit for him knowing. I mean, he seemed to know the Keeper 2 generations before me. Even if I assume that the previous Keeper only made the various pantheons, and then fast-forwarded until the entertainment industry was booming, that still means he has been in this for years, maybe even decades or centuries. The actions of one fresh Keeper aren't going to mean a whole lot to him. That, and I was keeping an eye on Terra's expressions the whole time. I couldn't be sure, but I had the feeling that if he gave me bad information, she would let me know. Even if she couldn't say it directly, there would be a change in her expression. Ah, so you went with a game setting. Not an unpopular choice, really. He nodded slightly when I finished, having manifested 3 wooden chairs for us to sit in. It is an easy way for people to measure and acquire power, at least. But, depending on what system you use, it also limits you. For instance, if someone chose a system where each person only gets one class, and it is determined at birth, they might never be able to learn the abilities of other classes, even if that is where their passions lie. Your system, on the other hand, was the exact opposite of that, from what you told me. Anyone can get any class they want, as long as they perform the necessary actions. But, there is a downside to this as well, which is growing too fast. Although it might not be obvious right now, but once your world reaches a certain stage, levels will be rising rapidly. Like how yours did when you personally trained. I was about to speak up, before he raised a hand to stop me. Now, this is not entirely a bad thing. It does mean your world will get more powerful, but it might get powerful too quickly. People might gain powers faster than they learn how to control them, while the monsters continue spawning stronger and stronger with full control of their abilities. Also, if people upset the balance of the world by growing too quickly, your world might be put into the games before you are ready. Would that really be a bad thing? I asked, slightly confused. I mean, if I had the strength to enter the games, then that would mean I'm ready. Grimmer simply gave me a patient look, before sighing and shaking his head. Not at all. Imagine that one person with incredible talent reaches, let's say, level 800. The balance of power is tilted so much that you are instantly put into the games. However, as a keeper, you have not trained with that level of power. Furthermore, aside from that one person, the rest of your population is weak. Even a peaceful keeper might accidentally send in too many of their casual forces and wipe everything out. I furrowed my brows, understanding that. It did make a certain amount of sense. Then, what would you suggest? Tara glanced over at me questioningly, as this was the first time I had actually asked for his advice. Our host, however, just let out a smile. Easy, set a level cap for your world. As time goes on, you can raise this limit, until your people are ready for that final step. There are also other additions to the game system that you could consider adding, like the achievement system. Isn't that one already implemented by default? He shook his head. Not the keeper achievement system, though it is similar. This one causes the system to generate achievements specific to your world setting. So, imagine that you put a dragon into your world, and someone killed it. They might get a Dragon Slayer achievement, granting them specific bonuses. After saying that, he seemed to get an idea. You could even go a step further with your new world host system. Maybe you spawn a host into the world and designate it as a boss monster. Then, after leaving the host, you order it to perform certain actions while limiting its level of power. Doing that might grant achievements for both yourself and the heroes that defeat it. Okay, now that confused me. Would that even work? I mean, you don't control the host after you ascend, do you? I hadn't personally tried it yet, because it was too expensive, but Grimmer seemed pretty sure about this. It should work. After you ascend, the host becomes the same as any other inhabitant of your world. That means that you should be able to communicate with it like anyone else to issue orders. That didn't really sound wrong, but I'd need to test it myself before I tried something like that. Worst case scenario, I'd just drop the host into a deep hole and fast forward until it died of natural causes. But, there was still one thing bugging me. Why are you helping me, anyways? I mean, it doesn't really seem like the level of commitment you'd give just because you knew one of the old keepers of Earth. Grimmer chuckled lightly, nodding his head. That's right. You could consider this as part of my job. I told you I'm part of a guild, right? My guild is an information guild. Typically, we are the type that people come to when they want to give or buy information about other keepers. Since the system itself is easy to access, the only information worth anything is the competition. We also sometimes do consultations like this for new keepers in order to build relationships. I raised a curious eyebrow at that. How do you even buy things from other keepers like that? Is there a way to trade points? That's right. It's possible to trade points, and some even do point gambling. For instance, let's see. Grimmer raised a hand, a blue screen appearing in front of it. Tomorrow, there is a match between a monster keeper and a keeper named Health with Health as the defending party. Both are rather experienced combatants, so some keepers have placed bets on which side would win. Naturally, the defending side has a huge advantage, so it is a safer, albeit cheaper, to bet for them. Well, that sounded wrong. Aren't you betting on life and death matches? You said monster keepers are no joke, so isn't there some real danger there? No, you're right, this is life and death for Health. If he loses, he will die, as will the billions of people on his planet. But this is also part of the system. When a hostile keeper is put in a match, the opponent has to consider that they will be fighting with their life on the line. Grimmer suddenly gave me a serious look. Everyone has accepted that fact, and they are doing their best to live with it. Some do it for themselves, some do it for their friends, and some do it for the many lives under their care. I nodded my head lightly, not saying a word. Tara, on the other hand, leveled a fierce glare at Grimmer. He, however, simply shrugged. Those are the facts. Now, until your world joins the games, you can continue requesting help from me and my guild. But otherwise, I think you came here to talk about the meeting happening soon. Ah, that's right, you said that there were rules and benefits for it. This part I had been curious on since Tara had initially told me. Grimmer's head inclined a bit as he spoke. That's right. This meeting is also hosted by the guild I'm in, since we are an accepted neutral territory. As such, every keeper has to apply with us in order to join, so that we know who to invite. While in the meeting, any hostilities are strictly forbidden, and will result in the offender being blacklisted. The meeting itself is mostly a casual get-together, with some games that we host. Not the games, just normal games, so don't worry about that. Given that our abilities are so high, they are typically skill-based games or tactical simulators. The winners of the games earn a small prize in points, depending on which games they win. This sounded pretty similar to the official meeting that Tara had mentioned. But it would make sense that they modeled it off of that. Seeing that he appeared to be done, I figured it was my turn to say something. Are there any other requirements for participation? A cost or anything like that? Grimmer shook his head, denying that. No, participants don't have to pay to attend the meeting. As for the prizes, they are paid out by my guild. A grin briefly appeared on his face. We published several often used systems and pieces of content, so we are not lacking in points. Ah. I glanced to Tara, and she only smiled back at me. It didn't seem like he had been leading me down a wrong path. Is there anything else? Grimmer shook his head again. No, that's everything. Unless you have any specific questions, you are free to go. I thought about it for a little while and decided to ask something. You said that Earth used the humans as a default race. Does that mean that the default can be changed? Wouldn't that alter the balance of points? Grimmer chuckled lightly at that question. The default can indeed be changed. However, humans were created by trying to make a race that was properly balanced and contained the highest level of power that could be used without expenditure. If you wanted to start making a different race as the default, you would naturally have to spend their associated amount of points. Ah, so it was just a matter of preferred race, not anything that would offer a discount. I nodded my head in understanding and bid Grimmer farewell. After that, he dismissed us from his world, and I experienced another transition scene. This time, our bodies seemed to explode in particles of light, before mixing together back in my own admin room. Thankfully, the process was painless, or I might have to yell at someone to fix it. Tara shivered slightly after reforming, moving to sit back down on the bed. Hate that one too. I couldn't help but grin slightly. Are there any that you do like? She looked at me thoughtfully for a moment. Well, some aren't that bad, and I haven't really experienced them myself. Just know the ideas of them. Like, in one you are turned inside out momentarily, while another simply has a door open in front of you. I nodded my head at that. I see. Well, do you want to take a look at some of those systems that Grimmer mentioned? There wasn't really a harm in looking, and we weren't able to afford anything yet anyways. Would have been nice if he gave us some points, but I guess that would have been too much to ask. Tara nodded, furrowing her brow and focusing before a window appeared in front of me. Here, many systems were listed, some adding or limiting the power of the game world. In particular, there were a few that I found interesting. Loot system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. After a monster dies, the person who defeated the monster may offer its body to a designated deity. The body is then disposed of and randomly assigned loot is granted. The items dropped in this manner are not always items directly related to the defeated enemy. For instance, in most cases some coins may drop, or a weapon. However, the drops will always be an item obtainable within the current world and on a level similar to the level of effort required to defeat the enemy from which it dropped. Game setting required. 50 points. Guild system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. Individuals in our world may choose to establish a guild, a place of work for similarly minded people. Through the guild system, they may assign tasks to individuals, easily communicate with one another, or designate a fortified guild base, which will have certain defenses granted by the system. Game setting required. 75 points. Level limit. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. In order to prevent levels from rising too rapidly, it is possible for a keeper to use this system to limit the overall level of a world's inhabitants. This limit may be adjusted at any time for no additional cost. Game setting required. 25 points. Achievement system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. After this system has been installed, any important or arduous actions taken by your world's inhabitants may grant them special bonuses. These achievements are dynamically generated, with no set list. The method for determining the achievement is based on the amount of effort required to perform an action. It is possible for an action to be worthy of an achievement at first, and then later that activity becomes easier, and thus the achievement will no longer be granted. Game setting required. 100 points. Title system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. This system likewise requires the achievement system to be installed in your world. With this system, individuals may choose to display one of their achievements above their head, earning them a 50% increase in that particular achievement's boost. Only one such title may be equipped at a time. Game setting required. Achievement system required. 50 points. Messaging system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. After individuals meet and interact, they can choose to share contact information. Afterwards, the system will allow them to converse at any time, whether through text or speech. Game system required. 50 points. Fast travel system. This system was built specifically to work in conjunction with the worlds using the game setting. Travel times too long. Want to hurry on to your destination? This system allows your inhabitants to skip painful journeys and directly arrive at any destination they had previously traveled to. If traveling in a group, each participant must have been to the selected area. Game system required. 125 points. Now, while I might not even get most of those systems, they definitely stood out. Each one seemed to make the world more and more like a video game, so I had no doubt that several of them came from the so-called gamekeeper faction. Still, some might be useful. Imagine killing a wolf and getting a cool sword. Though, personally, I think it would be more rewarding to make the inhabitants get the equipment through their own methods. Chapter 15, Life Beyond Life. Looking over the various systems, I thought that some of them seemed pretty valuable. However, at the same time, I thought that there were a few missing. The biggest and most obvious one being an inventory system. Something like that could completely change the way the world worked. Merchant caravans, military supply lines, everything would change with an inventory system. As I thought about submitting the system myself for the huge potential income, I hesitated. I definitely couldn't afford something that powerful right now. And, if I still didn't have it by the time Earth entered the games, that could be a disaster. After all, if the invading force could use the inventory system before me and stocked up on a large number of powerful weapons or materials, there would be little that I could do against them. So, I decided to make a mental note of the inventory system, so that I could submit it when I was closer to being able to afford it. At the same time, this gave me a while to define the rules for the system and customize it more than just giving a brief summary. Though, that might drive the price up a bit as well. Anyways, now that I was done with everything, I resumed the time for Earth. I needed to advance the world by quite a lot before I could do any major changes to it. As such, I took a look at the races again, seeing if anything had changed during the last fast forward. To my surprise, there was actually not much change at all. The dwarfs had yet to discover more crafting knowledge, though at the same time the volcano had yet to erupt. Some families, seeing the lava, had apparently taken the initiative to leave the mountain on their own for safety. The others continued to remain behind. The humans had established a ruler for their little kingdom, but were still very slow in progressing it. I'd probably need to give them a nudge later on to help them catch up to the other races at this rate. Though, they were still ahead of the halflings. While most were still content to wander the fields and forests, some halflings had finally begun to settle down, making the first village. It could not be considered a kingdom yet, but at least they were starting to make progress. Maybe I should have moved them a bit closer to other races, so that they could interact. Or would that cause even more problems? The elves were slowly beginning to expand their territory, though from what I could see there was still a heavy focus on studying magic. Sadly, they had yet to learn any of the different spells on their own, rather than relying on the class system. The biggest downside to their longevity was definitely a slower development speed compared to other races of the same level. Most likely, if the others had all gotten their buffs early on, the elves would not be as far ahead as they are now. And now that the playing field is even, the elves will begin to fall behind. I guess that's why they are always portrayed as ancient races, to give them more of a head start. Now, for the Beastkin. They had definitely made the most advancement, with 2 new villages set up near their original base. These villages appear to all follow the same chain of command, with local leaders that reported to the current matriarch of the Beastkin. It wasn't really a surprise that they were advancing so quickly. Unlike the other races, they had a major advantage in terms of numbers. After reviewing the different races, I began making a mental checklist for things that they needed to advance. Elves need to start learning to make their own magic. Halflings need to band together more. Dwarves need to finish discovering how to craft. Humans should be fine for now, should see how they develop without the fighting. And the Beastkin. They are already on the right track. I began going through that list a few times, seeing what I could do to help. The elves were an easy one to help, but the others, not so much. I didn't know the first thing about crafting, and there was currently not a halfling god to use to gather those. For now, I decided to do what I could, and navigated to the Elven Kingdom on the screen. I had 2 choices for how I wanted to do this. I could either descend, and manually give someone the spell diagram, or I could communicate it to them mentally. Of course, just like with the Beastkin, it was better to do this through a goddess that the elves already knew. Where are you going? Terra asked lazily from the bed, rolling over onto her back and looking at me with her head upside down. Need to go see Re1. I answered briefly. Got something for her to do for me. I noticed something flicker slightly in Terra's eyes, before she simply shrugged and rolled back over. With that out of the way, I made my way to the spacious room down the hall, where the other goddesses were currently being stored. Since they had no personalities of their own, they simply stood in place. I was really hoping that they would still be able to act if they were ordered. Well, time to find out. I opened the door, finding all 3 of the goddesses standing against the far wall, fully clothed. Biana, the human goddess of battle, stood wearing a purple dress that clung to her curves. On her back was a crude wooden spear, the highest level of weapon technology available to the humans. Her blonde hair fell down to the middle of her back, and her hazel eyes showed a vacant look. Udina, the kitsune goddess of life, stood next to her. She wore animal furs, granting her a more primal look, while her pose remained elegant. Her golden hair stopped just below her shoulders, and she had the same vacant look as Biana. Finally, there was Re1, who stood last in the line. As the elven goddess of wealth, she was dressed in a white toga. Her petite chest barely showed through the loose-fitting clothes, while on her head she sported a rough crown of wood. Walking up to her, I decided to ask as bluntly as possible. Re1, are you able to speak with your people? Yes, keeper. She answered in a monotone voice. Good, that will make things easier. Abrigor was a hard-working mage of the Kingdom of Gander. One of the first to be appointed by Eldwin in order to understand this strange power known as magic. In fact, he was currently the highest level mage, with a full 12 levels in the class. It had been he that discovered the ability to cast spells without relying on the strange power guiding them, and he who discovered that carving the symbols of power in wood or stone allowed their spells to be cast more quickly. And now, it was he who heard a voice whispering to him in his dreams. One that had never before spoken to any elf. Learn. The voice spoke a single word, in a low whisper. Abrigor almost thought that he had imagined it, but then images appeared in his mind. First, 2 images he was very familiar with appeared. They were the symbols of power associated with the spells shield and fire. He did not know what he was supposed to learn at first, but then the images began changing. A portion from the fire symbol faded away, while the majority of the shield symbol had done the same. What was left of the two symbols began to overlap in his mind before they formed an entirely new symbol of power. He wasn't sure how, but he knew that this new symbol also contained a power of its own. Again, the voice repeated that same word. Learn. In a rush of excitement, Abrigor channeled his internal energy through that new symbol in his head, eager to find its purpose. The result, an invisible blast of pure force extending from his hand, punching against a nearby tree with a dull sound. Afterwards, another voice appeared in his head. This one was one that he was all too familiar with, which announced whenever he had advanced in power. You have obtained the Archmage class. Abrigor was stunned as he heard that and immediately went to share his findings with Eldwin. You have used the power of your goddess to bring enlightenment to your people. Plus 20 points. I was stunned when I saw the reward notification appear in front of me. I mean, this was definitely not the first time that one of the goddesses influenced the growth of the races, but this was the first time that I got rewarded for it. Walking back to the room, I found Tara still lounging in the bed, her eyes closed. How'd it go? She asked, lazily. Good. I got some points awarded for helping them. But, why haven't I gotten any points from all the times that you helped the Beastkin? I mean, I definitely know that you had a hand in their development. Tara opened her eyes, a small grin forming on her head. It's because you didn't order that interference. You'll only get the rewards when you come up with the idea to help. That's why gods are so cheap. We can influence the races based on our free will, but unless we are acting on your orders, you won't get rewarded for it. Think of it as a bad investment discount. She giggled lightly at her little joke, rolling onto her stomach and propping her head up to look at me with her tail swishing above her. I smiled bitterly when I heard that news. I don't suppose general orders would work. Right? She shook her head slowly. So I have to order specifically what I want done. Why couldn't you tell me that before? She smirked slightly. Rules are rules. Until you discovered the rewards yourself, I couldn't say anything about it. I sighed, shaking my head. Well, at least we have almost enough to buy the afterlife systems now. Though, I had been considering making my own system for that. I wasn't sure what, but a new afterlife system would be nice. Something to break the mold. Besides, the 72 angels and demons thing kind of went against my current system of deities. Tara nodded her head. That's true. Which is good, because once populations start increasing, so will deaths. If it goes too much longer, I think undead might start rising up near the Beastkin. Well, no pressure then, right? I sat down on the chair and began thinking of what I could do for my own personal afterlife. Respawn system? No, that would cause more problems than it is worth. Just imagine nobody dying of unnatural causes in modern Earth. Wars would go on forever without either side really losing soldiers. I pulled up a basic notepad program on the computer after asking Tara to make one and began jotting down ideas. The best case scenario would be for the dead to continue to be useful, to play an active role in the development and protection of the world. But at the same time, without being a physical presence. It would only take a couple generations for the dead to outnumber the living, and by that point overpopulation would be a real risk. So, first stage was an area to house the dead, like most afterlife systems offered. But, with portals connected to Earth. They'd have to be two-way portals, but intangible ones. Likewise, the spirits using those portals would have to be intangible as well. Couldn't have living people crossing into the spirit world, right? I felt as this idea began to take shape. Similar to the astral plane, there would be a closed reincarnation cycle. People in this new world would be able to live a second life, and when they died, they started anew in the living world. However, I needed to add restrictions to this as well. I wasn't aiming to simply copy the astral plane, but to create my own afterlife. So, I began adding my own rules. The afterlife world grows based on the number of inhabitants. There are no natural resources in the afterlife world. Inhabitants of the afterlife world do not feel hunger. The world is shaped purely by the willpower of the inhabitants of the afterlife. Whenever a being dies in the afterlife world, it is reborn in the living world with no memories of its past lives. It is possible to perform services in the afterlife to exchange for buffs in the spirit's next life. There is a single judge entity, which is in charge of managing the afterlife world, and judging a spirit based on its actions in its former life. Those deemed as evil spirits by the judge will receive penalties in their next life, unless they manage to perform enough service to negate them. The inhabitants are capable of crossing to the living world in order to perform specific services. In the living world, the spirits are incorporeal and can only interact with the world by possessing a living creature or entering dreams. The judge is able to forcefully restrain spirits, returning them to the afterlife world if they act out of their duties. I looked over my rules for this new system, thinking if there was any way I could improve it. Naturally, I would need to get a new goddess to act as a judge for this system, but I had an idea on how to handle that. If everything went well, this would be my second goddess with a personality. And yes, I was going to make it a goddess, because it is still more fun to hang out with a bunch of attractive women. First, I looked over my system one last time before submitting it. When prompted to name the system, I chose to call it Community Afterlife. Community Afterlife, a world beyond the world, where spirits come together in order to help advance both their world and the living world. Those who die in this afterlife are reborn on Earth, though they do not retain their previous memories. Those who choose to help the worlds around them may receive benefits that carry over as determined by the judge. Likewise, the judge may deem spirits as evil, bestowing penalties in the next life that must be worked off, lest they be born disadvantaged. 150 points. I nodded my head in satisfaction, though the price was a bit lower than I expected. Most likely, that was due to the world itself not having any resources. The astral plane was probably a full world, whereas this was a bit different. Life would be harder for the spirits like this, but also more rewarding once they advanced enough. Now, with the normal cost being 150 points, my discounted price should be 135. With that in mind, I went ahead and bought the system, pausing my world as I did so. Didn't want things to get too crazy just yet. Please designate a judge for your afterlife. I closed that window for now, deciding to get back to that once I was done with my changes. Worst case scenario, I could temporarily have one of the other three step in to fill the role for a little while. Congratulations! Earth has earned an achievement. For completing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, your world has earned the Circle of Life achievement. Plus 20 points. Good, was hoping that would be the case. I still wasn't sure how the achievement system worked, but I was fairly sure that solving the problem of gathering souls would net some kind of achievement. Though, I couldn't help noticing that the wording was a bit different. This must be a world achievement, rather than a keeper one. Either way, this gave me enough points to do what I wanted. I would be using one of my last two races here as a way to give the afterlife permanent residence. A culture would more easily form if the inhabitants weren't all temporary guests, right? And a culture was needed in order to let the afterlife world develop. Navigating the menu, I opened up the race creator window, using one of the slots to design this new race. Race name Diva. Comprehension 8. Agility 3. Strength 3. Lifespan, 60. Luck 4. Awareness 5. Male-female ratio 1. Example adult male. Example adult female. Racial abilities. Spiritual awareness. In terms of physical abilities, they were far behind the other races. But that was okay. There shouldn't be too much fighting going on in the afterlife, meaning that their mental abilities would be much more useful. Their special ability, spiritual awareness, would give them a further advantage with manipulating the spiritual energies of the afterlife as well as a kind of instinct towards the spirits that appeared there. Due to lowering their physical abilities so much, the spiritual awareness did not increase their cost. Although the race would not interact with the living world directly, they would be able to perform behind the scenes, managing the afterlife. In terms of appearance, I wasn't quite sure what to settle with. In the end, I went for a mix of angel and demon. Both man and woman had slim bodies, representing their poor physical attributes. I chose the hair color for the male example to be black, while the woman's hair was white. On the other hand, I gave each a pair of large bird-like angel wings of the opposite color. So, the woman's wings were black, while the male's wings were white. On either head, I gave them small horns poking through their hair. And, to top it off, I altered their eyes, turning the sclera black. With that done, I placed this new race in the afterlife, and got to work on the last change. I had 38 points left, and planned to use most of that to create and designate my judge. Purchasing the NPC goddess for 25 points, I designed her body to match the female form of the diva. The only difference I made was her wings, making them a gradient of white to black, starting from the top. Now, I wanted to give her a personality as well. But a personality would cost 20 points. Seeing as I only had 13 left, that became a problem. Though, maybe I could take advantage of the recently discovered system of god rewards to fix that. Pulling the window back up from before, I selected this new goddess, Irina. Her domain was the underworld, encompassing death and rebirth. Then, I had her appear before me with Terra's help. Irina was currently dressed in a black business suit with white lines going down it, clinging to her ample curves. Her hair was tied in a bun, and she was wearing round spectacles to give her a look that mixed librarian and secretary. I cast a glance at Terra, knowing that she probably designed the outfit. She simply shrugged with a grin before looking away, leaving me to issue orders to Irina. Irina, I want you to go to Earth and gather all of the willing spirits that have already died. I told her, figuring that this new system would not retroactively gather them. Actually, I didn't specify a condition for them to be gathered at all. Well, now I can fix that before it becomes a problem. That might also have contributed to the price being lowered. After that, you will take them to your new domain and judge them based on their deeds in their past lives. I began explaining the details of her job to her, not wanting to assume that she would know it simply by assigning it to her. When I was done, I ended with another order. I want you to manage the growth of the diva race as well, have them learn and advance. Their primary job will be to guide dead spirits to the afterlife. Is this understood? Yes, Keeper. Irina answered in a monotone voice. Afterwards, she vanished from the admin room. Though, sadly I didn't get any points right away. Well, she'll be getting her personality soon. That's a priority, since without a will of her own, she won't be able to exert much power over the spirit world. Chapter 16, Death Walks Among Us. Before unpausing my world, I had one last thing to do. This was pretty important, because of the setting for my world being one of a game. I had to make classes for the diva. Due to them not having corporeal bodies, they couldn't use normal classes like warrior, rogue, or so on. I wasn't even entirely sure whether they could use the magic classes, so I definitely needed to make something special for them. Opening up the options window, I navigated to the class selection. In it, I narrowed my search only for classes applicable to incorporeal beings. There were surprisingly few results. Reaper, those who walk through the boundaries between life and death, wielding the strength of their own soul as a weapon. The Reaper's abilities focus primarily on severing spirits of the dead from corporeal attachments, and combating them in their ethereal form. Spirit Hunter, for when the spirits have gone rogue, call in the Spirit Hunters. Both the living and the spirits themselves are capable of taking this job, though the latter is typically more effective with it. Spirit Hunters construct weapons out of their spirit, and use those to combat incorporeal creatures. Chimera Soul, some spirits just don't want to let go. They just don't want to move on. If these spirits feel terrible anger, they may consume other spirits, taking on their aspects to strengthen themselves. Empty self. When a spirit is filled with regret and refuses to enter the afterlife, it may gain the power to possess the living, slowly consuming them from within. Once this process is complete, the empty self can gain new powers from its host and start the process again. Poltergeist, malevolent spirits often find ways of making mischief. Moving objects when you're not looking. Whispering into the ears of children. Turning sane adults into murderous demons. These are all the works of the poltergeist. Looking at the 5 classes, I immediately dismissed the last 3. I knew what kind of trouble those classes could cause, and I wanted no part of it in my world. As for the other 2, they seemed pretty reasonable, like a sort of spiritual police force. Selecting those classes, I looked at the various requirement options for them. For Reaper, there was one simple requirement: to be a spirit. With only that, the class became free, although it was generally more powerful than the Spirit Hunter from what I was seeing. In terms of versatility, at least. For the Spirit Hunter, there were far more options to choose from. And given my budget, I had to choose one that made the class free. So, in the end, I selected 2 requirements. Ability to control spiritual energy and being a spirit or encountering a near-death experience. With these 2 requirements, the class became free, and I was able to go through and modify the abilities that were automatically awarded per levels. This gave me a much better look at the classes themselves, and how they functioned. Spirit Hunters were your typical fighting force for spirits. Whether ranged attacks or melee, they would shape their spirit into weapons for battle. At higher levels, they could contract to a powerful spirit, merging with it to increase their fighting potential. Naturally, this reminded me of a certain anime, but no. This was not the same as the contracted spirit could be chosen freely, and was not automatically available. I swear, the previous Earthkeeper did not just steal this idea to plant the seed for that anime. I hope. As for Reapers, they took a more magical approach. They learned how to wield spiritual energy to create different types of spell effects, such as exorcisms, banishments, and spiritual fireballs. What the heck? They also had the ability to tap into the spirits of the living, using their will to erase or alter short-term memory. The main weakness of this class seemed to be that it had no ability to actually influence the corporeal world. Whereas a high-level spirit hunter can condense their weapon's energy enough to cause it to have a physical impact. Each of the classes also had a new energy type listed, spiritual energy, or SE. Their SE functioned as both their health and mana, and would only recover when they were either back in the spirit world or absorbed the spiritual energy of others. There was no natural recovery, and it actually seemed to automatically deplete itself over time. Done with checking these classes out, I finalized the selection, and imported them to my world. From what I could tell, every Diva or Spirit should automatically get the first level of both Spirit Hunter and Reaper, so I didn't have to worry about them not finding out about the classes. Though, I did begin to think about whether I should eventually add more advanced classes to the world. I'll save that for later. Right now, they haven't even discovered half of the basic classes available. I nodded to myself, finally hitting the resume button for the world. Now, Irina should be running around and quickly gathering up all the dead spirits she can. If she had a personality already, I'd feel kind of sorry for her. In the plains of beginning, people were busily preparing for winter. Food was stockpiled, shelters constructed, and all the while, nobody noticed an invisible entity walking in their midst. With an elderly body, a certain cat girl was looking at the progress made by her people. Every now and then, Ardra would try to call out to anyone that looked in her direction, hoping that they might have seen her. However, she would soon discover that they were merely looking at something behind her. Why? She asked herself. Hadn't she already completed her final mission? She watched her daughter growing into a beautiful woman, and had felt pride at her achievements. That had been exactly as the goddess had promised. So where was her rest, her release from this world? Just as Ardra was thinking that, a black rift opened behind her. Such rifts were opening all across the planet out of sight from the eyes of the living. Before she even knew what had happened, a hand lashed out like lightning, grabbing her neck and dragging her back through the rift. Ardra let out a silent scream, eyes going wide as she felt the hand grab onto her, powerless to resist. By the time she was able to react, the world around her had changed. Now, she stood in a vast meadow of gray mist, watching as it swirled in meaningless patterns. The void above and beneath her feet was black, and all around there was nothing to be seen. Is this the end? She thought to herself, before other beings began appearing alongside her. Or rather, on top of her. As if she was standing at a dumping ground, one gray mass after another fell onto her head. Some she recognized as former comrades, others as beasts or monsters. Still more belonged to races that she had never seen, strange, furless people. They continued to rain down from the empty sky, the mist spreading out to welcome them. Finally getting control of herself, she squirmed out from under the pile of spirits, finding it surprisingly easy before leaping away to watch. Other spirits followed her example, and some of them slowly began to change. From a gray mass, their skin started to gain color, density. Their empty eyes became livened. Looking down, she saw her own body had gone through the same changes. Not only that, but her grayed fur and wrinkled skin seemed to have returned to its youth. The gray bodies reigned for over an hour, piling up higher than Ardra would have thought possible, before suddenly it stopped. At the same time, one final rift opened up next to Ardra, a beautiful woman stepping through. Like the others, she belonged to a species that Ardra didn't recognize. With the wings of a bird, the horns of a young bull, and eyes as black as her new sky. She seemed to be wearing some strange black furs that clung tightly to her body, giving her an intimidating appearance. Gradually, Ardra realized as others of the same species began to appear around the mountain of gray mist that had been formed. They looked around, as confused as Ardra herself, until the well-dressed stranger spoke. Her voice was monotonous, as if she was extremely bored, and lacked any proper motivation to be here. I am Irina, the goddess of the underworld. This is my realm, and your new home. Live in it well, and you will be rewarded. Otherwise, you will be punished. Her words were simple, but the complete lack of emotion sent a shiver down Ardra's spine, the same as many of the people gathered here. They had no time to wonder what sort of punishment would be issued, before they were forced to find out. No sooner had Irina finished speaking than the mountain of gray bodies erupted. From it, hundreds of different monsters charged out, letting loose angry roars as they did. Ardra knew of these monsters, the ones that had kept her up at night when she was but a kitten. The fear that had been instilled in her, which she had fought her entire life to surpass. However, Irina showed no emotion on her face even as they charged her. Disobedience, rioting, mass violence. Punishment. One hand stretched off to her side, aiming at the incoming horde. Suddenly, the mist seemed to convulse, as if fleeing from this powerful woman. It was at this point that Ardra truly came to understand the power that a goddess could wield. The hundreds of monsters, enough to wipe out entire villages, froze in terror. Had they been aware of their crimes, they would have prostrated themselves in forgiveness, but they were given no chance to do so. Their bodies exploded, shrill screams issued from their ghostly mouths before they faded away, joining the empty mist around them. After that, nobody dared to question Irina's orders. She had shown clearly that she was more powerful than any of them, maybe even more powerful than all of them together. Still with that same emotionless face, she turned around and began walking. In front of her appeared a wooden wall, which she grabbed onto and pushed forward. It swung open under her touch, and she walked beyond, letting it fade behind her. After Irina was done with her work, I heard the door to the bedroom close. Turning, I saw her standing there, staring blankly at the wall. Seeing that, Tara laughed lightly from the bed. You never ordered her to go to one of the other rooms when she was done, so she came right back here. I paused, starting to say something then stopping. I thought she would just stay in the spirit world to manage things, but I guess that was too much to ask right now. And I had not received any points from her actions either. Did it not count because it was part of her assigned job? Mindscape has purchased the Forgotten. You earned 8 points in royalties. Convenient timing is convenient. Without further waiting, I immediately opened up the options menu again to buy Irina a personality. Hopefully after this she'll be able to do her job better. Please define the desired personality. Undefined traits will be assigned randomly. Well, that's easy enough, I guess. I thought about what kind of personality I wanted Irina to have. Given her appearance, I couldn't help but think of her as a cool beauty, an ice queen. Strict with her work, unwavering in her commitments. But at the same time, I did not want to run the risk that her personality would be assigned as one that hated me, her creator. So, I put in that she had a deep love for me. That way, even if she was an ice queen, she wouldn't do anything bad, right? There was a cracking sound from behind me, and I glanced over to see Tara, her eyes twitching in apparent annoyance. Dale. Would you mind explaining that? She couldn't read my mind, right? Explain what? I asked, doing my best to feign innocence. Making this new goddess love you. Are you trying to build a harem or something? Since when did she have claws, and why are they digging into the bedsheets? It's not like that. I mean, I needed to make sure that she will listen to me, right? If I don't make her like me, then she might go wild. Tara seemed to calm slightly at my words, but then she looked up at me with wide, watery eyes. Am I not enough for you anymore? She asked, pitifully. Her claws retracted, and she curled up at the foot of the bed, watching. It's only been a few days, and you're already making another goddess love you. Do you dislike me that much? Gah. Find the right answer, find the right answer. I got up, and walked over to the bed, sitting down on it next to her. She leaned away from me, but I reached over and pet her head. It's not like that at all, Tara. I just need to make sure that she will listen. We don't want one of the gods going and doing something crazy because they hate us, right? Tara looked at me, her ears flat against her head. Promise. When I nodded, she slowly scooted over to lean against me. Okay, but I'm the only one that gets your bet. I'm laying claim to you. Well, this was awkward. To be honest, I really did hope to have a goddess harem eventually. Maybe I could get her to open up to it, slowly. Alright, we'll see how this goes. But you have to remember, Tara. You're literally my dream girl. I stroked a hand down her back and felt her purr in response. Even if other women come along, that won't change. So no attacking the goddesses if I make them like me, deal? She glanced up at me, and lightly nodded. Okay. But you have to make her like me, too. If I can't deal with her, I need her to listen to me as well, okay? I didn't entirely like the way she said deal with her, but I did agree. I didn't want Terra to get bullied one-sidedly because I forbid her from acting out against one of the goddesses. So, I made a quick edit to what I had established, making it so that she loved both me and Terra. The catgirl goddess's ears twitched cutely at that, which I guess meant that she approved of it. Though, I feel like I fell into one of her schemes again. Finalizing the personality, I watched as a warm glow surrounded Irina. Her eyes, previously dull and lifeless, began shining. Her motionless wings stretched out, as if she was flexing as she looked around the room. When her eyes landed on me and Terra at the bed, a ghost of a smile appeared on her face. "Dale, Terra." She nodded in greeting. "Irina." Terra responded, her voice much calmer than previously. "I guess she still doesn't really like her, huh?" Irina, however, did not seem to mind the somewhat cold greeting, taking it in stride. "If the two of you need anything, please call for me. Given the current state of affairs, I believe I will be quite busy for a while." She brought her hand up to adjust her glasses, abruptly turning around and leaving the room. Death Goddess Secretary, get. Chapter 17, The Knowledge of the Ages. Well, now that the afterlife thing is taken care of, not really a lot I can do at this point. I glanced to my point balance, where I saw to my dismay, I had only a single point left currently. Terra still leaned into my hand, petting her back, shrugging her shoulders. "You could go down and make achievements, though there probably won't be many you can earn right now. Their construction methods are still in the most primitive stage, and they don't have proper tools yet." I smiled bitterly at that. "Yeah, but I don't know how to make those tools myself. I mean, Stone Age crafting is not a required class in school these days. Or, well, wasn't when I was in school. Well, I could teach you," she offered, making me look at her in surprise. Remember, knowledge of 3 Earths in my head? Pretty easy to come up with some simple crafting basics. Though, it'll have to be dumbed down pretty far to be applicable here. "Let's start with the dwarves, shall we?" I nodded my head, and the room around us began to twist and distort. The walls darkened, expanding outwards, the furniture fading into the ground. Soon, we were sitting on a wide stone floor, the basement that we had used for training before. Terra slowly stood up, dusting off the jeans she was wearing, and walked around. "Now, until this point your inhabitants have been taking the shortcuts of using magic or brute force where previous Earths have used tools. Thanks to this, they can just barely be considered as having entered the Stone Age in terms of technology. On the other hand, they are in the late Archaic Age for magic, thanks to you helping the elves learn how to create their own spells." Seeing the confused look on my face, Terra smiled and explained. "Technology has its own specific ages, so why can't magic? For technology, it is divided into the stone, metal, industry, exploration, information, and stellar ages. Each one can be further divided, depending on the world in question. For instance, the last Earth had the copper, bronze, and iron ages. Now, with magic, there is the Archaic Age where magic is first discovered. When it is expanded, and people begin to explore its possibilities, you enter the Arcanum Age. After that comes the enhancement, exploration, development, and planar ages. Though, keep in mind that these are general terms. It's possible to go in different orders, depending on the world." Terra nodded as she finished the explanation of the ages. "Back on track. The dwarves are the closest to developing proper stone tools, and then we can focus on sharing the information with the other races. But, if you want points rewarded, you had to understand it yourself." I nodded in response, and the scenery around us shifted. From an underground basement, we now stood atop a large mountain. Grassy plains could be seen in the distance, and the sounds of animals filled my ears. This is a recreation of the area surrounding the Dwarven Mountain. We'll start here. After that began my lessons of how to create rope, use it to bind tools together, and various techniques to create stone axes, hammers, spears, even bows and arrows. I imagine that, if I had been descended during these lessons, I probably would have earned a new class or two. Instead, I spent 2 full days in that landscape, learning everything I needed to. When I was finally done, I felt as if I had lost all of my energy. Terra had kept me there until I proved that I could make each item she wanted with whatever materials were at my disposal. Why do I feel like I was just punished for something? I complained internally while going towards the room with the goddesses. Although we had agreed that the dwarves needed this the most. I first sent the information to the human goddess Baina, earning me another 20 points. Then, I did the same thing to Riwan, the elven goddess, and Udina, the kitsune goddess. Those two each earned me 10 and 5 points respectively. Guess it would be a bit much to hope for the full value with each one. Finally, with my 36 points. Time to buy a new god. This time, I wanted to make a dwarven god, so that I could send the information to the dwarves. So, another 25 points went down the drain, and I began picturing the dwarven god I wanted to make. Now, you may be wondering, Dale, why are you making a god? Isn't your dream to have a harem of sexy goddesses? Yes it is. But I just can't find dwarves that appealing. Nothing against short people, but dwarves just aren't my cup of tea. So, I would rather make a male dwarf that can eventually become a friend I can share my troubles with. As such, I made a robust, muscular dwarf with a long and thick beard. Most of his body weight had to have been muscle, and I had no doubt he could easily lift me with one arm. Once I was done and satisfied with his appearance, I granted him the name Tubrok, God of the Forge. To be honest, I almost mistyped and made him God of the Force. But thankfully I caught myself. Once that was taken care of, I sadly watched the points fade away to bring him to life, and then once again had him transmit the information to the dwarves. Each tribe received the knowledge of tools, ropes, and basic weapons. However, this had only given me 4 points. I had been hoping that with 7 tribes, I would get 7 rewards, but that was not the case. So now, I was down to 15 points. Not enough to make the next goddess to enlighten the halflings. Before I left, I instructed Tubrok to try to lead the dwarves away from the volcano, warning them of the impending dangers. To my surprise, that actually netted me another 3 points. I guess that it is possible to earn points by avoiding disasters as well. Either way, I made my way back up to the bedroom, and fell down into the bed, not even bothering to see if Terra was in it at the time or not. Across the globe, the various sapient tribes all received a revelation. Whether it was the humans, the dwarves, the elves, or the beastkin, members began speaking up about new knowledge entering their minds. Perhaps, the only ones excluded from this were the halflings. But they had no reason to despair. They were completely unaware of the happenings on the other parts of the planet. When I woke up, I checked the time on the computer, cursing inwardly when I found that only 2 hours had passed. I mean, I know that I don't really need sleep, but it's still nice to be able to. Well, no use just sitting around, might as well keep myself busy. Due to my constant shortage of points thus far, I again opened up the forums. This time, my goal was to find a listing of early achievements. I mean, there had to be some kind of list, right? Even if it wasn't a detailed one, or had stuff I couldn't do right now, knowing was better than not knowing. And, sure enough, I did find a list of common beginner achievements, as well as a guide on how to acquire them. There were actually quite a lot. And some I never expected to be an achievement. I mean, one of the achievements was Demigod's Descent. To complete it, you had to be a god and have sex with one of your world's inhabitants. According to the explanation, that was an almost guaranteed way to create a child with powerful talents. It may even have extra powers, depending on the domain you possess. I dismissed that one for 2 reasons. First, because I was not a god of this world, and had no desire to appoint myself as one. Second, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Especially 2 goddesses, one of which is in charge of hell itself. Sorry, but I think I'll avoid that achievement for now. Maybe I'll have Tubrok go down and procreate after I give him a personality. Anyways, let's see. Achievements that I can do at this time. Already did the Enlightenment one. Can't do the Kingmaker ones. Let's narrow this down to ones that I can actually do through the system. Aha! Found one. This one is actually very easy, and I am almost at the level of being able to get it. Submit 5 pieces of custom content. Let's see. Diva, Forgotten, Community Afterlife, and World Host. I only need to submit one more thing, and it will be good. Well, that's easy enough and explains why there are so many random things in the user-submitted content section. Thinking about it for a while, I couldn't really come up with anything unique. I mean, everything has been done before. It just hasn't necessarily been done by the keepers. Yes, they have had a lot more time to create things than Earth had, but they had less than 10,000 people working on it. There's bound to be a difference. As such, I started racking my head for more ideas I could borrow from the culture of the previous Earth. After about a half hour of referencing random ideas with items that already existed, I finally found one that would work. Although a different version of it existed in the system already, it would be an inferior one to the one I was about to create. Again, I opened up the notepad program on the computer and began listing out the details of this item. This item is known as a grimoire, though it does not have to come in the shape of a book. Its appearance can be determined by the creator, so long as it possesses the proper magical imbuements. The grimoire is capable of storing spells known by its owner through the process of recording. So long as the owner himself understands the use of the spell, they can expend some energy to record it within their grimoire. Recorded spells do not require basic components or preparation, and can be cast directly from the grimoire by calling out an assigned name or chant. Spells cast from the grimoire cost extra energy to perform, based on the amount of materials and preparation skipped due to the use of the grimoire. High-tier grimoire are capable of bypassing the need for advanced components and preparations, but require far more time and materials to create. These grimoire are capable of obtaining a consciousness, and can thereafter speak to their owner. If a grimoire passes hands to a new owner, that owner must first research the spells within the grimoire before gaining the ability to cast them. Looking over those 6 rules, I nodded happily. The current grimoire in the system was simply a magic book for writing down spell instructions. Although it would never run out of pages, it could not be compared to this one. When asked to name this crafting item, I thought about it for a long moment before typing in the first thing that came to mind. Trinity's Sin has been submitted to the system as a craftable item. Congratulations! You have earned an achievement. For submitting 5 pieces of custom content, you have earned the System Designer Achievement. Plus 20 points. Finally, I sighed deeply, smiling as I watched my point total go up. Though, it was about to go right back down again. Shaking my head, I once again pulled up the options window to create another goddess. The halflings desperately needed someone to lead them, or they just might go extinct before the other races even discover them. This cannot be allowed. Lowly is justice. What? You thought I was only into big-breasted figures like Terra and Irina? No, lowless have their own appeal. Rather than the sexual charm of an adult form like Terra, a lowly has a cute appearance that makes you want to protect them. And the best are the adult lowless, those who just never grew into an adult body, even though they are fully grown. Those are definitely the best, if only because they are fun to tease. Anyways, back on track. Height. Average height for adult halfling seems to be just under 5 feet. Wait. She's slim. Hair, let's give her a unique hair color. Bright pink. Why? Because it adds to her cuteness. Hair length down to just above her shoulders. Finally, a name. Why do I blank at the most important parts? Call her Oravi. I heard a voice speak up beside me. Turning, I saw Terra looking at me with a wide smile. What? I want to help and she looks adorable. You better not mistreat her, okay? I haven't even made her yet, though. Are you able to read my mind? Nope. I can just read what you're putting into the system. Now go on. She urged, and I typed in the name. Because I thought it'd be even more cute, I made her the goddess of love. This earned a small giggle from Terra, who I imagined had the same kind of thoughts as I did. Finally, after spending the points to create her, I watched as she materialized in front of me. This one, Terra had equipped with a small dress, which was 2 thin straps that cross over her chest, just barely hiding her almost non-existent breasts, and coming down to hold up a frilly skirt at her waist. I swear, I never heard a higher-pitched ski than when Terra saw Orvi appear. Even though her eyes were still lifeless, Terra immediately ran forward and pulled her into a hug. Naturally, once they were done, I had Orvi send the same message of crafting knowledge down to the halflings. Just 3 points from this one. Chapter 18, The Great Leap Forward. I decided to take a break for the next few days, not fast-forwarding my world or making any big changes. There was, however, a reason for this. I now had several systems uploaded to the Keeper's custom content, and only needed to wait for them to be sold. Whether it was the World Host, Community Afterlife, or the Trinity Sin, I expected each would become fairly popular in worlds that qualified for them. To prove this point, after waiting for just a day, I had sold enough World Hosts to bring my point total back up to 25. After that, Trinity's Sin started selling slowly. So, by the end of the second day, my point total was now 50. As for what I was doing during these 2 days, mostly, I was just sitting on the couch with Terra, in the living room for our admin room. We were conducting research on systems that could potentially be invented for the Keeper system. That's right, we were watching TV shows and movies from the previous Earth incarnation. Tara had them archived in her head, so recreating them like this wasn't a problem for her. For the last couple days, Tara had kept Oravi close, ignoring the fact that the halfling goddess had no personality yet. To Tara, she still seemed adorable, and she refused to simply stick her in the same room with all the other deities. I made a mental note to have Oravi be the next goddess to get a personality, if for no other reason than to give Tara someone to play with. I mean, eventually they'll all get one, so it's just a matter of the order. I could probably wait for a week or two and get enough points to buy the last two goddesses I needed, and personalities for all of them. But first, there was something else I needed to do. After 2 days of research, I bought the level limit system for 25 points. There were a few options within the system itself, which let me limit either individual class levels, cumulative levels, or some combination of the two. For now, I set a cumulative level limit at 30. That should be plenty of room for them to grow, while also keeping the monsters a challenge to help develop them. As for when I'll increase the level cap, I don't know, it depends on how far they get with this. I also still need to save up points for the next tier of monsters before then, but that didn't look like it would be too much of a problem. Anyways, after the level limit was put in place, I didn't have to worry so much about the world spiraling out of control. At this point, it should be fine to do my first big fast forward. Well, first one since the elves established their kingdom. But first, I decided to consult Tara on the matter. I mean, she'd know more than me whether it would be a horrible idea, given past experiences. Tara, I asked, finding her on the couch nuzzling against the vacant Oravi. She looked up to me, only half paying attention. Wanted your opinion on something real quick. I sat down on the couch beside her. This was a red leather couch, which was almost as comfortable as the bed that Tara had created in our room. So, it was no real surprise to find her here. What's up? She asked, closing her eyes for a moment, probably to see if anything had happened with the system. When she found nothing unusual, she looked at me more curiously. I was thinking about doing another fast forward. This one by 1,000 years or so. Wanted your input on the matter. When she heard what I had said, she nodded her head slightly. It seemed like a small smile appeared on her face a moment. Ah, is that it? Well, let's see. Most of your races would be just fine with 1,000-year advancement, or even 10,000 years. But, the halflings, they haven't made nearly as much progress, or established a clear sanctuary. Without supervision, forget 1,000 years, they might not last 100. So, if you're going to do it, I'd suggest making an emergency alarm. That way, if their population falls by a certain amount, it will alert you and pause the world. Her suggestion was reasonable, and entirely valid. Aside from the halflings, nobody else was in immediate danger of extinction. Could Oravi start directing some halflings to gather together and form a community? Tara thought about it for a moment. She could, but at the moment it's unlikely that most of them would listen. They have a strong spirit of exploration, and if a voice appeared in their heads telling them to go back, they would probably shrug it off. Right now, 2 small populations, averaging 1,000 halflings each, have come together to make villages. Most of those are children or elderly, so the vast majority is still exploring. I nodded my head at that. Alright, I'll go set it to fast forward, then. Hopefully, more villages form, or the current ones grow. I got up to head to the room, but Tara grabbed my hand to stop me, pulling me back down on the couch. I yelped in surprise, nearly falling onto her, before looking at her curiously. Why not just do it from here? She asked as she lifted Oravi to put her between us, then leaned over. More comfortable. Huh? I couldn't help voicing my confusion. I thought I had to use the computer now. Tara shook her head, closing her eyes as she cuddled up against Oravi and I. Nope, can do it wherever. Isn't that just something you can do as a system companion? Her answer was simply to shake her head again. Nope. You've got the same power. You just never bothered trying to test it. Only a few things companions can do that keepers can't. Seeing that she might doze off using Oravi as a hug below if I didn't say something, I prompted her for an explanation. Like what? This is something rather important to know. Tara let out a grudging sigh, looking up at me with half-lidded eyes. Obviously, you don't have all of the system information in your head like I do. The others don't have that either, since they are custom companions. Keepers also can't interact with the world while it is fast forwarding like we can, because your minds aren't made to handle that. Aside from that, you can do anything I can do. Finishing her explanation, she closed her eyes and laid her head back against Oravi's. Although I was still tempted to go do this on the computer, I wanted to see if what she said was correct. So, how do I do this? System menu, open. World map. Options. I tried going through various commands in my head, all of which proved futile. Next, I tried to be more vague. Maybe the windows didn't open by thought commands, but by some other means. This proved correct, because I tried imagining what the map of my world should look like, but kept the image of my world blank. Sure enough, it was quickly filled in. I saw the 8 massive continents, the thousands of islands, and could even make out the shapes of the mountain ranges. Focusing on one area, I found my mental view of the map zooming in, further and further until I stopped focusing. What I ended up looking at was a single leaf atop a tall tree in the center of the forest on one of the uninhabited continents. Okay, maybe I zoomed in a little too far there. Next, I closed the map by mentally moving it out of view, and tried something else. This time, I tried to imagine what the options menu would look like, though as before I left the details out. Like with the map, the different choices filled themselves in without me even really trying. Huh. That's handy. Though, this level of control was likely only available in the admin room. Otherwise, the last keeper wouldn't have been hit by a truck before he could think about logging out. Anyways, I focused on the option to fast forward, and chose the conditions to stop. If the halfling population ever fell below 10,000, or if 1,000 years passed. Whichever came first. With that done, I decided to take a moment to relax against Terra, since I apparently didn't need to get up after all. In the plains of beginning, the reign of Mara proved a prosperous one. On her deathbed, she had elected a Lycan girl named Talia to take her place. In secret, she informed the girl about how the goddess Terra had chosen her, and how she must always listen for the words of the goddess. Talia didn't have time to question, before the gentle voice floated into her mind. That was one of only 2 times that Terra ever spoke to Talia. The second time was when Talia herself was about to pass away, telling her to appoint an Ursa girl. Unlike the previous generations, Terra did not specify who among the race to put in power, only what race to choose. In the end, it was a young warrior named Grella. With each generation, Terra's influence grew less and less, simply ensuring that the Beastkin maintained the cycle of leadership. Felon, Kitsune, like an Ursa, this cycle repeated again and again until the tradition was all but set in stone. Within 1,000 years, the people prospered with this system. No race felt excluded or underprivileged. And at the same time, the territory of the Beastkin continued to expand. From 2 cities came 5, from 5 came 10. By the end of the 1,000-year cycle, there were 15 cities of Beastkin. Each one possessed both strong warriors to hunt, and wide fields from which they would harvest crops. And, thanks to the goddesses providing them information all those years ago, their technology had further improved. Now, the Felon and Kitsune, less suited for frontal assaults than the Ursa and Lycan, carried bows on their backs, as well as leather quivers full of arrows. The vanguards wore thick hides, taken from their prey and sewn together with ivory needles. Like this, they were able to hunt even the strongest of foes that appeared. It had been 1,000 years since the discovery of stone tools, and the people of Gander had made great strides in their development. Aside from the spells granted with the increase in class levels, they had even developed nearly a dozen of their own spells. Using stone knives, they began carving out small medallions for spells onto wood that people would carry with them. This made defense easy to maintain, and their city began expanding outwards. Although Gander was still only a single city, it seemed to have grown massively during the last generation of elves. Some elves had even begun to develop a written language, although it consisted merely of vague images at this point. Julian and Thurna, Eldwin Ryan's daughter and granddaughter respectively, led the kingdom to prosperity. Although the strength of the monsters continued to increase, so did the power and knowledge of the elves. Among the 7 tribes of the dwarfs, the former mountain tribe suffered the most. When their god made himself known by warning them of the dangers in their mountain, they were forced to flee their home. Barely 5 years later, they watched in horror as liquid fire spewed forth from their mountain, ending the lives of the few dozen dwarves that stubbornly stayed behind. However, there was a silver lining to this, as they saw the liquid fire harden into stone. The thoughts they had before about melting stone proved to have some truth. They saw the stone melt in the liquid fire, and now they saw the liquid fire return to stone. For them, this was amazing, something that they had never even been willing to believe to be true. But now, they had seen it. And, after moving to a new mountain, they began their new mission, a way to reproduce this. Liquid fire could melt stone, so why not normal fire? With that thought in mind, they erected stone pits, carved with the simplest of mage spells. One dwarf fed in stones, while 10 others channeled their energy to maintain the flame. This experiment was unsuccessful for many years, to an extent where the other tribes all laughed at their foolishness. However, nearly 50 years later, their first success was achieved. With 10 people standing around a wide stone pit, carved into the earth with their own blood, sweat and tears, they saw as one of the stones began to melt. Then another and another, until the liquid rock had seeped into the carved lines of the spell, obscuring it enough to forcefully cancel it. But, nonetheless, this was a success. They had melted stone, watched as it once more hardened. There were many dwarves that did not know what to do next, now that they had achieved their mission. The answer the tribe came up with? Do it better. Their mountains were safe as few monsters were willing to climb it. That gave them the security to continue their experiments happily. And so, the years went by, the dwarves rejoicing at each success. They found that certain rocks melted more easily than others, and began to use those in their experiments. 600 years later, the first blacksmith class was awarded. This happened when one dwarf carved a stone mold, shaping it to look like a long block. Then, he drilled a hole in the bottom of his fire pit, and put those same special rocks in the center to melt and drip into the hole. By the time he was done, and his mold was full, he emptied the block to find that the contents did not splash out. They stuck together, harder and stronger than the mold itself. Sadly, his work was hard to reproduce, and it was another 100 years before the birth of another blacksmith. The Byandra clan of the humans had long since established themselves as the rulers of the human clans. This was not from diplomacy or trade, but from conquest. Their family was one of strong warriors, and they used that strength to subdue the others. When the knowledge of weapons was granted to their people, they were the first to fully utilize it. With stone spears, bows, and knives, they increased their control of the other families, expanding their territory. Unlike the dwarfs, they had no interest in melting stones. They watched as other families created bowls out of water and spoiled fruits. The process was fascinating, but not something the Byandra family took part in. They had their sights set on the distant horizons, wanting to control all that fell within their grasp. The beasts grew, the dwarves smithed, the elves learned, and the humans fought. But what of the halflings? How could they, with the greatest population of the races, not evolve with the passing of time? Although their nature made this process slower, it did not halt. While the other races built villages and kingdoms, the halflings wandered. While the other races fought to survive, the halflings stayed out of sight. They explored more of their land than all of the other races combined. They formed families that traveled the plains and hills, the mountains and rivers. With the knowledge of stone tools, their safety grew. They would leave behind carved images in stones or trees, telling those that came later what they had seen or where they were going. Rather than the elves, it was the halflings with no kingdom that advanced the furthest with language. The halflings had another remarkable field of advancement as well. While the other races hunted the animals and monsters of the world, the halflings saw no need to. With their stealth abilities, avoiding monsters was easy. They would often climb trees or pick berries to serve as their meals, only rarely eating meat. Instead, they would often play with beasts, purposely letting one notice them and then letting it chase them around. Though a risky game that claimed the life of more than a few halflings, this yielded unforeseen benefits. Some of the monsters and beasts that encountered halflings in this way more than once would seem to enjoy the chase. Even if they caught their prey, they would not attack. And, when those halflings began feeding them, they earned new classes. With the hunter class, they could befriend animals, follow tracks, and learn things about the terrain. With the monster tamer class, they could similarly befriend monsters, turning them into fighting and traveling companions. These two classes were almost exclusive to the halflings during this period, showing that they prospered more when given the freedom to make their own way. Now, there is still one last area left to discuss. After Irina returned to the afterlife, it underwent a shocking change. Wooden buildings began springing up out of the misty ground, solidified from the gray vapors of the world. Between them, grassy fields and dirt roads manifested, leaving the various deva and spirits amazed. What Irina had created was the first city of the underworld, with her seat of power placed directly in the center. Although she had to leave once every day to retrieve new spirits, she kept the area of her city small enough that she could maintain easily. If she truly exerted herself, She could reshape the entire afterlife to suit her designs, that would require her to focus fully on that every day. It was much easier to just create a single city to serve as an important landmark for the spirits. Doing this, the spirits and Deva discovered the ability to manipulate the mist around them. They earned the unique classes available to them, playing with the mist to make it form various shapes. Although ironic, it was only after death that the spirits truly felt that they could live safely. Chapter 19, The Windfall. By the time I was done leaning against Tara and Oravi, I didn't fall asleep, I swear. They are just too comfortable. Anyways, by the time I was done, and went back to the computer in the bedroom, I found a string of notifications waiting for me. Yes, I was using the computer again. Even if I could access this stuff in my head, a computer just felt better. More like what I was used to. But never mind that, it looked like the fast forward was a success, so I opened up the notifications to see what happened. You have sold 2 units of world host. You earned 6 points in royalties. Your civilizations have advanced naturally and discovered new technologies. Smithing 1 to 15 points. Language 1 to 15 points. Pottery, 15 points. Domestication 1 to 15 points. Agriculture 1 to 15 points. Agriculture 2 to 15 points. Trade 1 to 15 points. Construction 1 to 15 points. Your civilizations have advanced naturally and discovered new magic techniques. Inscribing, 15 points. Spell theory 1 to 15 points. Ward 1 to 15 points. Congratulations. You have earned a new achievement. For allowing your civilizations to make 10 natural advancements, you earned the Watcher achievement. Plus 20 points. I froze as I read over all of that. While the first line was something normal, the rest that followed surprised me greatly. In disbelief, I looked over to my point balance, just to confirm if it was real. And indeed, I had a total of 276 points available to spend now. Perhaps the most important thing I noticed was how the points were awarded. When I personally enlightened the races about a technology, I received 20 points at first, and then diminishing returns. But, letting them discover it themselves, I earned a flat 15 points reward. And, from the looks of things, that reward was based on each civilization. So, since 4 civilization learned basic construction techniques after being taught how to make stone tools, I received 15 points from each one. However, I noticed that I didn't get anything from the Diva. Does it not count if a goddess or a member of another civilization teaches them? Since Irina had been staying in the afterlife, the Diva probably learned any of their notable advancements by seeing how she did things. Still, over 200 points was quite the advancement. Out of curiosity, I opened up a window to display the racial populations. Elves, population, 15,000. Average level, 24. Humans, population, 90,000. Average level, 17. Felon, population, 80,000. Average level, 14. Lycan, population, 100,000. Average level, 15. Ursa, population, 95,000. Average level, 16. Kitsune, population, 80,000. Average level, 13. Dwarf, population, 70,000. Average level, 13. Halfling population, 70,000. Average level, 19. Diva, population, 9,000. Average level, 10. The area with the most growth was undoubtedly the Beastkin. After forming a civilization built on 4 races working together, they were able to drastically limit their natural predators, letting their numbers flourish. On the other hand, the halflings that originally had the highest and fastest growing population alongside humans had grown far less. Though, the levels of the halflings were second only to the elves, who had the advantage of centuries to train. With these numbers, if there were really an all-out war between elves and halflings, the halflings would most likely win. And again, because of the civilization building that led to them having less predators, the levels of the Beastkin had dropped below other races. Another race that surprised me a bit was the Diva. They had gone from merely a few hundred to 9,000 in just a short 1,000 years. That kind of explosive growth was unheard of, even in the previous Earth's recent history. Something to question Irina about, I think. The one race that confused me was the dwarves. They had the same type of growth as the Beastkin, despite not having a strong civilization. I'd have to ask Tara about that later. For now, I had a good number of points to spend, and I needed to figure out how to do so wisely. The first expense was obvious. I still had 2 goddesses that I needed to buy before I finished a complete set for my races. The first, the Lycan goddess. Lycans are built to be experts at hunting, so I'll give her that domain. For her appearance, I closed my eyes and pictured a 5'8" girl with tan skin and a slim body. Black hair coming down just past her shoulders, and a pair of dog ears coming up from the side of her head to match. For her chest, let's go with modest. Still decently sized, but not something that would get in the way of her movement. She is the goddess of the hunt, after all. And finally, a dog tail extending from the base of her back. Nodding at myself, I gave her a name. I suck at names, did I ever mention that? Let's go with Akalia. And like that, 25 points were invested to give birth to Akalia, the goddess of the hunt. A ray of golden light shined down in my room, focusing on one spot. Slowly, from the ground up, the image I built materialized in the form of a cute dog girl. When she was done being made, a suit of tight-fitting leather armor faded into being on her body, emphasizing her curves. However, at the same time, an almost desperate plea came from outside the room. Dayal! Tara cried out as she ran into the room, carrying Oravi in her arms like a stuffed toy. Yes? I asked in confusion. Did something big happen when I wasn't looking? Her next, she said, holding up the short goddess with her arms outstretched. Ah. She was notified that I was buying something, I guess. You mean a personality for her? I raised an eyebrow as I looked at the dull expression on Oravi's face. Right. Tara answered with a decisive nod. She needs one, totally needs one. Well, I have to get a couple of major features first. After that, I should have some points left to get her one, alright? Hearing that, Tara pouted slightly, looking down. Can't you just do her first? Give her a cute personality, and liven up the place around here. I sighed, shaking my head. Need to make sure that I get the major systems put into the world first. If it weren't for the afterlife needing a proper ruler, I probably wouldn't have even given Irina a personality before I had made all 9 deities. It didn't seem like the races were at a stage where they'd be able to fully benefit from the deities yet. Speaking of, I had a question for you. Tara perked up her ears at that, but kept her pouting expression, so I went ahead and asked. The dwarves, they don't seem to have as much problem growing as the other races. Do you know why? Tara thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. Yeah. But you have to promise. Oravi gets a personality before the end of the day. She again looked at me, holding Oravi up a bit higher to make me look at her instead of Tara. Well, I plan to give her one anyways. Still, do you have to make it so obvious, Tara? I sighed, slowly nodding my head. Fine, I'll give her one as soon as I'm done buying the important systems. Agreed. Tara let out a bright smile, lowering the halfling goddess and pulling her back into a standing embrace. It's because of their layout. The rules you set for monster spawning requires the first-generation monsters to appear a set distance away from sapient beings. But they are close enough together that the 3 inner tribes don't see any monsters unless they slip past the 4 outer ones. Ah. So only 4 of the villages have to worry about monsters. Meaning the inner 3 villages are able to more easily reproduce, and their lack of training brings down the average level of the race. I nodded in understanding. I hadn't expected a situation like that to occur, and would probably need to come up with a solution to it eventually. Anyways, on to the last goddess. This would be the goddess of the Ursa, who emphasized strength. Immediately, I imagined a particular Amazonian figure from popular Earth culture. Roughly 6 feet tall with a slim, yet well-toned build. Not bulging muscles, but enough to give off a feeling of subtle strength. Unlike the Lycan goddess, this one had an ample chest, with flowing black hair that reached down the middle of her back. On top of her head were 2 furry, circular ears that stood out cutely, while at the base of her back was a very short black tail. For the name, I decided to go with Calliope, the goddess of strength. Again, a golden pillar of light appeared next to Akalia. Tara looked over with interest as the new goddess materialized. After which, she was adorned with similar leather armor to Akalia, although much more revealing. The style reminded me of the same character I pulled the inspiration for Calliope from, though it was uncolored. Nodding my head in satisfaction, I sent both of the new goddesses to the storage room. I really need to get them personalities eventually, so that they can have their own rooms. Now, on to the next purchase. This one is a system I've been wanting to get since I saw it listed. Opening up the market, I navigated through the various game system options, and purchased the achievement system. With this, The people's strengths should be able to advance, even with the level limit in place. Speaking of which, I went ahead and increased the level limit from 30 to 50. At the same time, I bought the next tier of monsters for 50 points. This gave me creatures up to level 100, including the first few sea monsters. The strongest monster at this tier were listed as orcs, a race that had the potential to develop sapience over long periods of time. With this, I had spent a total of 200 points today, leaving me with just 76. Before I could even ask myself if there was anything else I should get next, I noticed Terra standing beside me with a determined look on her face. She was again holding Oravi in her outstretched arms, the lowly goddess just a few inches from me. Her turn, she said, a smile slowly appearing on her face. Sighing, I nodded, opening up the interface again. I did promise that I would get her a personality, and if I bought anything else, I might not be able to afford to keep that promise. So, I guess it was her turn. Chapter 20, Cuteness Shall Triumph. Looking at the lowly goddess that Terra was so eagerly presenting me, I furrowed my brows and thought about what kind of personality to give her. But, first of all, I wanted to make sure that everyone was present. Is there any way to call Irina back? Want everyone to be here for the birth of a new goddess. Terra nodded her head quickly. Just go to the underworld map and send her a message like you would anyone else. Well, that was easy enough. Doing as she said, I sent a message to Irina asking her to come back. No sooner had I sent the message than a circular wooden doorway appeared in the room. Splitting at the center, it opened inwards with the diva librarian goddess walking in. You called for me, Dale? She asked, adjusting her glasses to fit better. I nodded at that. Yes, I wanted you to be here for this. I inclined my head towards Oravi, who Terra was still holding up. However, now she was holding her more protectively, as if to hide her from Irina. Irina simply nodded, not seeming to overly care about the matter. Very well, you may begin, then. Maybe I made her a bit too businesslike. Either way, it was time to get started on the personality. Given her appearance, I did not want her to really act like an adult. Lolas are fun to tease, but you can't do anything to them. So, I wanted her to be a shy girl, seeing me as a big brother figure and the other goddesses as big sisters. That way, they can spoil her and have fun together by playing with her. Naturally, I didn't want her to be too immature. She was still a goddess of an entire race, after all. So, she still had some pretty heavy responsibilities. As such, I wanted to make her competent enough to handle her people and her domain. For the rest of it, I let the system decide it. A pink light fell from the ceiling, wrapping around Oravi's body. We could see as it seeped into her eyes and mouth, giving her a strange glow for a few moments before receding. When the light had faded away, Oravi blinked her large eyes, looking around the room. Turning her head back, she saw Terra grinning broadly at her. Suddenly Oravi began wiggling her body, trying to escape the large catgirl goddess. Mo, let me go. She gave a distressed cry, flailing her arms helplessly. Terra laughed brightly, setting the girl down on the ground. Big sis is a bully. She puffed up her cheeks, turning around to scold Terra. OH. Terra asked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Does little Rivy not like being picked up? She extended her hands threateningly to the halfling goddess, who yelped and ran to hide behind me. Terra giggled at that, while Irina just kept watching. Though, I swear that I saw a slight twitch in the businesslike goddess's lips. The cute shall overpower all defenses. Oravi kept her cheeks puffed out as she looked at Terra from behind me. It's Oravi. Or Ivy, she stubbornly said, which made me chuckle. Reaching back, I placed my hand on the crown of her head. Unexpectedly, her eyes seemed to half close and her entire body relaxed. Weak point, spotted. Terra grinned wider when she saw that, likely making a note for the future. However, a few moments later Oravi jumped back, bringing both hands up to her head defensively to guard the same spot I had patted. Big bro, no. You can't touch me there. That's bad, definitely bad. I smiled as I saw that reaction. Really, just like I thought, Lolas are too easy to tease. That's alright. Anyways, don't you have some work to do? I glanced towards the computer. The halflings haven't had anyone to guide them all this time, so you've got your work cut out for you. When I said it like that, Oravi's eyes widened slightly. That's right. I need to take care of them. She turned towards Terra and gave a small bow. Sorry, big sis. We can play more later, okay? She asked with a dazzling smile, and I swear that I saw Tara melt a little upon seeing it. Okay. She replied eagerly. But don't keep big sis waiting. After nodding, Oravi skipped out the door, humming something quietly. Irina, seeing that the excitement had ended, opened up another doorway to return to the afterlife. As for me, I turned back to the computer, getting ready to send a big message. I could spend a single point to send a single message throughout the entire world, or have each of the deities relay it for free. For this one, I decided to spend the point since Oravi had just become busy. All throughout the world, a major change was coming. Every race was born with the knowledge of their god's name, but they knew little about them aside from that. The only exceptions to this were the beings of the underworld, and those who the goddess of fate directly spoke to. For others, they knew not but a name. And now, a voice, belonging to a being they had never heard whisper of, spoke in their ear. For every race, it came to them in their own language, and every race knew on an instinctive level that this was not the deity they knew. Introducing the first major world update. With this update, 2 new systems have been introduced. The first system is the achievement system, which allows people to gain power based on the great feats they display. The second, the title system, allows people to show others their key achievements, and gain further effect from those achievements. Everyone is encouraged to do their best to obtain greater power and contribute to the advance of their communities. At this time, the level limit has also been raised to allow people to grow further. For 5 minutes, the entire world seemed frozen. Nobody knew how to respond to this sudden voice, and they could see it on the faces of anyone nearby that they had also heard it. To the people of Earth, a new legend was born that day, a legend of a nameless god that stood above all others. One who could change the very laws of the world on a whim. At the same time, another shocking event occurred. Though, this one was limited to only the halflings. No matter who, everyone among the halflings heard a playful voice wishing them well. Unlike the unknown voice that they had heard previously, this one seemed to carry with it a sense of familiarity. All among the halflings knew that this voice belonged to their goddess, their Oravi. With the message typed up and sent, I sat back in the chair and considered what else could be done. It was still far too early for playing Merlin, but maybe there were other things I could do. I mean, I hadn't even left a single item of power in the world to be discovered. In the future, I wanted to place one item for every culture to discover as a symbol of power. But, in order to do that, I had to learn more about magic and crafting. Turning towards Tara, I saw her looking out the door with a happy smile. I knew I was going to regret asking this. Tara, could you teach me some smithing techniques? You should know plenty with the archived knowledge. Hearing my question, Tara looked back at me with an almost sinister smile. Oh. You want more lessons, huh? Well, naturally I'd be happy to oblige. I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing I had just signed myself up for another few days, or maybe even weeks of hell training. In the underworld, a change was slowly occurring. They too had heard the announcement that spread throughout Earth, but they were far more excited than their living counterparts. For the living, levels meant more power, but it was different for them. To the spirits and the diva, levels were their life. If they could train and level up, their lifespan would increase. Currently, the oldest living being in the underworld aside from Irina herself was a diva. This diva, Belial, had lived for 600 years, and was nearing the end of its lifespan. Belial could only helplessly watch as his spirit energy slowly ran out, day by day. But now, he had a chance. With this new announcement, he earnestly began training his abilities once more. Although he had reached a bottleneck in levels, his abilities had only improved. With 20 levels as a Reaper and 10 as a Spirit Hunter, he had long since learned to manifest his spirit as a method to attack. However, he had never had the reason to use it. The underworld had been so peaceful so far, with their duties few and far between. Long ago, Irina had asked them to train, for they would one day be the police force of both worlds. However, Belial himself had never seen the living world once, yet. Irina merely told them that the time had not yet come. But now, before him stood the goddess he served. Irina had called for the oldest and strongest of the diva. Once they were gathered, she spoke in a businesslike tone. The time has come for the first wave of teams. I have called 100 of you here today, and each of you will choose 50 people to join you. These members may be of the diva, or the spirits. However, without exception, everyone must find 50 members. Once your members are gathered, report to me again. You have 24 hours to gather your men. After saying that, Irina's body vanished into gray mist, seeping into the floor. The 100 diva all looked at each other in excitement. Together they only made up 1% of their race's population, but they were still the elite. And now, they were finally going to receive their first real mission. Belial immediately flew off, eager to find 50 people to join him. Although he had a few names in mind already, there were not enough to fill all the slots in his team. However, at the same time, he could not just gather 50 random beings, or else he would be betraying the trust his goddess had placed in him. Exactly 24 hours later, 5,000 people were mobilized in front of Irina's court. This was the only known residence of the god and the place where she judged the spirits. This was also the exact center of the city she had personally established. As she looked out over the gathered troops, Irina nodded her head solemnly. Good, it seems that everyone managed to find suitable people. Now, I shall assign everyone their missions. Above Irina's head, the gray mist formed together into a massive sphere, slowly rotating to give everyone a clear view. While the sphere was primarily blue, there were splashes of green and yellow, white and orange. This is Earth. Those of you who once lived here might recognize some key areas, but for the most part this planet is unexplored. The 8 largest masses of green and yellow began glowing. These are the continents, to which I will assign 43 teams. The remaining 7 teams will be in charge of the remainder of the planet. During the next 2 Earth days, you are to gather as many souls as you can. Consider this a test to see if you are ready to truly perform your duty yet. At the same time, this is training. Each team will be placed in an uninhabited area, and some monster souls may become violent. Irina's cold glare sent chills throughout the crowd. Only those that prove themselves by surviving these 2 days will be returning. I will not save you if you are in danger. But, do not forget your mission. The team with the highest amount of souls upon their return will be rewarded. Likewise, the individual that has the most souls out of all 5,000 will get an additional reward. The giant globe above Irina's head began forming cracks along its surface, before it shattered in an explosion of mist. This mist converged into 50 streams, each one gathering in front of a team to form a circular portal. The teams could not see what lay beyond the portals, but they knew their missions. Now, depart. I will call everyone back in 2 days. Belial, eager to prove himself, stepped forth first, entering the misty portal. Among the residents of the underworld, he was the first to return to the land of the living. And with that achievement, a sense of power flowed up through him. Chapter 21, Believe It. Over the course of the last week, I had the basics for metalworking drilled into my head. With Tara's assistance in the admin room, we had an unlimited supply of ores to work with, so it was just a matter of making sure I absorbed all of the information. Though, I did learn some interesting things during these lessons that are worthy of note. Materials made in the admin room cannot be taken down to the planet without paying a point cost. For a simple sword, Tara explained that it would only be 1 point per 100 swords. However, other powerful items would have larger costs. On the other hand, if the materials for the item are brought up from the planet, they can be forged in the admin room and sent back down. What this means is that once I learn how to do enchanting, I could forge a sword made of minerals from Earth and then enchant it in the admin room. The benefit of this is very simple. In the admin room, my magic power is unlimited, meaning that I could put an extremely powerful enchantment on an item to turn it into a strong artifact beyond the scope of what mortals could normally create. Of course, this all requires me to first learn how to enchant. And that is not something Tara can teach me, since it is not knowledge from my previous Earth. Next, Tara showed me a map detailing the mineral deposits on Earth. I had expected the same basic materials as my own world had, but there were a few changes. Maybe it was because of the size of the planet, or the presence of magic, but there were a few ores that she said would channel magic extremely well. More importantly, there was the presence of mana stones, rocks able to absorb and store mana. The generic version would only absorb raw mana, which could then be used to power a spell later. However, at certain locations, there existed elemental stones. These were in the more extreme environments, such as the mouth of a volcano or the bottom of the ocean. Anywhere that a particular element held absolute dominance, the stone for that element would emerge. Once I was done with my lesson, I went to see if there had been any major developments in the world. Though, I honestly wasn't expecting much, since I did not set it to fast forward. There was only so much that I could expect to happen in a week. I was surprised to find Irina sitting on my bed when I made my way to the room to look at the computer. As I entered, she gave me a soft smile, inclining her head. "You are back. I was beginning to wonder how long she would keep you." Is something the matter with the afterlife? This was the first time that I had ever found Irina looking for me, so I was confused as to what it meant. I doubted that Tara would let anything good happen with her in the bed like that, so I could only expect it meant business. Irina shook her head slightly. No, I am here to deliver a report. When you went into train, I sent a mission of several thousand deva and spirits to the living world. This was a test operation to see how many spirits these numbers could harvest, and how many would be needed to create full-time coverage. Well, that sounded a little intriguing. And, what were your results? Placing both hands in her lap, Irina assumed a businesslike pose as she delivered the report. On average, each operative collected 80 souls over a 24-hour period. Out of 5,000 individuals sent, only 2 died. Unexpectedly, they squandered so much of their spiritual energy that they were unable to fight off the weak spirits that targeted them. Her words caught me by surprise. There are already spirits strong enough to fight back against your people. Irina cracked a small smile, shaking her head again. Normally, no, however, after they used so much of their own spiritual energy, the weak spirits were able to defeat them. With this, I have determined how many people I will need before I can fully cover the earth with a collection patrol. So, how many do you need? Irina took a deep breath before telling me the numbers. Each continent will need to be divided into 10 districts, with each district being under the control of a district leader. Within each district, there will need to be 100 sectors. Each sector should have a 10-man team present at all times. Even with this, I estimate that the souls will often build up for weeks before the team manages to collect them. For a best-case scenario, each sector would then be divided into 10,000 neighborhoods. Then, each neighborhood could have between 1 and 5 people present at any time. With this, there is a minimum need for 80,000 dedicated patrolmen working around the clock and a preferred amount of 400 million. Now, for the oceans and miscellaneous islands. These are more troubling. Out of the roughly 100,000 islands with life, each one will need their own diva or spirit monitoring it. The larger islands may need up to a 10-man team on patrol. The oceans themselves. They are far too large. I estimate that we will need at least 1 million reapers and spirit hunters on constant patrol in order to clear up the spirits before they become a problem. Irina let out a soft sigh as she finished. If it is just the inhabited areas of the continents, I already possess enough subordinates, and can handle the rest myself. At the current rate of population growth, I imagine that it will take another 1,000 years before we have sufficient numbers for global coverage, and that is only if we include the deceased spirits as well. I thought about her report for a while, before I nodded. Focus on building up your forces and advancing the afterlife culture for now. Your people might be able to come up with advancements that would make the job easier to manage. Until then, send out the occasional training group to get experience on Earth. Irina inclined her head, standing up from the bed and smoothing out her skirt. Very well. I'll do what I can on my end. If anything comes up, I will come to deliver another report. With that, she lightly tapped the ground with her shoe, a light shining behind her. The light formed into a wide circular door, which opened into a path of gray mist. Giving one last nod, she turned and left since nobody else was around to disturb me. I sat at the computer, pulling up the notifications in order to see if there had been any advancement. Unsurprisingly, none of the cultures had advanced enough in this week to give me a reward. However, I did get points from elsewhere. With a full week of my creations on the market, I had sold quite a few. First, the Forgotten. I had managed to sell one more set of that race. Next, the World Host, my most popular item. Over the last week, I had sold 30 more copies of that. Finally, Trinity's Sin, which I did not have as much hope for. I had managed to sell 5 copies, but that was all. With this, my point balance went up to 177. I could buy more systems for the world if I wanted, but I'd rather save up for now, so that I could get some of the more expensive prizes. For instance, there was one option I was thinking of making available for my world, but I was sure that I'd need more points to make it happen. Which reminds me of another important discovery that Tara informed me about: secret inventions. Although such systems as level limits, achievements, and so on can only be created through the system, to my knowledge, at least, it is possible to create items and races without registering them. However, doing so is not easy. Rather than creating it through the system, you have to do so manually. So, for instance, if I had manually crafted the Trinity's Sin rather than submitting it to the system, I would be the sole owner of that item. For most things, that is unimportant, but powerful items can tip the balance of power in the games. With every keeper having access to the same systems and crafting recipes, the owner of a unique power gains an extra card to play. Now I had no expectations of being able to personally craft incredibly powerful artifacts easily, but one day it could happen. Until then, though, I decided that it was time to go back down to the world. I needed to train some more in preparation for my world advancing. Also, I needed to get used to descending as a race different from humans. As such, this time when I selected to descend, I gave myself the body of a slim kitsune. With golden hair, ears, and a tail, I thought it looked rather fitting for a divine body. Finally, I selected the button to confirm my choice and descent. Body verified. Kitsune race selected. Beginning descent. May you work for the betterment of your world, Keeper. I was again bathed in a warm blue light, and before I even opened my eyes I could tell that things had changed. The smell of the ocean was heavy in the air. I could hear the waves crashing on the shore all around me. The location I chose to descend to this time was a deserted island, one that I felt had a rather good view. Looking out to the ocean, I gave a small smile before I opened my character information. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Kitsune Keeper. Health: 38/38. 2841/2841. Mana: 43/43. 970/970. Strength: 529. Ki: 8/8. 1026/1026. Stamina: 533. Intelligence: 624. Dexterity: 636. Wisdom: 857. Luck: 5. Charm: 523. Class: List: Alchemist 03. Archer 018. Architect 02. Archmage 05. Blacksmith 02. Carpenter 02. Chef 06. Druid 024. Farmer 08. Guard 07. Herbalist 04. Hunter 025. Leader 021. Leatherworker 04. Mage 121. Miner 07. Monk 118. Monster Tamer 022. Priest 012. Scout 028. Scholar 013. Shaman 012. Spirit Tamer 520. Warrior 129. Looking at the numbers in parenthesis, I felt so weak. Well, weak compared to my keeper level. My normal level of power was absolutely pitiful when compared with it. Even compared to the average level of the current world, my normal level was severely lacking. And that was something I needed to take care of. I resolved myself to train until my true level reached 15, and only then would I make my first journey to an inhabited area. The question was just, what class did I want to train? As for the answer, if you had seen the class list I originally made, there could only be one real answer. Unfortunately, the class I wanted was not discovered yet, or else this training would be much easier. However, I had a rough idea on how to unlock it. I just wasn't sure which method to use. Closing my eyes, I let my awareness slip into my body, finding those streams of energy. I had long since learned to identify the energies in my body, and that made it much easier to find them. First, the ki, the tranquil energy that flowed through me. Next, the warm blue light that I had identified as my mana. Each of these energies looked the same as the last time I had used them, maybe even a little weaker. However, behind them, as if hiding in the shadows, was a mighty ocean or a blazing sun. I identified those as my keeper reserves. For what I was doing, I would be drawing from those reserves. The energy I had available to me otherwise was simply too small. Focusing, I began pulling the warm flow of mana into my left hand, and the gentle ki into my right. From my understanding of the class while I was choosing the settings, both of these energies are required. Furthermore, they have to be merged in order to be properly applied. As such, I began moving my hands closer together, keeping my mind focused on those two energies. As my hands came closer together, I felt the ki and mana starting to repel each other. Furrowing my brow, I tried forcing them together. The results: -55. In a violent explosion of energy, I was tossed back nearly a dozen meters before I slid to a stop in the sand. Seeing the damage number floating above the spot I had previously stood, a cold sweat covered my back. If I didn't have my keeper reserves for health, that accident would have immediately killed me. Even now, I could feel the soreness from the blast. And, looking at my body, there were cuts and bruises all over to the point where it would be amazing if I didn't die. However, I didn't really feel as bad as I appeared. At most, I felt like I had taken a strong punch to the face. I decided that the difference between appearance and reality was likely a result of my keeper status and got up to try again. There was one main reason that I was not doing this in the safety of the admin room. Any advancements made there regarding classes would not carry over to when I descend. Otherwise, I'd probably have several levels in blacksmith by now. Nonetheless, I tried again. This time, I did not try to force the energies together, and instead simply brought my hands closer while letting them mutually repel each other. The moment my hands touched, I felt as the two energies exploded outwards, before being drawn together within my body. Ki represents the training of the physical body. Mana represents the training of the mind. These two energies, when brought together, can form something new. Something capable of things neither one can easily do alone. Ninja class unlocked. Charge chakra ability unlocked. You are the first person in history to discover the ninja class through the fusion of mana and ki. This is a remarkable event, earning you the Ninja of Origin achievement. With this achievement, you earn 10% more mana and ki. Scholar class unlocked. Fast reading ability unlocked. I grinned, looking down to the energy resting in my hands. This was chakra, the combination of mana and ki, the physical and mental aspects of training. I wasn't entirely sure the differences between this new energy and its component pieces yet, but I had a few days of training ahead of me to find out. Taking one last look at my character window before moving to train, I had to say that I was happy with what I saw. Chapter 22, The Power of Chakra. To start my training, I first activated my new charge chakra ability through the game system. Although I managed to perform the basic fusion of energies on my own, the system method would give me a better insight on how to do so more efficiently. And indeed, once I let the system take over, I found that my ki and mana were merging together along my skin. Rather than pushing them together physically to let them fuse, this ability directs them along the surface of the skin to meet at key points. The result is an almost gaseous blue energy radiating an inch out from my skin. Thankfully, I found that I could still control this new energy, similar to how I would control its individual components. The first main difference I noticed between chakra and both ki and mana was that I had no natural storage. Just like how there was no mention of chakra in my status window, I can't naturally store it in my body. The moment I tried, I felt it starting to break up into its component energies. Within 10 seconds, it had fully turned back into ki and mana. Now, although I could not store it internally, I was able to hold it externally as long as I focused on it. Once that focus was lost, it would begin spreading out into the air around me outside of my control. This made chakra a rather inconvenient energy to use for now, though I had yet to explore its applications. For this training I was about to do, I decided that it was important to understand both the applications of chakra and the differences it possesses with ki and mana. Since I already had chakra formed, I conducted my first test. Moving the energy to the soles of my feet, I wanted to see if it had the same property to enhance physical aspects that ki had. When I took a step after charging my foot with chakra, I felt the world around me blur for a brief instant. The next moment, I was roughly 10 meters away from my starting position without a single sound betraying the boost in speed. My eyes went wide at the implication of this movement ability exceeding my expectations. As a test, I repeated the action, this time using ki instead of chakra. After experiencing the power of the ki fist, I had no doubt that this would produce another movement ability. And sure enough, there was a small explosion beneath my foot when I stepped forward, and I felt my body rocketing through the air. -3. Unable to catch myself in time, I slid face first along the ground for nearly 20 meters. Thankfully, the damage was reduced drastically due to my keeper body. However, I had been able to gather some useful data from this. With chakra, I was able to perform a short-range flash step, carrying me 10 meters. I felt no sensation of instant acceleration or deceleration, almost as if it were a teleport power. When I applied the same amount of ki instead, what I got was an explosive charge, carrying me 15 meters before I lost my balance and slid another 20. This time, I was clearly able to feel the acceleration, and my face certainly felt the ground slowing me down. Groaning, I decided to repeat the test, this time with mana. 2 out of 3 granted tricks for movement techniques, so it was worth a shot. Closing my eyes, I guided the mana to the soles of my feet, and took a step forward. Upon opening my eyes, I found that I had moved forward exactly 1 step. So, I tried again and again until I noticed something strange. My foot felt heavy just before I took the step. Don't tell me. Ki enhances the physical aspects, mana defies physics. Looking around, I ran towards a nearby tree, maintaining the constant stream of mana to my feet. In order to test my theory, I lifted my foot up and placed it vertically along the trunk of the tree. Glad that nobody was around to see me make a fool of myself, I lifted my other foot off the ground, half expecting to land on my ass. One moment passed, and then another, and I did not crash into the ground like I had expected. I still felt the pull of gravity drawing me downwards, but my foot was firmly rooted in place. So, mana really does let you walk on walls. Wonder if it works for water. I turned to cast my eyes at the ocean, a mischievous glint shining in my eyes. Pushing off from the tree, I ran back towards the shore. At the last moment, I channeled ki into my feet to leap high into the air. Confident in my theory, I began channeling mana into my feet at the apex of my jump, preparing to land on the water. However, things don't always go the way we want. Rather than sticking to the water's surface like I had to the tree, I simply fell through the water, causing a large splash to erupt around me. Once I had reached the bottom, my feet became stuck to the ground, prevent me from rising up. Frustrated, I cancelled the mana going to my feet and allowed myself to swim back to the shore. No Jesus imagery today, I guess. I couldn't help but let out a sigh at that, before going back to my training. Though, as soon as I arrived back at the island, I found a series of messages waiting for me. Ninja has leveled up. Monk has leveled up. Well, 2 levels out of that experiment was still pretty good. Though, since I wanted to focus on ninja levels, I should probably stick to chakra training now. This test gave me the information I needed anyways. Like I had suspected, ki seems to amplify physical aspects such as impact, strength, and possibly defense. Mana defies nature, allowing magic to take place. Chakra, as a combination, has aspects of both. That flash step possesses the speed boost of ki, while also taking aspects of mana to make the movement instantaneous without any sensation of actually moving. With that knowledge, I was able to imagine some other abilities I should be capable of performing with chakra. Letting a small grin break out over my face, I stood up and got to work. My next ability that I wanted to test required a tool, so I picked a random rock from the ground. If I wanted to go back to the admin room, I could get some daggers that Terra made me craft while training, but this rock should do for now. A rock is also less likely to stab me if I mess up. Slowly, I followed the method I had learned to charge my hand with chakra. I watched as the blue mist appeared around my hand, and the rock contained within it. Focusing, I wrapped the chakra around that rock, leaving only a thin trace of it on my hand. Finally, I flipped my hand over and released the rock. I didn't just watch as the rock fell from my hand, I felt it. It was as if the rock had become an extension of myself, and the moment I willed it to stop, the chakra surrounding it seemed to tighten. The rock sat there, roughly 5 inches below my hand, suspended in midair by an almost invisible strand of blue mist. This was the second ability that I imagined to be possible after briefly studying chakra, the ability to control items with my chakra. For my next trick, I was going to do something far more advanced, and I was not even sure it would work. I had a theory, though. A theory that I would be able to use more than just pure mana to make chakra. A theory that I could use a half-completed spell for it, as well. Bringing my hands up in front of my face, I joined my thumbs and index fingers together to make a large circle. Next, I imagined a spell diagram in my mind, but only part of one. I focused on a single element, excluding the rest of the spell, and passed my mana through that image before joining it with the ki in my hands. The result of this was a hazy red mist, different from the blue chakra I had previously created. Knowing that I was on the right track, I took a deep breath and blew into that circle formed by my hands. A roar sounded out through the surroundings, belonging to no man or beast. A cone of flame shot out from in front of my mouth, scorching everything in front of me for 30 meters. This fire breath lasted for nearly 5 seconds, before I ran out of air in my lungs to support it. The moment I stopped blowing into the red chakra, the flames stopped spewing forth. I let my grin grow wider as I saw the effect this ability had. Though, that joy I felt faded when I saw the amount of energy that had been used. Out of roughly 1,000 mana and ki, that one attack had burned through well over half of each. Of course, that was only a temporary loss, because both bars were again quickly filled. Ninja has leveled up. Camouflage ability unlocked. An ability at level 3. My curiosity successfully piqued. I went ahead and activated the ability. Immediately, I felt the image of a shape forming in my mind, acting as a filter for the mana to pass through before it formed into chakra along my skin. However, after the chakra was formed, nothing seemed to happen. Unsure of what was going on, I looked down, seeing a hazy outline of my hand. Surprised, I cancelled the ability, watching as a yellow mist gradually dispersed from the air around me. At the same time, my hand became visible. Activating the ability again, I focused on the image that I saw formed in my mind. That is the light element, if I recall. So, light chakra around the body forms a basic stealth ability. Blowing into fire chakra creates a flame attack. My excitement for the possibilities of this class only continued to grow with each new ability. If I had to give this class a weakness, it would be that it is impossible to train by itself. In order to form chakra, you need both mana and ki. So, you need to train both as a mage and a monk before you can unlock the ninja class. For normal people, that severely limits the amount of levels they can gain in the class. Especially since the ninja class does not enhance any of the base attributes that amplify those two energies. Though, I soon thought of another weakness, and that was the inability to use multiple types of energy at the same time. I wasn't sure if this was a skill that could be trained, or a set limitation. However, it did not seem likely that I would be able to use multiple ninja abilities at the same time, such as the flash step and camouflage. Shaking my head, I dispelled those thoughts in order to focus on my training. There was still one more ability I wanted to test. This was the chakra counterpart to the ki fist. If the ki fist amplified the impact, I wanted to see what the chakra fist would do. In order to conduct this test, I moved back to the same tree I had previously stood on earlier for my foot test. Feeling excited for what I was about to do, I flexed my fingers while charging my hand with chakra. I knew that my physical abilities far exceeded what anyone else in the world right now should be capable of, aside from maybe the strongest monsters. If I went all out, punching through this tree should be entirely possible, even easy if I used the ki fist. However, what I wanted was to test a new ability. If there was nothing left of the tree when I was done, I could not accurately gauge its strength. So, I planned to hold back a little. Balling up my fist, I pulled it back, taking a basic stance with one palm out in front of me. When I threw my fist forward, I felt as if something changed in the chakra I was holding. And, when my fist landed against the tree, there was no crash of an impact, no pain from punching wood. On my end, it instead felt as if I had lightly tapped the tree with my fist, and the chakra had moved into the tree. I could still feel the existence of the chakra at the center of the tree, and even was able to move it around within the tree itself. However, I was not able to figure out what this ability was supposed to be until I had given up. At the moment I decided that this ability was only good for transferring chakra harmlessly, and loosened my hold over the energy in the tree. The thick wooden trunk exploded outwards from the very point that the chakra had been stored. -1. -1. -1. I felt tiny stings as splinters crashed against my body, staring dumbfoundedly at the tree. The area where the chakra had previously been held was no more, and the top of the tree crashed into the ground at the side, sending tremors throughout the ground. This was definitely on the same level as a ki fist, but with the added property of internal damage and a delayed response. Ninja has leveled up. Chapter 23, The Birth of Power. Wild shrieks rang through the woods, startling the group of 5 felon that had been hiding in the shelter of a hollow tree. This was a small family, one not lucky enough to have stumbled upon the many cities of the Beastkin yet. Among the family was a mother, father, 2 sons, and youngest being a small girl. When they heard the sounds of the wild beasts, they knew a disaster was coming. Until a few suns ago, they had been safe. The beasts of the land had not been strong enough to offer too much of a fight for them. At that time, they had been traveling with 10 members of their family. But ever since they had been permitted to gain more power, apparently the beasts had as well. The next day, they lost 2 of their eldest against a pack of giant wolves with spikes of glittering stone coming from their back. By now, these 5 people were all that were left of their family, and once again they heard the call of those ferocious wolves. There was no longer anyone left in the family that had reached the previous apex of power, even the 2 adults had barely made it halfway before the update. As such, they knew that this could very well be the end of their family. In a desperate attempt to survive, the 5 of them ran madly through the forest, jumping between trees and bushes, making sure none of their own fell behind. But the more they ran, the closer they heard the howls of the wolves, the cracking of branches as they were hunted. The father, Braxel gritted his teeth and jumped back away from the family. Go! He shouted to the rest of them, moving to place himself between the wolves and the only people he cared for in this world. His mate looked back with watery eyes, unwilling to let Braxel sacrifice himself. But she knew that she had to live on, to care for their 2 sons, and the daughter she carried in her arms. Closing her eyes tight, she turned to run, apologizing to her mate in her heart for having to leave him. Braxel, seeing that his family had obeyed him and left, smiled gently. This was the only way they could survive another day, the only way they could hope to escape the territory of these vicious beasts. As the strongest of them, it was his duty to protect them to his last breath, as his brother had done for them and their father before him. Gathering up his inner energy, Braxel wrapped it around his fists, waiting for the wolves to be visible. Although he was not as powerful as his elder brother or their father, he had learned the monk class from them. This was his greatest weapon in a fight, and he swore to himself that he would take at least one of those wolves down with him. Another series of howls rang through his ears, and he saw as a dozen large wolves jumped from behind a thick tree. These were the beasts he had prepared for. Each one had 3 glittering spikes of polished stone on their backs and cold, unfeeling eyes. The moment they saw him, they hesitated. These monsters, the ironback wolves, had met similar encounters during their hunts previously. Each time, they suffered losses, and so they were unwilling to divert their attention. Seeing that they had really stopped, Braxel gave a small grin. Come at me, then, he yelled, charging towards the nearest wolf. His foot slammed heavily into the ground, carrying him towards his target immediately. Bringing his fist forward, he smashed it into the head of the lead wolf. An explosion echoed from his punch, and the wolf fell off to the side. Braxel didn't know if he had killed the beast, or merely stunned it, but he did not have any time to think about it. 2 more of the wolves had charged at him in a fury, and he saw his death quickly approaching. While he might be able to take one on with a surprise attack, he could never have the strength to defeat 2 at once. Oh, seems I made it just in time. A familiar voice echoed through the trees. This was a voice Braxel had heard before, but he could not place its origin. He was about to call for the owner of the voice to run before he felt a sudden rush of wind behind him. If not for the fact that the person had bumped his tail, Braxel would not even be entirely sure that someone was there. The next moment, the 2 wolves that had attacked him were sent flying. There was no skill employed that he could see, only raw strength. This mysterious newcomer, a kitsune with golden hair, calmly stood in front of him, looking at Braxel without any regards for the beasts encircling them. You'll do, he said, a slight smile on his face. But first, let's take care of the cleanup. He cast his eyes around him, and Braxel felt a cold sweat forming on his back and invisible pressure sweeping over him. He watched as a blue mist seemed to pour out of this man's skin, before he again vanished into thin air. Braxel had no time to consider whether the man's presence had been an illusion or not, because he reappeared 9 times. Each time, it was as if he had taken just a single step, and with each step he placed his palm against one of the beasts before vanishing again. 9 steps, 9 wolves, and then he was again standing before Braxel, looking at him calmly while the wolves just stared with vacant eyes. Do you want power? He asked as the wolves surrounding them suddenly collapsed to the ground. This strength. Braxel had been prepared to sacrifice his life to buy his family just one more day to live, and yet this man had appeared to deal with the wolves in practically the time it takes to blink. Even without the man showing hostility to Braxel, he felt fear. Fear that originated from the very depths of his being, as if he was facing an opponent he could never hope to match. Why yes, he heard himself saying, before he could fully think about it, and then hastily spoke up. But my mate. My kits. Suddenly, Braxel snapped himself out of his stupor, turning in the direction that his family had run. Ah, they went that way, then. The felon felt a hand grab his shoulder, and then his surroundings began to warp and shift. He saw different trees appearing in front and beside him, and then immediately vanish. A few seconds later, he saw his family, his mate still frantically running while tears flowed down her face. Never before had he been so happy to see her, and he couldn't help but call out to her. Britta. Without even worrying about the powerful stranger, he leapt forward. Britta, having heard that, turned back and looked at him with wide, silver eyes. Naturally, she had no idea that the wolves had been defeated, and could only think that he had found a chance to escape back to them. Braxel. She cried out, tears still streaming from her eyes as she went into his embrace. She rubbed her head against his chin for a moment before coming to her senses. Hurry, we need to leave. They'll find us again soon. She turned to run again, grabbing Braxol's wrist with her free hand while the other carried their daughter. However, she found that he was not running with her. She tried to pull him, but found him unmoving. Braxol, what? It's okay, they're dead. They're all dead. She stared vacantly at him, neither one of them able to fully believe the words he had said. It was only at this time that she noticed the golden-haired kitsune standing behind Braxol. Who is he? She asked, defensively. She unconsciously hid herself behind Braxol's back, feeling a strange sensation of strength from the newcomer. It was hard to put it to words, like he had been blessed as the holder of some new power. However, her mate only smiled, patting her shoulder. He saved me. It was at this time that the man stepped forward, looking at them all. Braxol's two sons moved to stand protectively at either side of their mother. It was not uncommon for people of other families to try to force themselves on women they encountered in the wild, and some had attempted to do the same to Britta, before they lost the protection of their larger family. I offered him power. And I make that same offer now. Do you all want power? His golden eyes looked as if they could see right through them, penetrating to the depths of their soul. Do you want the power to never fear these monsters? The felon couldn't help but tense at his words, having been told that this man indeed had the power to kill what their entire family could not. However, he continued speaking. If you accept, I will teach you a new class. One that nobody else in this land has seen before. Britta wasn't sure why, but she found herself lowering to her knees, her head bowed in submission. To either side of her, her two sons were performing the same movement. Only Braxol seemed to resist this unconscious desire to submit to the stranger. Looking back at his family, Braxol turned his gaze towards the golden-haired stranger. We accept. When the two words left his mouth, they felt a greater pressure rise up from this man than before, and their bodies began to tremble. His mouth curved into an almost vicious-looking smile, his sharp canines poking out between his lips. Good. Let's get started, then. For the rest of the day, this stranger, Dale, he called himself, instructed the felon family on the use of internal energy to teach them the monk class. He called this energy key, and said that they needed to remember that. Once they all had that class, he taught them another. Again, this was a class they had witnessed before, the mage class. At first, they were concerned if he was really going to teach them something new, but too afraid to speak up against him. All they could do was silently lower their heads and accept the ideas he gave them. First, to not rely on the system to complete their spells and abilities, and to strive to do so themselves. Dale told them that this was of utmost importance, otherwise they would never raise in strength. It was only 3 days later, after he had made sure they each knew how to perform as both a mage and a monk, before he taught them the promised new class. And it was at this time that they understood why they had been taught as they had. They watched as he gathered ki in one hand and mana in the other, then brought the two together to form a strange blue mist. Dale called this new energy chakra, and said that it was the basis for the new class he was teaching them. Having been trained specifically for this, it did not take the family of Felon very long to grasp this new power. Although one of the sons had a backlash from trying to force the energies together, Dale simply vanished for a brief period, returning with some green slime that he rubbed on the boy's wounds. The family members watched as the red bar which signified his life, the bar that had almost been emptied in that explosion, slowly refilled itself. By the end of the 4th day, all 4 of the family members had earned the ninja class. During this time, they had met with no hardship. Anytime a monster approached, Dale would swiftly dispatch it with a single palm strike. But now, he was telling them that it was his time to go. 4 days ago, they might wish for nothing more than this monster of a man to leave their family alone, but now they were afraid of what would happen if he did. He could only reassure them that they would be fine, as long as they followed his teachings. They had also been instructed to gather other families to share this knowledge with, to ensure that it is passed down. Dale seemed almost pleased with himself as he gave them one last look, before vanishing from their sight a final time. Phew, finally done with that. I sighed in relief reviewing the messages that had appeared before I left. These 4 days of training were, well, I guess I would say stressful. I had to be awake at all hours of the day, in order to make sure that no monsters or wild beasts had attacked. Thankfully, this family caught on pretty quick, and I was able to make it in time. Alarm notification. Keeper meeting in 1 hour. Leader class unlocked. Inspiring voice ability unlocked. Congratulations. You have earned a personal achievement. For establishing the foundation for a ninja clan in your world, you have earned the Ninja Way achievement. Plus 15 points. For performing your first act of descended service to your world, you have earned the Good Samaritan achievement. Plus 20 points. You have performed a service to your world, saving a family from certain death and granting them the power to start a strong organization in the wilderness. Plus 1 charm, plus 1 wisdom. Trainer's talent acquired. Chapter 24, New Meetings. Tara and Oravi were waiting for me back in the admin room when I arrived. Well, Tara was waiting for me while having a flailing Oravi in her arms. Put me down. She cried out pitifully as she struggled, though Tara only grinned broadly and held her even closer. Seeing that I had arrived, she turned her attention to me with that same smile. So, how'd it go? Pretty good, I think. I got a reward for setting them up like that, and the bomb worked perfectly. When I saw that Alchemist was in my list of classes that the world had already unlocked, I had decided to get a quick lesson from Tara on how to unlock it. She was only too happy to teach me how to create a healing bomb that could potentially save my life. Although it only healed a maximum of 50 health, that was still enough to completely save anyone in the current world. I had also learned during my training that the distance for Blink Step, the actual name of the ability I learned at 5th level, was dependent on the amount of chakra used for it. I could only hope that those felon I left the ninja class with would be able to figure out some of its secrets. However, Tara seemed to be interested in something else that I said. Closing her eyes, she made a brief sound of exclamation. Oh, nice. You got the trainer's talent? That should come in handy in the future for you. Explanation please? I asked, doing my best not to mind the pleading expression of Oravi, who was reaching her arms out as if begging me to save her. It's a basic keeper reward. Anytime you try to train someone from now on, your words will carry extra weight to your students, to help them absorb the knowledge more easily. Most keepers get it after training a few people in their world. Tara explained, moving over to sit down on the bed, placing the halfling goddess in her lap. I see. I don't suppose you could help guide me towards other good buffs? I asked with a knowing smile. Tara just giggled lightly, shaking her head. Sorry, rules are rules. There should be a few listed on the forums, or you can ask the keepers in the meeting for advice. I nodded, having already known that she wouldn't be able to help me with that. Alright, I guess I should get ready. I should pause my world, though, before I go. Not wanting to come back to any unexpected disasters, I walked over to the computer, quickly finding the button to pause the world at its current time. Then, looking back, I asked Tara, you going to be coming with me? Again, she shook her head. I'll stay here and play with little Rivy for a while. She grinned mischievously at me, before continuing. Give you a chance to meet some people when I'm not looking over your shoulder. Just be careful not to get distracted. With a sigh, I could only nod my head in response. Really, this was the first time that I would be without Tara since I started this whole keeper business. I mean, even when I descend to the world, she's only a prayer away. Just to confirm, these meetings are completely safe, right? Tara nodded, smiling gently to me. They're safe, Dale. From what I know, they are always held in the admin room of the host keeper, where no harm can come to any of the participants. Even if you duel someone for one of the games, there will not be any real damage. That reassured me, a little at least. Walking over to the wardrobe, I opened it to look for something nice to wear. Inside, I found a black tuxedo with a white undershirt and matching black pants. To be more accurate, those were currently the only things in the wardrobe. In front of it were well-polished black dress shoes. Seemed like Tara had already picked out my outfit for the occasion. While I was getting dressed, I heard Oravi let out a light gasp and turned to see her cover her eyes. I chuckled lightly, earning another giggle from Tara as I finished changing into the outfit she had chosen for me. Try not to break her while I'm gone, I said as I moved over to the computer, sending the message to Alcahest that I was ready for the meeting. No promises. Tara called out at the same time that I received a message from the system. Durandra has invited you to her administration room with guest privileges. Do you wish to accept? Y/N. Figuring that this must be the host for the meeting, I quickly accepted the invitation, closing my eyes and waiting for some terrible mode of transition. However, nothing happened. 10 seconds later, I opened my eyes, looking around to make sure that no magical door had silently appeared for me to step through. Well, that's not rhyme minus. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole opened up on the floor beneath my feet, and I let out a somewhat girlish scream as I fell into it. I felt the wind rushing against my face, my nice suit fluttering in the wind. And I just kept falling through the black abyss. And falling. And falling. I lost track of just how long it had been, but eventually, I saw a speck of light below me. Thankfully, by that time I had regained control over my vocal cords, and I was no longer screaming my lungs out. Though, the sight of ground rapidly approaching did not inspire me with much confidence. Raising my arms protectively to shield my head, I found myself suddenly stopping in mid-air, just above that circle of light. Beneath me, I could hear several indistinct voices chatting casually. I hovered there for just a brief moment, before dropping through the circle and landing on a rough wooden floor with a gasp being forced out of my mouth. A few of the people around me looked with pitying gazes, while others chuckled playfully. It seemed like most of them knew all about this travel method I had been subjected to, and some even found entertainment in watching. However, I quickly saw a familiar face walking towards me. Elka Hest, no. Grimmer was walking towards me, in a scaled-down version of his normal three-eyed, two-horned body. Ah, glad to see that you made it on time. Was worried when you didn't show up right away, but I guess it made sense if you got that one. He laughed loudly, shaking his head. Anyways, welcome to your first keeper gathering. We'll be starting the formal event in a few moments, since it seems like everyone has arrived now. Really? I had tried to get here early. I thought to myself, looking down at my disheveled suit. Well, is there somewhere I should go for this? I asked as I looked around. The administration room I had been brought to this time was truly massive. I could not see any of the walls beyond the horizon, and the ceiling was a full 30 meters above us. Decorating it was a mix of red and gold artwork depicting various mythical creatures, some of which were present in the room. For the keepers themselves, almost half of the ones I saw appeared to be human, while the others were a variety of other races. Some had 2 arms, or 3 arms, or even 10 arms, while others had a horse body, a spider body, or snake body. There was even one keeper I could see that looked like a dragon. Did he eat the previous keeper to get the job? I mused inwardly, before noticing that Grimmer was shaking his head. No, just stand wherever. We can't exactly make seating arrangements for such varied body types, can we? He asked with a bitter smile, before another voice reverberated through the crowd. Attention, everyone. The 271st Semi-Annual Keeper Meeting, hosted by the Gilded Branch Guild. For those of you unfamiliar with these meetings, I am Seraphine, owner of the title Duranter. I will be your host for the day. Craning my neck, I managed to make out an absolute angel of a woman standing on a high altar, so that she could see and be seen by everyone. No, really, she was an angel. Complete with the white wings, a radiant aura, and a glowing halo above her head. Now, as the first order of business, I would like to extend greetings to the new keepers among us, those who have been discovered since the last meeting. She waved her hand, and 6 pillars of light descended from the ceiling, landing on 6 individuals. Naturally, one of these was myself. With the lights shining on them, pillars also rose beneath their feet, ensuring that all of the keepers present were able to identify the new people. Taking the chance, I decided to look at the other new keepers as well. They really were quite varied in appearance. First of all, the dragon that I had noticed earlier was on the pillar closest to myself. He assumed a proud stance, lifting his head into the air. His scales were a deep red, his wings nearly touching the ceiling after being raised on the pillar. The next 2 closest to me appeared human, though on a second glance one was actually an elf. They were a man and a woman. The man, a black male dressed in a long red robe. And the woman, an elven beauty with red hair going down to the small of her back. She wore a loose-fitting toga with golden decorations, and a crown of leaves on her head. Next, there was what appeared to be a centaur. With the body of a horse covered in black fur, turning into the body of a man wearing a white shirt. It was easy to see his muscles through the shirt, even at this distance, and he waved sheepishly to the crowd. Finally, at a distance I could barely make out, there was another woman. Though this one, I'd rather not get to know too well. It's not that she looked mean or anything. Quite the contrary, she was happily waving at the crowd as if she was excited to be here. But she was an arachne, a woman with the body of a giant spider. Her lower, spider body was as big as a horse, pitch black with red markings. Meanwhile, her upper body was wearing a brown dress that clung tightly to the curves of her chest. Giving everyone plenty of time to see the new keepers, Seraphine again called out. These 6 have joined our community, and have shown no ill will towards us. As such, I ask that everyone be courteous towards them. Anyone found breaking the rules of this gathering will be punished to the full extent of the laws set forth by the Gilded Branch. These rules are simple. Do not try to extort points from other keepers. Do not try to bully others, or force yourselves on the companions brought by fellow keepers. When it comes time for the games, do not cheat using whatever extraordinary powers you may possess, because we will be watching. If you feel that you have an unfair advantage in a particular game, due to an ability you can't disable, it is suggested that you find a different game. And finally, a small smile broke onto Seraphine's face before she finished. Do try to enjoy yourselves, everyone. After she said that, she allowed the pillars and light to recede, lowering the new keepers to the ground. However, of the veterans, none made a move yet, still watching Seraphine. At this time, I would like to call Grimmer to the stand to deliver his regular report. Looking to my side, I saw as Grimmer nodded, before using a single jump to cover the distance between us and Seraphine, cleanly landing on her platform. Turning around, he gave a polite bow to the woman that was presumably the leader of his guild, before he faced the crowd. Recently, there have been several keepers lost to us. Some were removed by the Dread Eye, others by the Virtuous Virtual, and still more by independent keepers. These men and women are no longer with us, and their worlds have been returned to the system. At that point, Grimmer began listing off keeper titles, none of which I had previously heard of. However, there was one that caught my attention. Not because it was familiar to me, but because it caused the dragon to abruptly raise its head in shock. Most likely, it had been the keeper that he replaced which had just been mentioned. After listing roughly 30 names, Grimmer finally finished. In honor of those that have fallen, we carry on. To beat the system and find the true keeper. He raised his hand as he said that last part, causing many of the veterans to mimic his motion and shout out in unison. For the true keeper. The hell is the true keeper? I asked myself, confused. I guess that would be added to the questions I would ask once the official part of this meeting was over. Chapter 25, Keepers Everywhere. After Grimmer jumped down from the stand, Seraphine once again stood on it to call another keeper up. This one was a blue-skinned man with a very thin body. He was dressed in a simple green suit, and his large, black eyes scanned the crowd as he spoke. I have compiled results from the testing of several systems submitted over this period, and will now share these results. The man spoke monotonously, reviewing several systems that had apparently been submitted since the last meeting took place. To my surprise, the world host was among the ones he reviewed, albeit near the end of his speech. Still, the advertisement of the world host here would likely cause more people to buy it. According to him, it was a good alternative for long-term plans, with minimal risks. Though admittedly, he had not had the time to properly study the system, since it had been released so close to the meeting time. Out of the other systems he listed, there were not many that caught my attention. Many of them were for advanced technological worlds, so there was not much use for me to look into them just yet. Others were for profound arts worlds, which seemed to be his name for your standard cultivation setting. I wasn't sure if I would ever make one of those worlds, since it seemed like it would take too long to get anything done. After he stepped down, Seraphine again took the stand. With that, you are all dismissed to commune amongst yourselves. The games for this evening will be starting in 10 standard minutes. Saying so, she lowered her stand down to the ground, and was lost in the crowd of keepers. All of a sudden, the keepers began moving, some finding neighbors to chat with, while others walked off into the distance. Thankfully, Grimmer made his way back towards me. So, what do you think? He asked with a smile. Questions. So many questions. I said, shaking my head. Getting the nod to continue, I asked the most pressing one. What is the true keeper you talked about, and why didn't you mention it when we met before? Hearing my question, Grimmer chuckled slightly. It's really nothing more than a legend. One I am not too fond of personally. Many keepers are under the impression that the reason there are 9,999 users registered in the keeper forums rather than an even 10,000 is because one keeper is the admin for the forums. That keeper could be said to be the game master for the entire keeper system, thus earning him the title of the true keeper. However, I have a different theory. Maybe the number is just a coincidence. Maybe the system did not use a base 10 system of math like most worlds when it was first conceived. Maybe it used a base 9 system instead. Or, maybe it actually originally measured in a base 9999 system of math. To me, there has never been evidence of the true keeper's existence outside of that number. Going that far, Grimmer gave a bitter grin. As an experiment, I made a world where there was only one sentient race, but that race only had 4 fingers on each hand and 4 toes on each foot. What they developed was a base 8 numbering system. So, I did not mention the true keeper because I do not believe in it. I could only nod at his explanation. Really, I didn't blame him, but I still wanted to know more. Then, why are so many other keepers sure about it? And what do they hope to achieve by finding the true keeper? They just need something to believe in, I think. He explained with a solemn face. Most of them came from worlds with some kind of religion, and they still cling to the idea of a higher power than themselves. To them, the true keeper fills that role. As for what they want to achieve, answers maybe? Why are we here? Why do we have to fight each other, and why do we have to live on after everything we know and love is erased? I couldn't say anything for several long moments, unable to wrap my head around those thoughts. To me, the loss of the earth did not mean much, because I did not have anyone I really cared for. Rather, it would mean more to me if I lost what I had now, because I actually have people close to me. Right now, my life has meaning where it didn't before. Any other questions? Grimmer asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. What is a standard minute? I figured it would probably be similar to the amount of time for a normal minute, but if movies have taught me anything, a standard week could be as short as an hour. Oh. Well, I guess you haven't been introduced to the standard time used by the system. Really, it's more of a convention the keepers implemented to keep track of time that got approved by the system. Basically, 100 seconds in a minute, 100 minutes in an hour, and 10 hours make a day. I am really glad I asked that. Doing some math in my head, it seemed like it would take about 15 or 16 minutes for that 10 minutes to pass. And how many standard days are in a year? 500. He answered without needing to give it a moment of thought. My head hurt trying to work out that math. So, one standard year was nearly double the Earth years that I was used to. And how often are these meetings held? I needed to get some kind of calendar set up. Maybe there was a cheap one in the system that could be of help. Every month, or 100 days. Though, the first meeting of every year is the official one set forth by the system itself. The other 4 are all handled by the guild. And this was the 271st. So, you guys have been doing this for almost 70 standard years. Grimmer nodded at that, smiling slightly. Little longer, actually. At first, we only held the meetings once a year, but the demand for them grew over time. Before that, the only chance keepers had to interact with each other on a scale like this was the yearly meeting. Some of us like to socialize with others in the same situation, so these events are a welcome relief. Saying that much, he looked around me as if noticing something for the first time. Did you not bring your companion with you? I had expected to see both of you here today. I shook my head. No, she wanted to stay at the admin room today to play with one of the gods. Ah, I see. Well, no harm in that. He laughed, tilting his head back. No matter what personality settings the system assigns the companions, there has never been a case of a companion being hostile towards their keeper. At most, frustration, even if the companion themselves think it would be better if the keeper died. Yours seemed to like you quite a bit, though. I felt the corners of my lips turn up in a small smile. She's pretty cool, yeah. Anyways, should probably get to know some of the other keepers here, huh? I looked off to the side and there were actually a few different keepers watching us, though there wasn't the expected hostility in their expressions. Rather, they just seemed to be waiting for their turn to introduce themselves. Grimmer only grinned in response, turning and walking off. As if that was the signal, 5 keepers rushed over to me. Of them, 4 were human and 1 was a bird man, whose entire body was covered in feathers. Hey! One of the human keepers, a man with blonde hair, spoke first. You're one of the new guys, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Daller. He extended his hand in greeting, and I shook it. Seeing that the greeting was accepted, he gave a relieved sigh. These are Sarah, Talon, Mapan, and Jer. He pointed to the other 4 as he introduced them. Surprisingly, the bird man was the one introduced as Jer, rather than Talon, who was a young woman. We're a small guild, and we're hoping to have a few words with you. Again, it was Daller that spoke. Either because he was the leader, or just the one with the biggest mouth. Alright. But I'm not really looking to join a guild at the moment. I was still too new to this whole thing to even know what the benefits for being in a keeper guild was. That's fine. This time, it was Sarah, a brunette woman who barely came up to my shoulders, that spoke. It's enough just to get to know the new people and help them get to know us. Our guild is a small group of friends, really. We're not looking to meet the true keeper, or defeat the Dread Eye, or anything like that. We just want to have a group of people we can talk to when we need to and keep in touch when we need advice. Okay, so maybe Daller didn't have the biggest mouth. I see. I'll keep that in mind. I looked to the 5 of them and thought of something. Any advice you can give to a new keeper, then? They looked at each other, trying to figure out what to say, but it was Sarah that spoke again. Do only those 2 ever speak in front of strangers? Diversity and participation. Those are 2 really important points, I think. When you participate in your world, you are helping to steer it on the right path and earning some nice rewards along the way. And if the residents of your world are diverse, they will be inspired to create more as a culture. Talon suddenly started talking, nodding her head as she did. I have 3 races on my world. Arachne, humans and Avians. Although it took a while for them to get along, because of their differences, once they did their culture really boomed. Puffing out her cheeks at the interruption, Sarah hastily continued. Culture is really important for keepers. An advanced culture means that your residents might come up with ideas for things you never thought of. You can then turn those ideas into systems or items to sell on the keeper market. I've heard that some of the advanced keepers have worlds dedicated purely to raising culture so that they can harvest those ideas for systems. Okay, so culture good. Though, looking at the races on my world, there really wasn't that much diversity. They all looked pretty human, but with different traits. For instance, halflings were midget humans, the beastkin looked like humans with animal traits. Maybe my last race should be something that isn't a standard humanoid? Closest to that I have right now is the diva, and that is purely because of their wings. Oh, one other thing. Sarah said, her face breaking into a grin. If you like crafting, try to make whatever you can without the system's help. Most of the things easily crafted are already on the market, but having a secret or 2 is sure to help. Well, I already figured that out recently, but thanks. I thanked them for their help and got their keeper titles to exchange contact information. It would be good to have another source of information than just Grimmer, just in case. After I broke off from them, I walked into the crowd. There were still people introducing themselves to me, but nobody actually tried to hold a conversation. It was more on the level of just greeting the new guy. I saw one keeper that seemed to be trembling, looking left and right with nervous eyes. The other keepers seemed like they were avoiding him, giving a wide berth as they walked around. Curious, I was about to approach him when Seraphine's voice rang through the room. The evening's games will be starting soon. Any keeper wishing to participate, please proceed to the designated area. Not knowing where the designated area was, I saw golden arrows forming on the ceiling, pointing all in one direction. Well, might as well. I gave one last look to the nervous keeper, before making my way to the game area. Chapter 26, Let the Games Begin. Following the flow of traffic and the arrows painted into the ceiling to guide us, I made my way towards the game area. The journey felt like it took nearly an hour before I finally saw the nearest walls. When I arrived, I found a hall filled with doors, each door bearing its own label. One was gambling room, another was race field, and others were things like talent show. As I walked down the hallway, I saw keepers casually entering through each of the doors. Through each door, there appeared to be a large room, something that should not have been possible, given that the doors were placed immediately next to each other. Keeper logic. Looking back at the entrance to the hall, there were 5 people that seemed hesitant to enter. Naturally, these were the other 5 new keepers who didn't seem to know which door to go through. Slowly, 4 of them began walking forward, taking a peek into the various doors in the same manner that I had. However, there was one that was completely incapable of taking a step forward, the dragon with the title of Jugularnal. The dragon looked through the hall, its eyes half closed and wings drooping. Its body was simply too large to fit through the hallway. I saw Seraphine approach from the side, attracting the dragon's attention. Due to the clamor of the crowd, I could not make out the conversation they were having. However, he did not seem pleased with the ideas. After turning his head up and pretending to ignore the angel woman, Seraphine crossed her arms and spoke in what must have been a harsh tone. Something that she said must have worked, because he slowly looked back to her, before nodding. A few moments later, and his body began to shrink down. Once it was done, he looked like an 8-foot-tall, scaled humanoid. Although he still had his wings, he was at least able to enter the hallway. By this time, the other 4 new people had gotten halfway down the hall around the same spot I was at. The centaur barely took a look around before entering through the door marked race field. The elf likewise went straight for the talent show door. The human walked a bit further down, before entering through the door marked treasure hunt. Finally, the arachne and myself, having no idea which doors were best. She seemed to notice me standing a few feet away from herself, and waved happily. "Hi, there. You're one of the new keepers too, right?" she asked with a smile, her 8 legs practically shaking in excitement. "Yeah, that's right," I said hesitantly. I know that there was no danger here, and that this woman actually seemed really friendly. Still, spider body, not exactly a widely accepted beauty aspect where I grew up. More likely to find spiders the subject of a horror movie. "Nice to meet you." She nodded her head quickly. "I'm Kathy." She introduced herself, leaning down and extending a hand in greeting. I hadn't been able to accurately get a sense of her height before, but she really was tall. Nearly 9 feet from the top of her head to her spider legs. After shaking my hand, she stood back up and looked at the nearby doors. "Guess you're not too sure about where to go either, huh?" "Pretty much." I looked a bit deeper into the hall and found one door that was labeled simulation. Seeing that, I began walking towards it out of curiosity. There was a very distinct clicking along the floor behind me, letting me know that Kathy was heading in the same direction. Glancing back, I saw her smile and wave as she continued following behind me, and soon we both entered the simulation room. This room seemed almost as vast as the original lobby we met in, with me just barely being able to see the far wall from my present position. Scattered around the room were 20 wide platforms, each with 2 stands, one on either side. I saw 2 people take positions at one of the platforms, and after exchanging a few words, they activated the game. The moment their game activated, the stone floor of the platform seemed to shift, a translucent blue sky appearing in a dome above it. The platform itself seemed to shift like sand, forming mountains and ditches, which then began to fill with water to form rivers. Looking closely, I could see tiny figures begin to appear one by one on the platform. At the far wall, a figure stood on a lone pillar. His form seemed barely discernible, but definitely appeared humanoid. As he spoke, his voice echoed throughout the room, easily heard by everyone. "Today's first simulation tournament will begin in 1 hour. Anyone that wants to participate may take this time to practice and familiarize themselves with the rules. For those unfamiliar, each arena has a copy of the rules for viewing." "Ooh," I heard Kathy say from behind me, then suddenly felt one of my arms grabbed. "Come on, let's go play," she said as she practically dragged me to the nearest unoccupied platform. Not that it was hard for her, she was surprisingly strong. Though, I wasn't really resisting that much. Honestly, I was curious about this game as well. When we arrived at the platform, she quickly scurried over to one end while I stood at the other. Once we were both in position, a window appeared in front of me. Judging by the gasp of surprise from Kathy, the same thing had happened for her. "You have chosen to play the Keeper Sim. Do you wish for an explanation of the rules before you begin?" Almost simultaneously, Kathy and I both said yes. Looking at each other, there was an awkward silence before she giggled playfully, looking back down to her own window. Keeper Sim is a game designed and implemented by the Gilded Branch in which keepers can test their ability to command a world against one another. Each game takes place in a size 2 world, totally 600,000 square kilometer. Each player may select from one of the available races to play as, and start a kingdom based on that race. Each character in the game is a soul from hell, who volunteers to participate in the game to earn credit towards freedom into the cycle of reincarnation. Credit is earned based on contribution, so they are always on their best behavior. There are multiple game modes for Keeper Sim: Battle, Culture, Tech Race, and Exploration. In Battle mode, the objective is to build up your forces and wipe out the opponent's base. In order to purchase units, you must harvest gems from near your base. Gems may also be spent to purchase buildings which your units can quickly construct, and upgrades for your technology. To harvest gems, you must assign units to the task. Each player starts with a set number of basic units, depending on their race. In Culture mode, the objective is to create a powerful civilization. In this mode, the 2 players are placed on opposite ends of the world and must establish a strong culture. Points are awarded based on citizen happiness. While in culture mode, time within the game is permanently set to 27 million times normal. Every minute of real time, a report will come and giving details of the progress made since the last report. The culture mode game lasts for 30 minutes and keepers can slow down their civilization's time in order to send messages to key figures in order to direct advancement. In tech race mode, a randomly assigned piece of technology is the goal. The winner is whoever is the first to create that piece of technology within their civilization. As with culture mode, the two civilizations are divided during this time, and time within the world is 54 million times normal. However, players may not choose to slow time. Instead, they are given tech trees to purchase from. Purchases are made with science points, a currency generated every time a player's civilization gains a new understanding of a piece of technology. By purchasing options in the tech tree, players can slowly make their way towards the desired technology. However, some technologies have multiple prerequisites, and players are not able to see what advancements lie beyond their current options. Finally, in exploration mode, the goal is to be the first to map the entire world. This mode is most similar to battle mode, where gems are used to purchase units and upgrades. Units may also engage in battle upon meeting each other in this mode, but the winner will be whichever player gets 100% map completion. After finishing my review of the rules, I looked over and saw that Kathy was still furrowing her brows as she went through them. A few moments later, she gave a content nod, looking up at me with a smile. "Which mode do you want to play?" "This is my first time playing any games like this, so I'll let you choose." Honestly, culture and tech race seemed the most interesting to me. However, given that my own experience as a keeper was lacking, I probably would not know where to start to get whatever technology ended up assigned to us. Likewise, with culture mode, I'm still not really that good at directing civilizations yet. And, since exploration mode functioned like battle mode anyways, there was really only one choice. Let's go with battle mode for this game. Kathy nodded rapidly when she heard that, instantly agreeing. Immediately, the platform between us began to change. A blue sky appeared in a dome above it, complete with clouds. Mountains and rivers began molding themselves into place, and soon we were given another window. Please select your race from the listings below. Following that was a truly massive list of races. I had to guess that there were around 100 in total, ranging from everything between demons, beasts, humans, elves, and many different monster races. For this test, I decided to go with the centaur race. Their mobility should be able to give them an advantage, and each one is practically a mounted unit. On the platform in front of me, a screen appeared. In it, I saw a large wooden hut in the center of a grassy plain. Behind the hut were 5 pillars of blue gems, and surrounding it were 3 people. Each one of them had the lower body of a horse, and the upper body of a human. Of the 3, 2 were male and 1 was a woman, though none of them were clothes. As they appeared, one of the men looked towards the sky, speaking out in a voice that I was sure Kathy didn't hear. "How may we serve, Supreme One?" I had no idea how to direct the units, so I tried to play it like I would any similar game in my previous life. Using my fingers, I drew a circle around the 3 units, after which they lit up with a yellow aura. Guess that means they are selected. I then poked the area on the screen where the crystals were, and the 3 centaurs immediately turned and ran for them. Although they were not armed with tools, that did not seem to stop them. Merely placing their hands on the pillars of gems was enough that they were able to draw out a small stone. Once each one had taken a stone, they ran it back to the hut, and I saw a number appear above the building. +3. After depositing the gems, they ran back and repeated the cycle. Each time, the centaurs deposited 1 gem each. Once I had 10 gems saved up, I took a look at the available units and buildings that I could purchase. The most basic laborer unit cost 5 gems each, and seemed to be a requirement for any of the later units. In order to speed up production, I immediately bought 2 laborers, and watched as my income started increasing. Roughly a minute later, I bought a cartography hut, which required a full 20 gems to purchase. However, doing so would allow me to train scouts that could map the terrain. After my purchase, wood and stone suddenly appeared on the ground. The 5 centaurs looked at the sight, and then up into the sky as if waiting, as they continued running back and forth between the central hut and the gem pillars. Having an idea of what I was supposed to do, I selected 2 of the male centaurs, and had them move to the construction site. Once there, the stones and wooden boards began flying into the air, performing the construction automatically. Did I simply need to assign units to trigger the construction? 10 seconds later, and the hut was complete. I chose to put one of the laborers that had built the new building into it, upgrading that unit to a scout. The other one was sent back to work collecting gems. With my one scout, I now needed to figure out how to make him explore. I couldn't manually direct him the entire time. Of course, there weren't any obvious buttons I could choose from. Instead, I decided that the option must be there, so I went with the only thing I could think of. Poking the scout on the screen with one finger, his body began glowing with the aura of a selected unit. Explore. I spoke simply, and the centaur nodded, running off and out of my screen. I really hope I can find him later, or that there is some way for me to know when he finds something. I thought to myself, before continuing my base expansion. Given the size of the map, it should still be quite a while before Kathy's units find my base, but I couldn't bet on that. Seeing that I had another 23 gems waiting, I immediately bought 4 more laborers. Not counting the one I sent out to scout, this gave me 8 people farming gems. Though, I soon found that only one centaur could harvest from a pillar at a time. This left the remaining 3 to harvest while the first batch were running back and forth to deposit them. Once I had enough, I purchased 2 final laborers to make a constant cycle of harvesting gems and maximize my profits. From here, I should be able to slowly purchase what I need. For instance, the next thing I bought was an archery range, which would let me train my centaurs into archers. Following this pattern, I soon had a dozen archers ready, and a knight academy in progress that would let me train melee units. However, at the same time, the platform in between myself and Kathy gave a drastic shift. From the landscape of mountains and rivers, it suddenly shifted to a wide grassy field. In that field was the centaur I had sent out to scout, but he was not alone. Charging at him from above were 2 winged humanoids. If I remembered their listing right, they were known as harpies. Their wings were a part of their arms, ending in 3-fingered hands with sharp talons. On their feet were similar talons, proving to be deadly natural weapons. As they swooped down on the lone centaur, he let out a pitiful cry, the talons tearing through his body. Once dead, his body seemed to evaporate into mist, and the scene once again became that of mountains and rivers. "Ooh," Kathy said from across the platform, then grinned sheepishly at me. "I just picked the scariest looking thing on the list. Don't worry, there's still more to go yet," she called out as if trying to cheer me up. Shaking my head with a bitter smile, I looked back to my screen. At least now I knew that we weren't too far apart. And I was right in training archers first, as they were the best counters for her airborne race. Selecting the main hut, I looked at the technology upgrade option. In its description, it would allow me to advance the level of technology my units were equipped with. Such things as changing bows into crossbows, or creating computers. I chose the first upgrade, which let me advance my people into the Metal Age. As I did so, clothes began to appear on my people. For the men, they would get leather tunics, while the women received dresses that went down to the bottom of their human body. Now, in the archery range, there was the option to upgrade my bows to using iron arrowheads. Naturally, I chose that, since they would deal much more damage than normal arrows. At the same time, looking closely, I saw that the bows in the hands of the centaurs seemed to shift slightly, becoming more durable and larger. I could have upgraded to crossbows, but I felt that normal bows fit centaurs better for now. Back at the central hut, I chose to buy another upgrade, this one for my laborers. It was an obvious upgrade, and one that was sorely needed. After buying it with the last of my gems, pickaxes suddenly appeared in the hands of my laborers. Now, they were able to each mine 2 gems at a time, doubling my income. For every 15 points I got, I bought 1 more centaur and upgraded them to become an archer, then worked on having my archers create an encirclement around my base. Each of those options cost me 5 points, leaving me 1/3 of my income to save for new buildings and upgrades. Once I got to 50 points, I again upgraded my technology, this time to the Industry Age. This caused the most drastic shift yet for my buildings. The original wooden and stone buildings seemed to shift and contort, turning more steady, made primarily of stone with a touch of metal. There were even glass windows along the walls. And, at this point, I received a very welcome option. Instead of laborers, I had the option to buy citizens or mining units. Unlike the laborers, these mining units were specialized engines that would automatically mine gems. I only needed 1 citizen promoted to an engineer assigned to all 5 units. The one I chose to promote was that first female centaur that had been there since the beginning. When I chose to promote her, a blue work suit appeared on her body, replacing the previous dress. After buying the 5 mining units, I now had a steady stream of income. More importantly, I could upgrade my archery range into a firing range. Doing so would promote all of my archers to musketeers. Though, at the time, I still did not have the gems for it. Just before I had the points to afford that upgrade, the platform ahead of me shifted. This time, it created a perfect depiction of my base. "Found you," Kathy said confidently as the same two harpies as before descended from the skies in an automated attack pattern. "Wait, no, turn back," she called out, flustered. However, it was too late. The archers guarding the base had already taken aim and shot into the sky. Although one harpy had been able to turn back in time, the other was shot through the chest and began falling to the ground. Before he landed, his body turned into gray mist. Kathy looked down at her screen, pressing against it with one finger and saying something. Although I saw her lips moving, no sound seemed to be transmitted to where I was standing. I saw as the harpy on the screen flew up out of range of the archers on the ground, but still close enough for the platform to continue displaying the situation of the village. "My game, it looks like," she spoke proudly, likely working on sending other units over. However, by this time I had enough to upgrade my archery range. As I did so, the bows and quivers vanished from my archers, leaving Kathy surprised before the centaurs then lifted up long metal shafts aiming at the sky. "Oh, not fair," she called out as puffs of smoke were shot out from each rifle, sniping the lone avian out of the sky. "I'm still coming, you know." She puffed up her cheeks in a pout. I could only grin wryly, buying more archers and scouts. This time, I also bought an upgrade to the scouts that gave them binoculars, increasing their vision range. Meanwhile, I began counting the seconds in my head, timing how long it took for Kathy's units to arrive. 30 seconds later, 3 dozen harpies appeared in the sky above my base. This time, my people were well prepared. The scouts were able to spot them early, and the musketeers were easily able to take aim at those numbers. By the time the harpies finished their first round of attacks, their 3 dozen members were trimmed down to an even 10, and I had only lost 2 centaurs. They never had the chance to launch their second attack, as my musketeers quickly finished reloading their weapons and fired a second wave of attacks. The 10 harpies all fell to the ground and became clouds of mist. I smiled as I watched the platform return to the scene of mountains and rivers. My turn, I guess. Given the time and direction of their approach, I roughly knew where Kathy's base was. As such, I mobilized half of my musketeers and half of my scouts and sent them in that direction. Meanwhile, at my base, I purchased another upgrade to my technology to put my people in the exploration age and one from my firing range to decrease the reload time of my weapons. Kathy appeared to be panicking slightly, her 8 legs frantically tapping at the ground as she issued silent commands. However, by the time my units arrived, she had only managed to create another 10 harpies. Maybe 8, if the 2 mining gems had been there from the start. Unlike my base, hers seemed to be a large nest. I doubted that she had bought any upgrades and simply sent the harpies in to act as natural attackers. Her plan failed, though, when the platform showed her base being destroyed, her harpies killed and the nest trampled. She crossed her arms under her chest and let out a frustrated HMPH. Looking at me for a long moment, she let out a soft sigh. "Good game, all right?" She didn't really seem that upset by her loss, more that it happened so quickly after thinking she was winning. Chapter 27: The Tournament. "So, how did you win so easily?" Kathy asked from across the platform, still confused by her loss. "My harpies seem to have had an advantage at the start, right?" I nodded, and then began explaining. "You never upgraded them, so my centaurs were able to overpower them. Games like this were pretty popular in my world, and upgrading your units is typically a basic strategy." "Oh," she said, dejectedly, looking down. "My world never got that far, I guess. This is my first time ever seeing a game like this." Suddenly, she looked up, slapping her cheeks with both hands. "No, I won't give up that easily. Let's play another game, I can do better this time." We played a second game, and again I chose the centaur race. It's not like they are overpowered or anything, but I am already getting familiar with them. Maybe next game, I'll try something new. Anyways, the second game lasted over twice as long as the first. On my end, I again decided to stock up on archers quickly, building a defensive fort. However, I managed to get all the way to the exploration age with technology before my scouts found her base. Or, I guess you could call it a hive instead. This time, Kathy had chosen to go with her own people, the Arachne. Maybe she had more confidence with playing them, but either way it turned into a big disadvantage for me. The base for her Arachne was a cave system in a tall mountain. Given the centaur's size and body types, they were not really suitable for climbs like that. I almost thought that I would have to either concede the match or wait until I got a big gun to level the entire mountain. And it really did almost come to that. Being forced into a defensive strategy once again, I concentrated on advancing my people further and further. When I reached the information age, I got exactly what I was needing. Centaurs, being unable to properly traverse certain terrains, had equipment and technology available in the information age that solved that issue. Specifically, they possessed flying drones. After setting up an automated drone factory, I built up my future invasion force when something truly terrifying happened. I had set up a sentry tower near Kathy's mountain, so that the main display would let me keep an eye on it. And, on that large display at the center of the platform, I saw a flood of black oozing out of the mountain. There had to be thousands of arachne, enough that when they had fully exited the cave system, the mountain itself had turned black. I could only watch as that flood of enemies made its way to the sentry tower, immediately engulfing it. Just barely, I saw a few puffs of smoke rise up from the defeated centaur, before the screen returned to the standard view of mountains and plains. "Here I come," Kathy called out with a smile, obviously pleased with herself. I wasn't sure if she had spent everything on new units, just to flood me in the late game, but whatever it was definitely worked in her favor. I deployed my few dozen drones to meet her army, having them attack from a safe distance. The automated weapons mowed down wide paths of enemies, but soon they too were destroyed. About a third of the way into her army, the Arach seemed to be carrying weapons. These were rifles of a sort. Rather than destructive ammunition, they fired sticky nets. These nets wrapped around my turrets, jamming the propellers and causing them to crash into the ground. From there, it was a simple matter for her army to advance to my base. Fun fact, building walls will not stop spider people from invading. The end result, although I managed to take quite a few with me, my forces were ultimately crushed. Across from me, Kathy's legs were skittering along the podium happily, while she raised her hands into the air. "Yay! I did it!" she exclaimed happily. At that time, I was just about to ask for another game when the same voice we heard before echoed out through the room. "The tournament is about to begin. Non-participants, please vacate the gaming platforms. Anyone still remaining on a platform at the end of the count will be considered a participant. The first prize for this tournament is 1,000 points. Second place will earn 300 and third place will earn 100. In each match, the contestants may decide amongst themselves which game mode they wish to play. Each contestant will be required to face every other contestant before the tournament is concluded, and the amount of wins will determine the final placings. In the event of a tie, both parties will face each other to settle the final victor." There was a brief pause before the voice began speaking again. "The tournament will begin in 30 seconds. 30, 29, he slowly counted down, and I looked around to see several people climb up to the platforms, until all of them were occupied. Looking across from myself, I saw that Kathy was excited to participate in this tournament, and showed no signs of moving. As for myself, I might as well. The other rooms were likely starting their first tournaments about now, so I didn't have any time to learn another game before it began. Even if I have no hope of winning, it should be fun. 3, 2, 1. Let the games begin." There was a brief flash of white throughout the room, and I realized that the positions of the participants had all changed. Across from me was no longer Kathy, but a tall, blue man with 4 arms. He gave me an indifferent nod as he saw me. "New guy, right? Battle mode, then?" I hadn't played with any of the other modes yet, so battle mode was the only one I even stood a remote chance in. Naturally, I agreed, and the first round began. For this round, I chose to play as demons, the same race I had taken note of on the market a while back. My starting creatures were 5 imps, and from my map, I appeared to be in an underground cave. This will probably work to my advantage, geographically. I smiled, setting all 5 to work on mining the gem pillars embedded in the walls. "As you say." One of the imps spoke out as they flapped their tiny wings to quickly reach the gems. Unlike the centaurs, each imp only cost me a single point to buy. However, I had to get special buildings in order to unlock their evolutions. They very much reminded me of another race in a game I had played in the past, which made it somewhat easier. Within 10 minutes, I had upgraded my starting 5 imps to earth demons, allowing them to dig and mine with increased efficiency. I was also breeding hellhounds, and expanding my cave system to create a larger base. Finally, I had advanced my technology to the exploration age, allowing for even more abilities for my demons. I didn't actually see my opponent's forces until nearly half an hour in, when I was at the information age of technology. Doing this allowed me to create some interesting units, specifically the Demon Lords. Each Demon Lord required a vast quantity of gems, but also possessed an incredible fighting strength. When I saw them, I couldn't help but click my tongue in annoyance. He had chosen to play the humans, and I stumbled upon one of his mines. Although it was accidental, it gave him an easy way to find me, giving up my element of surprise. However, it also let me know where to find him, so I tested the waters by sending out one of my Demon Lords, while setting up contingency bases throughout my tunnels. The Demon Lord quickly emerged from the mine, spitting out black flames that destroyed his miners and the few troops he had gathered to defend the mine itself. From there, it stepped out and began attacking the town he had made near the mine. With the loss of troops, he wasn't able to defend that town, and it was quickly lost. So, that's how you won it, huh? He shook his head and watched as his city burned. He had already created roads to use for trade routes, so I ordered my Demon Lord to follow those roads while my Earth demons dug out a tunnel underground to follow. Honestly, it felt like I was using an epic unit as a simple scout, but in this case it worked. My Demon Lord found the next base soon enough, a large fort city. At this one, there was a party of 5 people waiting at the gate, each one equipped with a weapon. For one, it was a glowing, golden sword. The other 4 had what seemed to be large rifles, and all were ready for the demon's arrival. Enchanted weapons? I looked at the golden sword curiously. I hadn't seen any options yet to buy magic-related items. I couldn't help but look to my opponent and ask, "How did you get a sword like that?" He glanced up at me, largely uninterested. "You need to find mana stone veins if you want to unlock the magic development route." As if that explanation was enough, he looked back to the battle that was about to take place. My Demon Lord didn't seem to fear the enchanted weapon and charged forward. Under suppressing fire by the 4 riflemen, he suffered minor injuries before appearing before the swordsman. However, with a single swipe of his sword, he managed to inflict a fatal wound on the Demon Lord. I watched, stunned as the scene returned to the default one, marking the battle as over. I had been preparing my tunneling crew to launch an attack from below, but after that display I had second thoughts. In my mind, 5 Demon Lords should have been enough to take out anything short of a nuke, yet he was countered in a single blow. I knew that I had probably already lost this round, but still proceeded to expand underground. And that was probably a bad decision on my part. Later, I knew that I should have left my tunnels and established surface bases as soon as he knew how to find me, but the thought did not cross my mind until it was too late. As if viewing a cinematic scene, the central platform shifted to show a view of a large lake, 5 men standing along its borders carrying staves. I was confused because as far as I could tell, I had no units in the area to trigger a combat event. Soon though, my confusion was replaced by shock when those mages began casting their spell. 5 mages, working in concert, opened a hole beneath the lake. I watched as the water funneled down, through the new drain created, and knew what was happening. Quickly looking at my map, I found a flood washing through the tunnels faster than I could stop it. In an effort to halt the tide, I had earth demons collapse the tunnels only for the rubble to get washed away. Although this tactic did not completely destroy all of my bases, over 90% of my forces had died in that one attack, including all of my Demon Lords. With a sigh, I shook my head and looked at the other party. I lost. The platform immediately shifted to its inactive state, and the man gave a nod. Soon, he vanished in a flash of light, only to be replaced a moment later by a more energetic, short humanoid. I could only guess that the new man was a halfling by his stature, and he excitedly greeted me. He apparently recognized me as one of the new keepers as well, and we had another battle round. This time, I again chose the demon race for their geographical advantage. Starting underground was a big plus, as long as you kept an eye out for the dangers. But, again, this time I managed to lose. The cause of my defeat this time was actually that my opponent simply advanced too quickly while I was trying to find the mana stones that I had been told about. The sight of dozens of halflings wearing stormtrooper armor and firing laser rifles was not what I had expected. In the third round, I actually managed to find the mana stones and started making magic demons. This time, I managed to pull in a win, albeit a close one. My opponent had been using a heavily defensive strategy, so I was able to tunnel into the center of their base and overwhelm them. The matches continued like this. Out of the 39 rounds, all of them were in the battle mode. However, I did not stick with demons the entire time. Every few rounds, I would change the race I was using as a way to understand their strengths and weaknesses. I tried out humans, demons, centaurs, angels, even slime people at one point. That was an interesting round. I knew my chances of winning lowered every time I changed to a new race, but that didn't really matter to me. I was doing this as a learning experience, and I knew that I wasn't going to win even if I chose one race for all of the games. What I was doing was testing the waters, learning as much as I could about the physical abilities of each race for future knowledge. In the end, I had only gotten 8 wins out of all 39 matches. To my surprise, Kathy actually managed to get third place. And she was crying tears of joy when she was up on the stand, waving to everyone. Most likely, she used the same flood strategy that she used against me in her later games. Smiling for her success, I slowly slipped out of the room to see what else this place had to offer. I wanted to at least get one more game in, before I went back to my own world. I had to admit, these were kind of fun. Chapter 28, Designer's Choice Awards. Once back out in the hall, I took another look at the various rooms, now that there weren't very many people in the hallway. I wanted to find a game that sounded interesting, but not impossible for me at my current stage. I mean, a lot of these games would probably be far easier for someone that had experience as a keeper. In the hall, I saw 2 notable figures. One was Seraphine, standing about halfway into the hall with her hand on the shoulder of the twitchy keeper I had noticed before. Seeing as this was her event, I wanted to go over and thank her. However, as soon as I started to approach, the other keeper looked straight at me and hurriedly walked off. Confused, Seraphine turned to face me, before showing a face of understanding. "Ah, you are one of the new ones. Earth Forcione, as I recall." She nodded her head, as if confirming it to herself. "Grimmer mentioned you." "Ah, hi. Sorry, was I interrupting something?" I glanced back in the direction that the other keeper had run off to. Seraphine only gave a bitter smile, shaking her head. "Don't mind him. He's always like that around people he doesn't know. I think, these days he only shows up because his companion makes him, for the interaction." I nodded my head slightly at that. "Is everything okay with him?" Yeah, for the most part. Everyone around here calls him the Meta, though I don't really like that nickname. However fitting it might be, it is still better to refer to Xenos by his real name." Seraphine explained. "Why do they call him the Meta?" I felt like I was being set up for that question, so might as well ask it. The Angel Keeper gave a small smile before answering. "It's his methods. He tries to reach the truth by reproducing everything within his own worlds. He is the Meta, because he created his own Keeper games with 9,999 participants. Although he couldn't perfectly replicate the system, since we do not entirely know it ourselves, he seems to have gotten the vast majority of it." She gave a small chuckle, before shaking her head. "According to him, there is even a version of myself that appeared in his experiment." I raised a curious eyebrow. "And the twitchiness. He's paranoid. To him, his system is the most perfect replica, proven by the appearance of a few very similar keepers. So, he is paranoid of any keeper that doesn't exist within the worlds he created." "Ah. I think I understood that. So, he thinks that any keeper that isn't generated naturally in those experiments could be a factor connected to the origins of this system or something?" "Right." Seraphine nodded, crossing her arms over her chest. "Now, was there anything you needed me for, Earth Forcione?" Dale, please," I said, trying my best to smile. "And, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to the event as well as maybe get some advice on a game. Wanted to try one more out before I head back." She nodded again, looking at me. "Well, do you have anything to narrow it down?" Well, maybe something exciting. But, preferably something that doesn't require too much experience as a keeper, since I only got the job a little while ago." She thought about that for a few moments. "Have you tried the simulation games yet?" I couldn't help but chuckle. "I just got back from that one." "Ah. Well, if you are new, you probably don't have a champion yet. Or the powers for a personal duel. How about a race? That does not require any particular experience as a keeper, and I believe it to be quite exciting." Seraphine nodded to herself as she said this. "Okay, maybe the conditions I gave were a bit strict, but I guess I could give the races a try. What are the rules for the races?" Seraphine gave a small grin when I asked that. "It's simple. You can either bring a vehicle in from your own world, or use one of the preset ones, or even run on your own if you have the speed for it. The restrictions are that no vehicle can exceed 5 times the speed of sound. No teleportation or weapons. The vehicle cannot exceed 15 meters in any direction. Once everyone chooses a vehicle, the contestants will be placed on a small obstacle course that is generated for the race. The winner is whoever passes all the checkpoints first. As soon as she started explaining, I knew that I had no hope of winning this race. Anything else? I don't think I have nearly the reaction time to handle a vehicle moving that fast. I smiled wryly. Mach 5, that's faster than anything that even existed on Earth when I inherited this job. Seraphine gave a disappointed sigh. Well, you could try the designer games? It's not really that exciting, but it would be a good exercise for a new keeper like yourself. Explanation, please? She smiled, nodding her head before explaining. Basically, it is just where a group of keepers gather together to see who can come up with the most interesting creatures. Whether they are sapient species, monster races, even items or systems. After everyone has submitted their entry, they vote on the most popular. The winner gets their submission paid for by the guild as long as the cost is cheaper than 500 points. So, the only requirement is that it be something that isn't already on the Keeper store, right? Seraphine nodded when I asked that, and I definitely felt like this would be a much better game for me. Could you show me where that room is? I asked, looking around. I didn't see a design door anywhere nearby. It's at the very end of the hallway. You probably won't make it in time for the next round if you move at a normal speed, so I'll help you out a bit. Seraphine grinned wickedly, snapping her fingers. Immediately, the floor beneath my feet twisted, chains reaching up and grabbing my feet, more coming to secure my arms. Have fun, she said, before the section of floor beneath me began sliding down the hall slowly. Well, this isn't so bad. Aside from the restraints, I thought to myself as the floor began picking up speed. My opinion changed when I suddenly began rocketing forward, only able to remain standing thanks to the chains holding me firmly in place. I passed a countless number of doors, before finally slamming to a stop at the very end of the hall. I was certain that, if this weren't an admin room, the G-forces from that would have been enough to kill me. At least here, it only felt incredibly uncomfortable. After remaining dizzy for a few moments, I looked up to see a single doorway, the word design written above it. Shrugging, I walked inside, seeing only 10 other keepers in this room. None of them looked familiar, so I moved off to a side. There were no chairs, desks, or any kind of furnishings for this room. Only the single door from which we entered. Someone came to join us. One of the keepers, likely the judge, nodded to me as he saw me enter. Not many people participate in this game. I don't suppose you saw anyone else on your way, did you? When I shook my head, he let out a disappointed sigh. Pity. Well, I guess this is all we are getting for today. Does everyone here know the rules? The other keepers all nodded their heads, as did I. I had just had the rules explained to me, so no need to go over them a second time. Alright, then everyone can begin. Remember to not submit your idea to the system until the judging period is over. He cast a glance to one of the other keepers, a Lamia man who shrunk back timidly under his gaze. At his words, a blue window appeared in front of me, a single blinking line at the top. I'm going to take this one. One of the keepers said, confidently. I wasn't really paying attention to tell which one had spoken, as I was thinking about what I should submit. There was one idea I had considered, but I wasn't sure if it was creative enough for a contest like this. Either way, I decided to go with that to save myself the trouble of trying to come up with an entirely new idea on the spot. Even if I didn't win, I'd probably be buying this myself when I got back home. Slowly, I began thinking to the blue screen, my thoughts transcribed into words. Race, centaurs. Comprehension, 5. Agility, 6. Strength, 8. Lifespan, 70 years. Luck, 6. Awareness, 7. Male to female ratio, 1. I listed the basic qualities of the race, before moving on to the advanced portion. What I had so far was most likely already in the store, but I was confident that what I was including next would make them unique. After going through the process, a series of screens appeared in front of me. Race name, Centaur. Comprehension, 5. Agility, 6. Strength, 8. Lifespan, 70. Luck, 6. Awareness, 7. Male-female ratio, 1. Racial abilities. Magical inept. Rare variants: Unicorn 0.01%, Pegasus 0.1%, Kylan 0.001%. Race name: Unicorn Centaur. Comprehension 7. Agility 6. Strength 6. Lifespan 70. Luck 6. Awareness 7. Male-female ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical affinity 3. Rare variants: Horned Pegasus 0.1%, Horned Kylan 0.1%. Race name: Pegasus Centaur. Comprehension 5. Agility 7. Strength 7. Lifespan 70. Luck 8. Awareness 7. Male-female ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical inept. Rare variants: Horned Pegasus 0.1%, Dragon 0.1%. Race name: Kylan Centaur. Comprehension 8. Agility 5. Strength 8. Lifespan 80. Luck 7. Awareness 6. Male-female ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical affinity 3. Fire control. Rare variants: Horned Kylan 0.1%, Dragon 0.1%. Race name: Horned Kylan Centaur. Comprehension 9. Agility 5. Strength 5. Lifespan 100. Luck 8. Awareness 5. Male-female ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical affinity 4. Fire control. Race name: Horned Pegasus Centaur. Comprehension 6. Agility 7. Strength 5. Lifespan 70. Luck 8. Awareness 7. Male-female. Ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical affinity 2. Race name: Dragon Centaur. Comprehension 7. Agility 6. Strength 8. Lifespan 150. Luck 7. Awareness 7. Male-female ratio 1. Racial abilities. Magical affinity 3. Fire control. Magic resistance 1. Although this could technically be considered 7 races, it was all one submission as a greatly expanded centaur race. For the unicorn centaurs, they would have spiral horns jutting out of their foreheads like the mythical unicorns. For Pegasus centaurs, they would have giant wings on their horse bodies to enable them to fly. And for the Kylan centaurs, they would have a scaled, armored body. For the second tier of variants, a Kylan and unicorn centaur had the rare chance of producing the horned Kylan, carrying aspects of both the Kylan and unicorn variants. The same was true for the unicorn and Pegasus hybrid. The truly unique one, the mix of Pegasus and Kylan centaurs, was the one I liked the most. With the scaled body of a Kylan, and leathery wings rather than the normal feathered ones, the dragon centaur was a true powerhouse waiting to be born. Of course, the odds of actually getting one were insane. A Kylan centaur itself was only 1 in every 100,000, unless 2 Kylans began mating and making more. Then, the Pegasus centaur was again 1 in 1,000. Finally, for every mating pair of Kylan and Pegasus centaur, there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance of making a dragon centaur. Nodding in satisfaction at my entry, I waited for the others to be done. Of them, only 3 were still working. I wasn't entirely confident in the creativity of this species, but I was sure that I had made the variants rare enough to not drive up the price much, especially given that I made the standard centaurs magically inept, practically depriving them of mana. Chapter 29, no naming sense here. Of the 3 keepers that were still working on their submission, the first finished roughly 5 minutes later, sporting a satisfied smile. The second followed just a hair later, breathing out a sigh of relief. However, the final one showed no signs of stopping. Every now and then, he would pause to think it over as if lost in thought, and then get back to his work. It wasn't until nearly a full hour later that he had finalized his entry for this contest. Got it. He breathed out a heavy sigh of relief, nodding towards the judge to let him know he was ready. Looking around, he gave a slightly awkward laugh. Oh, was I the last one this time? Sorry, but like I said before, I think I've got this one. I shook my head at his seemingly extreme confidence, but soon the keeper in charge announced that it was time to review everyone's submissions. For fairness, he would take charge of all submissions, and display them anonymously for the rest of us to vote on. I had to admit, there were some pretty interesting submissions. Aside from my own improved centaur race, 2 of the other submissions were also races. One was a psychic race, where every person would have a randomized psychic power, while the other was a shapeshifter race with the ability to copy memories from the people they mimic. Both were interesting, but neither of those got my vote. Next, there were 3 item submissions as well. The first was a dimension door, which allowed people to step into parallel worlds similar to their own, with only minor differences based on a few distinct choices. Another was a status crystal, designed to display the abilities of the person who uses it as a numerical value. I would definitely be buying that one later on, when my world became more advanced. Finally, the last item submitted was a scroll designed for cultivation worlds. With it, one could sacrifice their life force and leave it as a legacy to help boost their successor. Finally, the remaining 4 submissions were all systems. One was a quest function for game worlds to allow people to issue official requests of each other or post them in public places. I'd probably be getting that one, too. The next was a new type of afterlife, though the description made it seem almost identical to my community afterlife. To my surprise, there was a big, red X on the top of the submission, likely to show that it was an invalid one. The third system was actually a new system of magic, one that seemed similar to the theory of ley lines. With it, there would be rivers of magic running around the world, determining what spells could be cast where, and how easily they could be cast. And, proximity to a ley line would be required to cast a spell at all. I didn't see this one becoming too popular. Finally, the last system I looked at was also a magic system, though this one more flexible. The author had named it spell weaving, due to it being the ability to look at mana as a spool of thread, and spells being the shape you give it. Different knots for different elements or characteristics, with advanced spells looking like grand tapestries. Although some of the others seemed interesting, and I would be personally getting them for Earth later, the spell weaving had definitely earned my vote. I'd honestly be surprised if it didn't win. And, sure enough, after all 10 keepers had voted, a blue screen appeared in the center of the room to display the results. Designers Game Poll results. Dreyfus, Spell Weaving, 5 votes. Earthforcion, Centaur Plus, 3 votes. Japsum, Status Orb, 1 vote. Krill, Parallel World Travel Door, 1 vote. Nomore, Quest System, 0 votes. Imaginary Friend, Ley Lakes, 0 votes. Indiscriminate, Legacy Scroll, 0 votes. Hired Helper, Mind Mimic, 0 votes. Drillit, Psyker, 0 votes. Misbehave, After Service, X. Looking over the names on the list, I felt my eye twitch slightly. Who came up with these keeper titles? Nonetheless, after about 30 seconds of time for people to view the results, the judge keeper called out. And the winner is Dreyfus with his spell weaving concept. You may all now submit your entries to the system. The 10 of us nodded at him, doing so. To my surprise, I actually received a prompt immediately after I chose to submit it. Congratulations! You have earned an achievement. For creating a race with multiple distinct variations, you earned the Diversified Achievement. Plus 20 points. After everyone was done submitting their entries to the system, they turned to face the judge again. Well, aside from Misbehave, who was actually a man. A 4-armed, gray-skinned man, but he seemed like a man nonetheless. He was just sulking because he realized that his submission had already been taken. Sorry. 130 points. This is within the acceptable limits of the contest, and as such, here is your prize. The judge keeper made a few hand motions, and the winner, the same overconfident man from before, let out a relieved smile. Sorry, guys. Been saving that idea for a few days for this contest. No hard feelings? He looked at us, giving a small smile. The people present didn't seem to really care that much and simply shrugged it off before walking out the door. However, at the next moment Dreyfus began glowing in a golden light for a few seconds before confetti shot out from his body. I could only blink in surprise, and I wasn't the only one. Even Dreyfus himself was surprised. Sweet, a special achievement. He called out, seeming to look at a window that appeared for him. Nodding to him to congratulate him, I also turned to leave the room. I guess some achievements give special effects if they are unique enough. I wasn't really sure, but either way I was done here. After the tournament for the Keeper Sim games, and this one, I had been gone for most of a day already. I wasn't sure how long these things normally lasted, but I had had my fill for this one. Besides, I wanted to get back and implement this new race. I foresaw some rather interesting characteristics from it. It would likely require quite a bit of work to stabilize their culture later on, but it should definitely be worth it. Looking around, I had wanted to say goodbye to Grimmer, but he was not anywhere in the hallway that I could see. And, given the large number of games, it was impossible to tell where he was. As such, I decided to just head on home. To my surprise and gratitude, the departure method this time was simply a glowing golden door opening in front of me. When I walked through, I heard the distressed cries of a certain lowly. "No. Stop it." Although I had appeared in the bedroom, Terra and Oravi were nowhere to be found. Instead, I followed the source of the noise to the next room over. Before, this had been a completely unused room, to the point I had never even bothered looking in a second time. But now, the entire room had changed. The walls were covered in pink wallpaper, and in the back of the room there was a large white canopy bed with red heart-shaped pillows. Currently, the two goddesses were standing near the bed in front of a tall, wooden wardrobe. From what I could see, Terra was currently playing dress-up with the halfling goddess. Right now, she was wearing a frilly pink and white dress, with a hooked staff that made her look like a little Bo Peep cosplay. Seeing that, I couldn't help but chuckle, getting the attention of both women. Looks like I really missed something, huh? Oravi looked at me with watery eyes and dived to grab my legs in a tight hug. Big bro, you meanie. Next time, take me with you. She looked up at me, and I had to avert my gaze. Must not meet a crying Loli's eyes, or you will never be able to win. Did you have fun, Dale? Terra asked with a small smile, sitting down on Oravi's bed. It was interesting. I'm glad to be back, though. I nodded, reaching down and petting Oravi's weak spot, getting a long, content sigh from the smaller goddess. Good. I saw that you submitted something to the system while you were gone. A new race you had an idea for and wanted to try out? She asked with a grin, seemingly happy at the idea to try out something new. That's right. I figured this could be the 10th race for Earth. Though, I think we should give them that head start you taught me about, given that the other races have 1,000 years of history under their belts already. Terra nodded at that. Alright, I see your point. Well, do you want to get started, then? I nodded again. Since I had already submitted the species to the system, I knew what the price was for it. Although it was slightly more expensive than the other races, with a 25-point cost, it was not enough to drastically unbalance the race. Especially given their physical limitations, I was curious to see how they'd overcome it. Terra stood up from the bed, and we walked over to our own room, causing Oravi to let out a sigh of relief. On the way, Terra sniffed the air a couple times. You made a new friend while you were gone? She asked, glancing over to me. Well, I guess so. There was a very friendly spider girl, but I'm hoping that I don't end up seeing too much of her. I shuddered slightly. While not completely revolting, spiders were still creepy. Combining that with the personality of an overexcited teenage girl just feels wrong. Terra giggled slightly at my response. Ah, is that it? Well, no matter. I'm sure she'll call later if she wants to chat. Right. Speaking of which, I had a question that's been bugging me for a while, and I figured only someone like you would be able to answer. Terra glanced over at me curiously as I moved to stand in front of my computer desk. What is it? The keeper titles. They're inherited, like the world's, right? But they just totally don't make sense. You've got things like Krill, or Earthforcione, and completely random words or names. I was wondering how they were decided, that's all. OH. Is that it? Terra giggled lightly, covering her mouth. Actually, keepers didn't always have those titles. Originally, keepers were given numbers. For instance, Earth's keeper had previously been keeper number 2897. 2 generations of keepers ago, there was a message broadcast through the system, asking for a vote on if keepers should get their own titles. The majority voted yes, so every keeper was given a single chance to pick a title for themselves. My eye twitched slightly at that. You mean all of these keepers with unfortunate names? Terra nodded with a grin. That's right. They just inherited the titles from a predecessor that chose poorly. That. I don't even. The excitement to find out, it just died. I gave a heavy sigh as I sat down at my computer desk and prepared to get to work building up my new race of centaurs. Honestly, if the system had assigned those names randomly, that would have been interesting. I could have questioned what being came up with all the names and how they were chosen. But just to find out that, rather than some higher power naming us, it was the terrible naming sense of our predecessors. The hype is no longer real. Chapter 30, A Race Across the Plains. For now, I did not want to place the centaurs on a continent inhabited by another sapient race. While they might be able to get along with them eventually, I want to first have them develop in isolation, just like everyone else. To me, this is really more to see how the races develop a culture of their own without outside influence. Anyways, I'm just procrastinating this. For their continent, I chose a large one to the south of the Halflings continent, connected by a thin landmass. If there are any two races that could get along eventually, it'd be the two nomadic ones. Then, I opened up the options menu and began searching through the settings. Tara had told me that it was possible to freeze time for the rest of the world, and only rewind a certain area to have them catch up. But she never told me where to find that option. As such, it took me a few minutes of searching before I found a reference to time zones. Each time zone would cost me 25 points, and using it would allow me to separate the flow of time within that zone from the rest of the world. The only restriction was that such a thing had to be done in a way that the sapient races of the world did not notice. For instance, I couldn't just freeze one city, because people could see that. That didn't matter much to me, though. I happily bought the 25-point time zone, and used it to isolate the Centaur's continent from the rest of the world. Then, I used another option of the time zone to rewind that area by roughly 1100 years. Finally, I paid another 25 points to buy the Centaur race itself. Do you wish to rewind the time zone so that the purchased race reaches a particular level of development at the currently selected time? Y/N. I blinked as the message appeared in front of me, having forgotten that when I first purchased the original races, Tara had to fast forward until there was an average of 10,000 members of each race. This time, I opted to do the same thing, and could see on the map how that one continent continuously brightened and darkened, possessing its own cycle of day and night moving in rapid motion. I tried to pay attention, just in case some emergency cropped up that would prevent the centaurs from raising their population. However, a knock on the door to the room distracted me. Turning around, I saw Irina standing in the doorway, watching me. "Is now a bad time?" she asked in a somewhat cold manner that caught me off guard. "No, not really." "Why?" Straightening her shirt, she took a few steps forward, tucking her wings in so that they wouldn't get caught on the door. "I am here to ask for a report on what is going on. I feel the presence of new souls being born, but the world seems to be stopped at the moment." Ah, I guess it makes sense that she would be able to sense that kind of stuff, being the goddess of the underworld. I nodded my head and began explaining to her about my plan to introduce the centaur race into the world. When I was done, her brows furrowed and she looked at the screen. "Is that an idea you got at the meeting you went to by yourself?" she asked in that same tone of voice as before. "That's right. Is something the matter?" "No, sir, nothing is the matter," she said abruptly, then turned and left the room, leaving me extremely confused. Even when I design the women myself, I shall never understand them. Shaking my head, I turned back to my computer only to find that the continent had stopped fast forwarding. Looking at the population, I saw that there were exactly 10,000 centaurs. Huh, guess it can be pretty accurate when it wants to be. Out of curiosity, I ran a search through the system to look at the population more closely, that way I could see how many of each type of variant there were. Unsurprisingly, there were no Kylan centaurs and only 2 unicorn centaurs. However, there was not a single Pegasus centaur either, which surprised me. Don't tell me. I gave a slight sigh and navigated the map to find the 2 unicorn centaurs. To my surprise, they were a pair of young girls, twins from the looks of things. With their long hair covering their foreheads, it was almost impossible to even see the small nub of a horn starting to poke out. They either exile or kill the unique ones out of fear. I was hoping that wouldn't start until much later. I lowered my head in thought, trying to come up with ideas. Unicorn centaurs were already very rare, just 1 in 10,000, and these 2 were born as twins. If my theory about the treatment of the unique centaurs was right, then as soon as their horns were discovered, they could very well be killed. Or at the very least, thrown out to fend for themselves. If one of the unicorns had been a male, I could arrange for the 2 of them to meet, and maybe even start an isolated family. I wasn't too familiar on how their mating habits worked, but at least they'd have a chance. The main thing was that if I wanted to resolve this issue of the variants being outcast, I would have to do so right from the start. First thing, I needed to create a god for the centaurs. Not a lifeless doll like the current ones aside from Irina, Oravi, and Tara. A true, influential god that could help guide the race. Closing my eyes, I paid the full 45 points for a companion with a personality. First, I needed to design his body. A large centaur, the normal breed, with pitch black hair. Since the vast majority of the population is the normal breed, it makes sense for the god to be as well. Also, having him as the normal breed of centaur should help prevent superiority complexes from the variants thinking themselves as the chosen ones. Anyways, pitch black hair covering his muscular horse body. A muscled human torso connecting to it, with a little bit of stubble. And a head of short, black hair. For his personality, I wanted to make him caring of his people. His goal should be for all centaurs to be treated equally, with neither the variants or the normal breed suppressing each other. A thought ran through me, and I suddenly imagined him hitting on the goddesses in the admin room. No way. I added in a note that he is disinterested in two-legged women, just to prevent any problems. This Earth doesn't need a new Zeus. Finally, I made sure that he was obedient towards me. Not as a relative or anything like with Oravi, or a love interest like Terra, but more as an employee. The keeper is the boss in this relationship, and that fact should never be excluded, lest you get rebellious deities. Lastly, I needed a name for him. And since I was making him a god, I needed a domain for him to rule. Focusing on the last few details, I submitted the entry to the system. Golden light shone from above, gradually building a body from the ground up. As soon as the body was done, I was expecting to have to give him some kind of job, but I didn't even have the time to open my mouth before he vanished from the room. The space he was in suddenly empty. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Trival, god of the plains. I sighed, moving to look at the screen again when I suddenly heard a sound from outside my room. Huh? Where you going, sis? The high-pitched voice of Oravi caught my attention, and I couldn't help but grin slightly when I noticed a slightly disappointed tone to her voice. A moment later, Terra walked into the room, looking around. He already left? She asked, obviously surprised. Had she wanted to come here and see him, since he was the first male god I had granted a personality to? Yeah. As soon as I finished making him, I said, shaking my head with a bitter smile. Terra shared the same expression, before closing her eyes. A few moments later, I swear I saw her cheeks redden. Oh. There he is. She said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, before the screen of my computer shifted. Since it had already been locked onto the twin unicorn centaurs, it did not have to go far, only zooming out a little bit to show a new figure entering the screen. Come on, Thessa. We have to hurry. A girl could be seen amidst the plains, urging her sister to continue. Both were obviously inhuman, with the lower body of a pure white horse. Even though they had the upper body of a lovely young woman, it was impossible to confuse them with a normal human. Both of them also had silky smooth hair trailing down their backs all the way to the bottom of their human half. I know, Kara, I'm coming. The second centaur called out, only a short distance behind the first. The two were on the run, having abandoned their families, but this was not a decision made out of spite. Rather, it was one of desperation. They had heard rumors pass through the families of foals born with wings. The stories never ended well, as each one had abandoned their foal as soon as the mother was able to move. Sometimes, the father would actively trample the young body, mercilessly crippling it to ensure that it couldn't follow. These sisters had a miraculous birth, being the only known case of twins among the centaur families they had encountered. However, their mother had paid the price for an extra life by giving her own. They had lived with the rest of their herd, always on the move, and never once thinking they were anything other than beautiful specimens of their own race. At least, until recently, that is. Roughly a year ago, they had each noticed a strange growth appearing on their foreheads, a hard white spike. Its appearance was accompanied by a powerful headache that left their entire herd thinking that they had fallen ill. Only the two of them knew the terrifying truth, however. With the appearance of their horns, they had started using their hair to cover their face whenever possible, hiding their foreheads from their herd. They had hoped that this new addition would stop growing, or go away entirely, but reality proved differently. Every day, it grew further and further, and now they could no longer fully conceal it. Telling their herd that they were going for a drink, the twins finally planned to make their escape. It wasn't uncommon for herd to split apart, so they hoped that they wouldn't be followed, that the herd would assume they had perished. So now, the two twins, Thessa and Kara, cantered across the plains, tears in their eyes as they put as much distance between themselves and everything they knew as they possibly could. That is, until a golden light shined down from the skies, and a muscular figure appeared some distance away from them. The girls felt their hearts jump as they saw the man, with his hair as black as night. More amazing than his appearance, the moment they saw him, a name echoed through their minds. It was a name that they had never heard before, yet felt like they knew it all their life. The sisters slowed to a trot, then stopped entirely before the figure before them. Unable to help themselves, they maintained a distance from this man, their heads lowered in submission. That was, until he called their names. Thessa, Kara. the man said, his voice strong yet gentle. The girls couldn't help their heads jerking up to look at him in shock. They had never seen this man in their lives, and yet he felt so familiar. They had never spoken, yet knew each other's names. What they saw was a smile on his face, and his eyes which seemed to look straight through them. This man. No, Trival walked up towards them slowly. The twins barely even registered that their hair had been pushed to the side during their canter, and their horns were clearly visible. Yet, Trival was still smiling at them, as if they were the most beautiful creatures in existence. For the first time since their horns began to grow, they did not feel like freaks. They didn't feel hopeless. If it was with this man, maybe they could be happy. Chapter 31, The Road to Perfection. So, the centaur god is a playboy. I'm glad that I took those precautions. I shook my head and sighed, before turning my attention to the screen again. The other races were all paused right now, so there was not much point to giving the other deities a personality yet. Instead, it would be more beneficial to focus on the centaurs. But first, I looked at Terra, who was getting ready to vacate the room. So, what happens if a god has a kid with a mortal? Terra froze as she was turning around, then looked over towards me. That child will have an exceptional innate talent, such that they could earn a class like hero far more easily than others. They will also typically have a small starting buff to one attribute, determined randomly. I raised a curious eyebrow at her as she listed the effects. And the drawbacks. Sometimes, the offspring will have an innate weakness in a field as well, and their strength can make them arrogant. The child of a god is not always good, and could plunge a world into chaos in the extreme scenarios. Ah. I nodded my head at that, understanding. Hopefully, he doesn't cause any trouble, then. Terra gave a small smile. What about you? Any plans for what you're doing now that he is taking care of the centaurs? I thought about that for a long moment, but did eventually come up with something. There is something I want to work on, but I'm not sure if it's already available. When Terra gave me a curious look, I continued. Mana and Ki make chakra with an even amount of each. Mana represents training the mind, while Ki represents training the body. But, what about other combinations? Could you combine mana and spiritual energy, or Ki with natural energy? Terra's smile grew a bit wider. I can't answer that question, but you know someone who should be able to. I looked at her for a long moment before understanding her meaning. Turning back to my computer, I heard her giggle before walking out of the room, only to hear the distressed cry of Oravi when she realized that Terra was back. I didn't worry much about that at the moment, though, as I was working on sending a message. Forcione, you free right now? Got a question for you. I had to wait for a few minutes before a reply came in, but thankfully he did not seem too preoccupied. Elkahest, still at the meeting. Guessing you took off early? Forcione, yeah, had some things to take care of. Elkahest, alright. What's on your mind? I repeated the same question I had asked Terra previously to Grimmer. Since he has been in this for a long time, he should be able to provide me with some answers. At least, that's what I was hoping. Elkahest, oi. There are some combinations, yes. Though, chakra is the easiest since it is an even ratio. You're using the game system for your world, if I remember right, yeah? Look up the advanced classes for the next set of mixtures, and the legend classes for the highest one. Forcione, what's the difference between an advanced class and a legend class? Elkahest, an advanced class is accessible to anyone that meets the prerequisite, like a basic class. However, the classes tend to be considerably more powerful. Even the weakest advanced class would be on par with the hero class. As for legend classes, they are unique to an individual. There can only be one of a particular legend class in existence at a time, even if others qualify. Other people can still diligently train the special abilities of the class by studying it, but they won't get the class itself. Forcione, so, an advanced class is just a higher form of a normal class and a legend class is the strongest, then. Elkahest, right. All of the basic classes are available to any world, no matter what other systems they have in place. However, some advanced and legend classes have requirements that you'll need to meet first. It'll be easier to understand when you see it for yourself. Forcione, alright, thanks. With that, I let him get back to what he was doing, and went to check the market for the advanced classes that he mentioned. The results I found were numerous, to say the least. They even had packages available to help narrow things down. However, there were a few that caught my eye. the ones that combine the different energies. Elemental Monk, combining the energy of the body with the energy of the world, the elemental monk gains the ability to imbue their physical form with aspects of nature. 10 points. Martial Spirit, combining the energies of the body and soul together, the martial spirit is capable of existing as both a living being and a spirit, and gains special powers associated with such. 10 points. Elementalist, by merging natural energy into their spells, a mage may greatly enhance the efficiency and power of a spell and learn new applications for such elemental energy. 10 points. Summoner, using the spirit as a base and the mana to shape it, a summoner is able to create powerful entities to fight for them. 15 points. World Spirit, by merging the spirit of a soul with the spirit of the world, it is possible to create a spirit born of nature. 15 points. Looking a bit further, there was even one other class listed, and this one actually amazed me. Perfect Self, by unifying the body, mind, and soul, one may find perfection. With this power, they will be the true masters of themselves. 50 points. If I were to buy all 6 classes, they are included in a single package labeled Basic Energy Masters for a full 100 points. However, first I wanted to look at the Legend class that Grimmer mentioned. If the advanced ones already reached that level of power, I was curious to see what the pinnacle was. False Divinity, only one who has reached the pinnacle of perfection, and learned how to merge their energy with the world around them may step into this realm. A false divinity will never age, and fears none below the true gods, able to establish themselves as the height of power. Those with this class are granted a powerful domain, and can use their domain to bestow power on their followers, generating their own priests. 100 points. Wow. Just, wow. That definitely qualifies as a legendary class. The class name had me curious, so I searched a bit more, finding something else. Surprisingly, this wasn't listed as a legendary class, but in a different special class section. True Divinity, this class may be granted, but never sought. Only the gods themselves may grant it, and only with the approval of the keeper. Once a mortal has risen to True Divinity, they will be treated as a companion with all the rules and restrictions that entails. A true divinity will be granted a domain, and retain all of the powers they had in life. 45 points per true divinity. Looking through the special class list, it seemed that all of them were cases that had to be approved by either a keeper or a god, and typically all of them were paid per unit rather than just paying once to unlock the class in the system. I suppose that made sense, though. With the false divinity class, only one could exist within the world's system at a time. Though, from what Grimmer said, it might be possible for other people to train themselves to that level. Anyways, with this I had an answer to my question about the energy types. The different combinations do possess their own results. But with Ninja being the only basic class, the others must all be either incredibly difficult to achieve, or else incredibly powerful. I was tempted to buy up the advanced classes with what points I had remaining, but managed to restrain myself. The world was not yet ready for the stronger powers to be known. They hadn't even finished discovering all of the current classes, yet. I forgot to ask how to do enchanting. I had wanted to ask that at the keeper meeting, but the games distracted me. I even forgot to ask about other achievements. I hurriedly opened up the message window to consult Grimmer about that again. While I didn't want to rely on him too much, the only other option was to go back to the meeting and find random keepers to ask. Even then, I'd have to rely on Grimmer to get me an invitation back. Now, onto the things he told me, because this was pretty helpful. Enchanting wasn't possible yet with the level of magic unlocked in my world, because none of the known spells had the bestowal component. I could manually carve a spell into an item and technically it would be a magic item, but rather than an enchanted item, it would merely serve as a container for the spell. For achievements, he did manage to tell me about a few that I could unlock early on, but he wasn't of as much help here. After all, it had been a long time since he himself was at the stage to unlock these personal achievements. He could help with the world achievements, but that was it. Nonetheless, it was good information. I doubted that I would be earning some of those achievements, like the one for me to breed a hero, by knocking up mortal women like Trival is doing. I mean, the only reward for that one he mentioned is higher potential for any of my own offspring, so that's not major. Sorry, Earth girls, but I have Terra. She's much more attractive than anyone in the present age of Earth. Now, achievements that I can do. If I personally unlock all of the basic classes for the world, then that will be an achievement. Apparently, the reward for that one differs based on the number of classes. Likewise, I can make my presence known to the world and become an unofficial king of the gods. The reward there is actually pretty good, as it allows me to grant each god a second domain for free. However, according to Grimmer, it makes interfering in the world harder, because perceptive people will be able to see through to my true nature and know who I am. Maybe I can do that one later. I thought to myself. An achievement that I could do now. There is one, but I wasn't sure if the reward was worth going out of my way for it. Shrugging, because I didn't have much else needing done at the immediate time, I went ahead and decided to go through with it. Opening the menu, I chose to remodel my current keeper body. This achievement required me to get used to a body considerably different from my own. Unsurprisingly, simply adding fox ears and a tail didn't cut it, so I had to do some more drastic changes. As the only race different enough from humans for me to interact with were centaurs, I based my new body off of that. Unlike Trival, I gave myself brown hair, and kept the features of my upper body the way they normally are. Once I confirmed the changes, I closed my eyes and waiting for the light to descend and change my body. The first change I noticed was a crashing sound, reminding me both that I had been sitting in my computer chair at the time, and that horses don't tend to fit in those. Whoops. Next, I felt extreme discomfort from my lower body. I could feel that I was standing, but my legs felt as if they had fallen asleep. I knew what I would see when I opened my eyes, but that still didn't stop me from being surprised by my large equine half. Glancing back, I saw my chair had blasted itself back to the far wall to make room for me. Startled by the noise, Tara and Oravi soon threw the door open and ran into the room, looking at me in wide eyes. Big bro got bigger, Oravi said, looking up at me in amazement. Yes. He did. Tara grinned, though she wasn't exactly looking up. No, bad cat girl. This form isn't for that. Chapter 32, Horsing Around. After shooing the two of them out of the room, I glanced around our bedroom with mild dissatisfaction. This wasn't nearly enough room for me to practice moving as a centaur. Closing my eyes, I tried to do what I had seen Tara do several times before. She was able to rearrange the entire admin room with but a thought, and had told me that I possessed the same power as well. So, focusing, I tried to imagine the current room as a wide open field. When I opened my eyes, I was surprised to find that my little experiment had worked. No more were the walls of the bedroom blocking me in. Gone was the giant, soft bed that I enjoyed lying in whenever the opportunity arose. Now, the land around me was filled with tall grass, gently swaying in the breeze. Great. Now, let's get started, I said to myself, before trying to take a step forward with my front right leg, then back left leg. Oh god, no. My leg doesn't bend like that, I thought as pain erupted in my hind legs, and I tumbled to the side. As I had been used to walking with a certain type of leg my whole life, suddenly changing that was difficult. While a horse's front legs may be similar enough to what I was used to that I could control them, the back legs were the exact opposite. Bending my back legs, it felt like I was trying to twist my knees in a direction they were never meant to go. Well, now I was on the ground, so walking was out of the question. And, since I had fallen onto my side, I had enough room to practice stretching out and bending all of my horse legs. Really, though, the front legs felt almost like arms with how they moved. After a few minutes of adjusting to how my new legs worked, I felt confident enough to stand up. Using one of my arms to push up, I rolled my lower body onto my stomach. Next, I extended my front two legs out to serve as a brace while pushing my hind legs up. Slowly but surely, I found my way to my feet. I still felt unsteady, but at least I knew that I could get back up if I fell down. Now, let's try this again. Front right leg, back left leg, front left leg, back right leg. Repeat. Although each movement was shaky, with both my arms spread out to try and balance myself, I managed to slowly walk forward. Okay. Next, let's try to pick up the speed a bit, I said with a sigh, once I managed to start walking at a steady pace. I gradually picked up speed, walking faster and faster until either both my back left and front right legs, or my back right and front left legs were off the ground at the same time. This should be what is known as a trot, right? My knees still felt uneasy bending in this way, but it was nowhere near as unpleasant as that first step had been. Finally, I did my best to speed up further, moving to a full gallop. For this, my back right leg touched down first, pushing off while both my back left and front right legs touched down to balance me, finishing with my front left leg coming down and pushing off again. After a minute of running like this, and feeling the wind through my hair, I almost tripped again when a message window appeared in front of me. You have earned a personal achievement. For familiarizing yourself with a body type sufficiently different from your own, you have earned the flexible achievement. Body familiarity unlocked. I smiled slightly, slowing down to a walk as I read the message. According to Grimmer, this achievement would make it so that I could easily become familiar with various body types in the future. While not supremely useful now, such a quality could be a great deal of help in the future. With that taken care of, I focused on returning the area around me to the bedroom I had previously been using, before changing my body back to normal as well. I felt unsteady on my feet for a brief moment when I returned to just 2 legs, but that feeling quickly passed. With a sigh of relief, I went to see how the others were doing. In the next room, I found Tara and Oravi playing dress-up again. This time, the smaller goddess was wearing a cute schoolgirl uniform with a blue skirt that went down just above her knees and a white long-sleeved shirt. "Muoyo. Big sis," she complained as she looked at herself in the mirror. "Oh, come on. Just a few more," Tara said with a large grin. Noticing me in the mirror, she turned and gave me a playful wink. "Done horsing around now and ready to get back to work?" I chuckled lightly at the pun, but shook my head. Nothing incredibly major happening right now that needs my attention. Probably going to talk with Trival for a moment and then fast forward. That should give the centaurs some time to get oriented before we make more drastic changes. I then thought to myself, depending on Trival's ability as a leader, I might not even need to particularly interfere for the 1,000-year period. I'll need to figure out his plans for the centaurs when I call him up. Tara, listening to my words, nodded her head. That sounds like a good idea. You still have a long way to go before the world can be brought together and the races united. Until then, it will either be a case of waiting for the world to eventually advance on its own, or playing an active role to balance things out. Well, from what all the other keepers had told me, the latter was definitely the most beneficial. Even if I drastically raised the level limit and simply fast-forwarded far enough, I could enter the games within a week. However, I would not be able to freely control the amount of power I'd have as a keeper, and would be severely undertrained. Speaking of, there is one more thing I was wanting to ask you about. Tara glanced over to me, about to move to Oravi's wardrobe, likely to find her another outfit. How can I hide my keeper powers a bit better? The family I met before seemed almost like they could feel it. I certainly never expected them to behave that obediently. Tara gave a small smile, pulling one outfit out of the wardrobe. This one looked like a uniform for a small witch, consisting of tiny black robes and a matching pointed hat. That, huh? Well, it certainly would become a problem later, once people are able to piece together what it means. Giving a small nod, she laid the outfit on Oravi's bed, before pulling the small girl up into her lap to hug while she spoke. The matter of training yourself to hide your keeper status is fairly simple. You just have to be able to determine what powers come from yourself, and what ones come from being a keeper. After that, imagine a wall between the two. Now, that wall won't do you any good if you start pulling from your keeper powers, so you'll need to be careful to only use your personal abilities. Put me down. Oravi cried out pitifully in Tara's lap, flailing her short arms to try to get free while the older goddess explained. Of course, this doesn't apply to your health, so that one will simply take a bit of acting. You'll need to pretend that injuries are as bad as they appear and maybe even play dead when your health would normally be depleted. Tara continued, completely ignoring Oravi's attempt to free herself. That sounds pretty simple, actually. Honestly, I had been expecting to go through another set of hellish training with Tara when I brought it up. But, I much prefer this answer. Well, can you call up Trival? I'm about to go pause the world so I can talk with him without his unicorn ladies noticing he's missing. Tara nodded in response, so I turned and went back to my room, quickly finding the option to pause that time zone. Almost as soon as I did, I heard hooves hitting the floor behind me. What do you require, my leech? Turning around, I saw Trival in all his glory, standing in front of me with his arms crossed at his chest. Let's talk for a bit. Some things I need you to understand, and other things I need to hear from you. He gave a passive nod to what I said, so I started. First, what is your plan for the centaurs? This is something I need to know, so that there won't be conflicts, and can either aid you or correct you if needed. Trival wasn't born with system knowledge like Tara was, so he only has what he has seen, or what thoughts I put in him when I made him. There was another brief nod before Trival began speaking. First, I will raise a family with the 2 women I have accepted as my priestesses. Once the family is large enough, I intend to showcase their power to the wandering herds as they fall to danger. At the same time, I will keep on the lookout for other variants born that I may take into the family, if their parents would not have them. I nodded my head as I listened to his words. And what are you going to do about the parents who would rather kill their variant offspring? Although I had not witnessed such actions firsthand, the fact that not a single Pegasus centaur was alive was a strong indicator that it happened. Trival's face darkened. They will be warned beforehand. If they do not heed that warning, and a parent still dares to harm their foal, I will not be merciful. No parent should do such a thing to a child, simply for being born. Well, I liked his logic, but not how far he was preparing to go. How about this? Send the warning to every centaur of the world, and then do so again in another 50 years. At first, they will fear your wrath, especially if a herd or 2 disobey you. But, once a few variants begin appearing, things might get better for them. After that, you can showcase your unicorn family. Trival considered my words for a few moments. Very well, my liege. I will follow your words. I will strive to raise my herd high enough in that period. I nodded, and then a thought occurred to me. What are you going to do about the offspring for the twins? I mean, they'll need breeding partners, too, won't they? Trival didn't even hesitate before giving his answer. Naturally, if there are no suitable stallions for the task, I shall take care of it myself. It is important to continue the lineage. Wait, no. I violently shook my head, waving my arms in front of me. Denied, not allowed. New rule, the father shall not breed the daughter. This rule must be kept. It might sound wrong of me to want to enforce modern-day morals onto an archaic society, but I can't help it. Fathers can't do that. Pardon, my liege. Trival looked at me in confusion. Then, what is it I am supposed to do? As you said, I need to raise the herd. If I am not an active breeding partner beyond the first generation, there is a chance that there might not be any males born. Well, find someone. Use a son from the other twin if you have to, at least that way they're only half-siblings. Or, find a willing male centaur. But, fathers can't mate with their daughters. Completely not allowed. Trival had a troubled look on his face as he listened. Very well, my liege. I shall do my best to uphold your words. You said there were things you needed to tell me, as well. Distraction cited and accepted. That's right. I need to show you some things. Reaching down to my computer desk, I grabbed my book of spells to hand to Trival. Unicorn variants and the so far unseen Kylan variants are both extremely talented in magic. Memorize these spells and begin training the twins. When their children are born and ready to train, have their mothers teach them. Assuming, of course, that they are born as the same variant. Trival accepted the book, slowly looking through it. After a few long minutes of committing the patterns within to memory, he handed it back. My thanks. I shall follow your words in this matter as well. Is there anything else you require of me? I thought about it, but shook my head. That should be all. I'll be speeding up the world after I send you back and see how things look in a few years. He gave me a brief nod, before again vanishing into thin air. With a shrug, I turned around and resumed the time zone. Let's see how this ends up, then. Chapter 33, Like Herding Centaurs. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. For the majority of the centaurs, that 50 years did not amount to much. However, I checked the population statistics for the variant races and discovered something. First, the Pegasus centaurs. There were actually 2 that had been born and were still alive. Looking into it, they were each still treated as outcasts within their herd, but they had not been trampled. Now, for the unicorn centaurs. Trival has been busy. I let out a small sigh as I looked at the numbers. There were a total of 57 unicorn centaurs now, and all of them were in his herd. One of the variants that I had been worried about not having the ability to establish a stable population had started to do so thanks to divine intervention. Of the unicorn centaurs, all were at least a level 5 mage, while some even climbed to level 10. In this age, that gave them a considerable advantage. Sadly, there had still not been a Kylan centaur born yet, and aside from the unicorns that Trival was personally raising, there hadn't been any more of those yet, either. Finding Trival, I sent another message for him to come up to meet me, and pause the world again. This time, I shared with him the knowledge of Stone Age tools, and instructed him to tell the centaurs about it. He could treat it as a reward for them following his orders thus far. With the benefits of actual weapons, centaurs should be able to better defend themselves if attacked. Trival seemed to appreciate the information I gave him and immediately spread it out as ordered. For now, let's just watch how things go. It should be almost time for his grand reveal of the variants to a few herds. Tristan was racing through the fields, his herd following behind him. Behind them, a series of growls echoed out. Hurry, just a little more. The group of centaurs had been running for nearly an hour to escape their pursuers. Black creatures coming just above their waists, with needle-like spikes coming from their backs. They grew, terrifying creatures to the centaurs. Too tall to trample, too short to punch, and too fast to kick. Their only hope was to run until the Gru were tired out, and then turn around to attack. However, at this time, a barrage of fire and ice sailed towards the Gru from the distance. Tristan and his herd skidded to a stop, eyes wide as they looked at the source of this mysterious power. They could hear the sounds of explosions behind them and the pitiful cries of the Gru as they succumbed. At the horizon, there stood 5 men, all with pure white hair. Their hands were extended to point towards the Gru, watching the red bars that represented their life falling to nothing. However, that wasn't what truly caught their eyes. Rather, it was that each of the men had a shining, spiral horn protruding from their head. The lengths of these horns varied, with the shortest being just over a foot long, and the longest being nearly 3 feet. However, it was enough to confirm one thing for the centaur herd. The outcast. That thought rang through the minds of each centaur, and many felt a sense of disgust rise up with it. It did not matter that they had been saved by an unknown power. The mere existence of that power confirmed for some that the outcast would never belong in a herd. However, their next action surprised the herd. Rather than staying to celebrate their kills, they lowered their hands and backed up. Then, a pitch-black centaur, one who struck an innate awe in everyone present, walked in front of them. "We're done here," he said calmly, looking to the herd that had recently been fleeing. Together with the 5 outcasts, this new centaur ran back into the distance. With that, mixed feelings were spread throughout the rescued herd. Some still viewed the outcast with disdain, while others were silently thankful. Still more were thankful that the outcasts did not turn their hands towards the herd. This scene repeated itself dozens of times. If a herd was about to be in mortal peril, a barrage of fire and ice would arrive from the distance. Among 2 of those herds, there were outcasts within the herd as well. These outcasts did not possess horns, but rather wings. When the horned outcasts arrived to save these herds, they did not immediately leave as they did with the others. Rather, that black-haired centaur strode forth, straight towards the winged outcast. Aside from the outcast, everyone else felt an invisible pressure forcing them to back up several paces. "My child," he spoke in a soft voice. "Among your own herd, you are unwanted. You are not treated as their equal. If you wish, you may come with us." Among the 2 winged outcasts, one chose to remain with his herd. Whether or not they treated him fairly, they were family, and all he has ever known. However, the other had been scorned all his life. Seeing the chance for happiness, he easily accepted the offer. When the winged outcast left the herd, some felt remorseful. Either for disappointing this powerful figure in front of them, or being so unkind to a member of their own herd that that person willingly chose to leave it at the first opportunity. Others felt joy. Joy that they would no longer be held back by the outcast. Which side was right and which was wrong, they would learn soon enough. I nodded my head in satisfaction, watching Trival deal with the various herds. Although he was blatantly using his god powers to transport people, it still got the job done, and left a heavy impact in their hearts. I sent another message to Trival when he was done with the final herd, though this time I was not summoning him. "You can stay with them for another 100 years. After that, you should only get involved if things become dire. Let them rely on themselves for a while." After sending the message, I saw that Trival looked towards the sky, but did not send any direct replies. He could watch over his people as long as he wanted, but leading them directly like this and putting so many empowered unicorns in the ranks will only unbalance things even further. With that taken care of, I glanced to the underworld to see how Irina was handling things. I had to admit that this would be an extra burden on her, due to so many souls appearing from various times all at once. Ultimately, I was unsure what she would do about it. What I found was thousands of centaurs, spread out around the outermost areas of the underworld. Each one seemed to gradually be moved closer to the center, likely meaning that once the time zone caught up with the rest of the world, they would be appearing alongside the rest of the spirits. As if sensing that I was looking at her domain, a voice suddenly appeared from behind me. "Can I help you with something, Dale?" Turning around, I found Irina standing there, her wings tucked in behind her back, arms down at her sides. "Ah, sorry. I was just wanting to make sure everything was going all right on your end." I looked over to her and saw her furrowing her eyebrows. "You are okay, aren't you?" She hesitated for a long moment before nodding. "The extra work is not a problem. As long as I place the older souls further away from the center, they can be seen as having wandered in over time, rather than every generation appearing at once." Her voice was softer when she spoke this time, compared to our previous encounter. And now, it was time for me to make the most amateur mistake a man can ever make. "So, what was the matter earlier? You were acting different before." Irina's eyes flashed with a cold light, but she restrained herself, taking a deep breath. "It is not your fault, Dale. You are not used to speaking to us, I believe." "What do you mean?" "Okay, now I was confused. The meeting," she said, her bottom lip curling into a cute pout. "You paused the world, so I didn't have anything to do while you were gone, and later found out you went to some keeper meeting by yourself." After saying that, her expression quickly returned to normal. "I would have appreciated an invitation, is all." "Ah. Wait, that was it? Well, true, I didn't think to invite her. Or Oravi, for that matter. Out of all the gods and goddesses, Terra is definitely the one I am most comfortable with. At some point, I should take the time to improve my relationships with Irina and Oravi and maybe even Trival. So far, Terra is the one that Oravi has spent all her time with since she was created, so she has barely talked to me outside of asking me to save her from Terra. I'm sorry." I shook my head, accepting that I was wrong this time. "Like you said, I'm not used to talking to you guys. How about this? Once the centaurs are caught up with the rest of the world, I'll go spend a little while in the underworld." Irina's eyes lit up, her wings shaking slightly as she looked at me. Are you sure, sir?" Her voice was trembling, her lips curving upwards. I smiled, nodding my head. "I need to learn the spirit classes at some point, and can you think of any better trainer for me than you yourself?" I asked with a small grin. "Besides, I want to see what you've done with the place firsthand." Irina immediately shook her head. "No, of course not. I'd be happy to help, sir. I'll make sure everything is ready for you when you arrive." After saying that, she turned around and happily skipped out of the room. I smiled wryly as I watched her, before turning my attention back towards the centaurs. I was tempted to buy more systems, but I wanted to wait until the world was moving along the same timeline. As the level restriction was in place, and only set to level 30, I knew that the world was working to synchronize. Another 50 years, and I checked their progress again. Another unicorn centaur had been born to one of the herds, but this one was accepted, even after the horn began to show. 5 more Pegasus had been born, but they were not so lucky. Maybe it was because the Pegasus were so much more different, but the ones born to normal herds were still prejudiced. Finally, something that seemed to be even more important happened. Among the normal herds, a Kylan centaur had finally been born. A lone male, with antlers on his human head and scales along his horse body. He was even more of an outcast than the Pegasus, but I could already see Trival heading to greet him. Truly, among the centaur, the Kylan were the rarest. And, in this early stage, they could easily be considered the most powerful. I wasn't sure what the results would be if a Kylan centaur bred with a unicorn centaur, aside from the 1 in 1,000 chance for the horned Kylan to appear. It could be that the unicorn blood would be dominant, as it is the more common variation, or that the Kylan blood is dominant. It might even turn out that the mixed variants can't successfully breed, except for that 1 in 1,000 chance. I flipped forward another 50 years, to the time that I had given Trival that he would have to leave that herd. By now, they had actually split into 4 smaller herds, each one following his lead. The original unicorn twins had long since passed from age, and all that was left was the descendants that Trival had granted them. Today, what I assumed to be the leaders from the 4 herds were all gathered in one place, meeting with Trival. "Do not fear, my children. Though I will not be guiding you in body, my eyes will always be watching you." The god of the centaurs spoke to his people, the 4 horsemen he had appointed to lead his people in his stead. Of the 4, 2 were unicorns, 1 was a Pegasus, and the last was the Soul Kylan. If ever there comes a time when my people face true danger, I will be there. But, until then, it has been decided that I shall leave. His choice of words caused confusion to appear on the faces of the centaurs. If it was not his decision, then who? Though, none could voice this question. For you to grow on your own and become strong as a group, it is best to do so on your own. Trival took a deep breath, looking at each of the centaurs. I have done what I could for you, as a father and as a leader. But, from now on, I can only give simple guidance to those who call for me within their minds. There will be hardships, and you will lose family. These trials may harden your heart, but I ask that you keep my teachings in mind. The other herds, those who may have earned your ire in the past, you must not harm them. Avoid them if you must, but do not let them see your rage. For the sake of all our people, you must always follow this rule. Taking a step forward, Trival addressed the lone Kylan centaur. Cryan, I will place you as the leader of these herds, to care for and protect them. Remember, I am always watching. He said with a gentle smile. Do not disappoint me, my child. The 4 leaders all bowed their heads at his words, feeling a gentle breeze sweep over them. After several long moments of silence, they lifted their heads only to find that their ruler, their god, had vanished without a trace. Again, their heads lowered and the 4 of them decided that they would cherish the memories of their time together with Trival. Their god had spoken, and they would obey. But, deep in the backs of their minds, they still questioned his choice of words. Chapter 34, Catching Up. Nodding my head slightly, I watched where Trival left to after vanishing from the sight of the centaurs. In truth, he was actually still standing right in front of them. He had simply made them unable to see him. I really need to get a list of what all gods can do like that. Once again, I fast-forwarded in another 50-year increment, not quite comfortable yet with a big leap like I had done for the other races. It would get there eventually, but first I wanted to make sure that they wouldn't end up killing themselves in the process. Otherwise, wouldn't sending Trival down in the first place be pointless? Looking at the population statistics, there had been 1 more Kylan centaur born, but the old one had also died. Going by the fact that the new Kylan was also with the herd of unicorn centaurs, it was likely a child of the former Kylan. Over the 50-year jump, the population for the variant herds remained somewhat stable, only gaining a few members overall. However, for the general herds, there had been a larger increase. This was likely due to one large factor, and that was Trival pushing for the acceptance of the variants. By now, several members of the variant herds had already reached the level 30 cap, with most of their levels in magic. For the 3 living Pegasus centaurs, they had high levels in Scout, meaning that they were most likely being actively utilized by their herds. I doubted that they had reached a level of acceptance where they were allowed to mate with the general population, but this was already a good step forward. As such, I began increasing the jumps to 100 years each. Every time, I would briefly look over the statistics such as population numbers and levels, and look for new advances in culture. I wasn't until 400 years later where the first major change took place. When I stopped at this interval, I found a few of the centaurs carrying bundles on their backs. I did not know what purpose those bundles served at the time, so I fast-forwarded a few hours, keeping an eye on that herd. Later that evening, when the sun was just beginning to set, several centaurs came over to remove the bundles from the backs of those carrying them. They then proceeded to spread out, showing that the true form of the bundles were primitive collapsible tents. When spread to their full size, each tent had enough space for 5 centaurs to climb under it, though the true form of the tent was little more than a leather tarp held in place by multiple posts. There were no walls, so it only served for protection against rain. In the corner, I saw a notification at that time that I had been awarded points for the centaurs learning construction techniques. I wasn't going to turn down the 15 points for them learning technology innovations on their own. However, my curiosity had been sated, so I resumed leaping forward in time. After the next 100-year leap, I saw almost every herd, aside from the variant herds, carrying those same tent bundles. As for the variants, I had the feeling that they did not need them so badly. They had lost their only Kylan, but they still had the magic of fire, which was not a power the general centaurs had fully mastered yet. However, there was one thing that surprised me. 600 years after Trival's disappearance, there was what looked to be a city cropping up at a particular area of the plains. Its inhabitants, almost exclusively variants. At the center of the city was a statue depicting what I assumed to be Trival, standing nearly 30 feet tall, the tallest structure in the entire city. Aside from that statue, the tallest structure was only 15 feet tall. This city, named Trieshold from the information in the system, spanned dozens of miles in diameter. Now, that does not mean it was densely populated, quite the opposite really. There were less than 800 residents of Trieshold, but they were so spread out that the city seemed larger than it was. Well, I guess it makes sense if their horse bodies required a lot of regular exercise, they'd want to build things further apart. Still, this was the first permanent settlement of centaurs, and from what I saw they had even planted a grove of fruit trees within the city. The leadership in the city seemed to be divided between 4 individuals who held equal voting power. If I had to guess, they were the successors to the original herd leaders that Trival had appointed, though that was only a guess. At this point, I was only a few skips away from the time zone finally catching up with the rest of the world. It was almost time to focus on buying the new systems I wanted. I also managed to earn another 75 points from advancements within the Centaur race, though none of them were ones I had not seen before. Even after those last few skips, the Centaurs were still behind the other races in terms of settlements. However, I had a feeling that in terms of power, the Centaurs should be able to rival the other races. They had settled an additional 2 cities over the course of the years, though neither of the 2 were as large as Trieshold, which had continued to grow. Additionally, in terms of the amount of land they explored, the Centaurs were rivaled only by the Halflings. If not for the fact that they cannot easily move through rough terrain, they likely would have overtaken the Halflings by a large margin instead. By now, the Centaurs, which had grown to nearly 100,000, occupied roughly 1% of their continent. Compared to the elves, that was already more than 10 times greater, since elves did not travel very far in their lives after settling down. Anyways, I'm getting off track. Once the Centaurs caught up in terms of the time I had given them, the following notification was displayed. The currently active time zone has finished its designated period of activity and synchronized with the rest of the world. This time zone will now be rendered inactive and can be activated again by selecting it through the options menu. Note that doing so will not incur an extra fee. Well, at least it is good to know that time zones are reusable, I guess. I shrugged my shoulders, moving to the system market. After unpausing the world, I wanted to buy the systems I had been waiting on. Specifically, this time I wanted the quest system that had been created at the Keeper meeting. Quest system. Using this system, it is possible to issue official request contracts to interested parties. This request may be verbal or written, but once accepted it is binding. If there is a reward item promised for the quest, it is removed from the issuer when the quest is given. In the event of quest completion, the item is delivered to the recipient. In the event of failure, it is returned to the issuer. If the reward is a service, the issuer is compelled to complete the reward as specified, regardless of intention. Game setting required. 50 points. I nodded in satisfaction, immediately buying the system. As I did so, a thought occurred to me. This is going to require another update announcement. If it were something as simple as an increased level limit, or even extra classes, I could forget the announcement. Arguably, even the achievement and title systems didn't need one if I didn't want to. However, the quest system makes it so words can become a binding contract that the world itself enforces. That's a little bit of a major update. Reluctantly, I spent another point to broadcast the message. Mere weeks had passed since the message had been transmitted to every man, woman, and child. Regardless of race, everyone was still discussing the appearance of the achievement and title systems, as well as what they might mean. More importantly, they were curious about the owner of the mysterious voice that had informed them of these changes, the imperious voice that spoke casually about the laws which ran their world. And now, that voice spoke again, to the surprise of every sapient creature. Introducing the second major world update. With this update, a quest system has been implemented to the world. Anyone is capable of issuing or receiving quests, and such quests are binding. Rewards and conditions may be attached to a quest, allowing people to ensure their time well spent. Everyone is again encouraged to do their best to obtain greater power and contribute to the advance of their communities. For a full minute, the only sapient creatures that were able to make themselves move were those in dire straits. For the rest, they were like frozen statues, paralyzed by the knowledge they had been given, and the fact that the voice had again spoken. This time, what it spoke of was even more outrageous than before, as if it was telling the entire world that its words were law. Soon, the first quests were issued, and they truly did discover the meaning behind those words that had been spoken. Anyone who carelessly promised a reward for a favor and ignored the ringing in their ears found their body moving outside of their control. The worst off were those that spoke too harshly to others, believing themselves to be above the world. One such human male had scolded a young man, saying that if he managed to find a wife for himself, he would run through the city naked. By some twist of fate, the shy man managed to meet a girl the next day, one with whom he shared romantic feelings. A few days later, when they spoke of their intent to wed, the one who had spoken harshly wept as his body moved despite himself, as if he was a puppet on strings. He disrobed entirely and ran from one corner of the city to the other. Due to his shame, he did not stop running when he found the wall of the city. As soon as his body was back within his control, he fled into the wilderness, never to return. After the first few such quests were issued, nobody dared to speak carelessly, for fear of invoking the wrath of the voice that spoke from the heavens. There were only 3 exceptions for this: those who had developed writing systems complete enough for written messages to appear before them. This was the first time such messages had appeared for these races, so they took it to be a sign from above. Do you wish to officially issue this quest? Yes/no. Among the halflings, the elves, and the dwarves, there were many that saw this message appear in front of them after they spoke. Those that knew its meaning rarely agreed, while those that didn't would soon discover it. But, no matter who it was, nobody would forget the power displayed by the mysterious voice that spoke of change, which seemed to hold power above the gods themselves. Several names were bestowed to this voice in the coming days, merely as a way to remember it. These names were sources of fear for many inhabitants, fearing that angering this being would bring shame and ruin for the fortunate, and a swift end for those with true crimes. Nodding to myself in satisfaction after sending the message out, I quickly sent another one to Irina, telling her that I was ready to meet up in the afterlife. All that was left was to get into the body I would be using there. But this was a fairly simple matter. Within a few moments, I had created for myself a diva body with black hair and white wings. 2 small horns protruded from my forehead, and as Irina appeared in the room I suddenly felt my body getting weaker. My weight felt as if it had doubled, and I nearly stumbled to the ground in surprise. This must be the penalty for having a race with naturally lower strength, I thought to myself, smiling to Irina. Ready to go, then? She simply nodded, a smile on her face as she extended her hand to me. Chapter 35, Tonight, we dine in hell. Spirit Hunter class unlocked. Spirit Knuckle ability unlocked. Reaper class unlocked. Spirit Bolt ability unlocked. The moment that I touched Irina's hand, the scenery around us changed. This was not an unfamiliar sensation, as I experienced it every time I descended. However, I was somewhat surprised by the gray mist swirling around me. Although I had looked at the afterlife a few times, I had never been here myself. After a moment, the gray mist flew away, as if retreating from an explosion of force. Instead, what I found was a wooden floor, similar to the architecture of the admin room. In fact, there was even the same red bed in the corner. If I didn't know better, I would have simply thought that someone rearranged the furniture of the admin room rather than transferring to the afterlife. That was, until I saw the window. Through the window, I saw a landscape of small houses, a black sky, and a veil of gray fog in the distance. Welcome to my home, Irina said with a small smile. I did not have much to base it on. As you can tell. I nodded slightly at that. Really, that was to be expected. Unless Irina asked Terra for information on Earth architecture, she would only have what existed currently on Earth or in the admin room. That's fine. So, this is the afterlife, huh? Every time I moved my body, it felt like I was trudging through quicksand. Furrowing my brows, I called up my character sheet to see what I was working with at the moment. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Diva Keeper. Strength: 3. Spirit Energy: 69 1275 plus 15. Stamina: 3. Intelligence: 821. Dexterity: 330. Wisdom: 922. Luck: 4. Charm: 6. Class list: Reaper 139. Spirit Hunter 142. I could only let out a reluctant sigh, accepting my fate. I'd need to look through the advanced classes later, see if I could find any focusing on strength or stamina. However, there was one entry in the sheet that confused me. Irina, mind clearing something up? She nodded her head quickly. Of course, what is it? This sheet. It has an extra number for my spirit energy. I'm not really sure why, though. After I said that, Irina furrowed her brows, before closing her eyes and focusing. It seems that you have a second spirit bound to your body. Oh. Right, I forgot about that boar. Do you want me to exorcise it? Huh. No, sorry, I just forgot it was there. So, how has everything been for you here, Irina? Her smile grew slightly when she heard my question. It's been good. I am working to migrate the centaur spirits to this city, so that they can be introduced to the population. I nodded my head slightly at that. It wouldn't be good to leave them all alone out there, but bringing them all back in at the same time would be just as bad, if not worse. Okay. So, how do I do this whole spirit shaping thing? And any information I should know? I mean, I could just figure out how the basic powers work by studying them, but I had the perfect teacher here. Might as well use what she knows. Irina nodded at the question. She immediately resumed her businesslike appearance, placing both arms at her side, only lifting one to briefly adjust her glasses. First of all, aging. This is a non-issue for you as a keeper, but it is relevant to other information. Those in the afterlife are essentially immortal, so long as their age never exceeds their maximum spirit energy. If that happens, their usable spirit energy will begin declining day by day, and when it is fully extinguished, so are they. For a deva, you can see that the starting limit is just over 60 units of spirit energy. For spirits, their starting spirit energy values are determined by their class levels in life. The lower their levels, the less time they have. I furrowed my brow in thought at that. So, a child who did not have time to experience much in life. Irina simply nodded in response. Unless they train quickly when they reach the underworld, they will find themselves reborn within a few years. Now, for either of the two available classes for this realm, you need to learn how to manipulate your spirit energy. As a deva or a spirit energy represents your entire being. We are but masses of spirit energy with wills. To demonstrate, Irina extended her hand, which dissolved into gray mist for just a moment. When it reformed, it resembled a lance 3 feet long. You try. Remember to be conservative with your spirit energy, because you do not have much to waste at these levels. I nodded my head, holding my arm out in front of me. What did I actually want to make? If it was a question of a ranged or melee weapon, obviously I want melee. Although a ranged weapon could keep me out of direct combat, I'd be making up for that by spending my own life force with every shot. So, what kind of melee weapon do I want? Closing my eyes, I felt an energy stirring within me. This wasn't mana. I was all too familiar with that. No, this was spirit energy, something I've only felt from my own body in the admin room. Focusing, I pulled a bit of that energy from my arm, gathering it in front of me. Thanks to Tara's instructions on smithing, I was all too familiar with how to make simple swords. Shaping the hilt, the blade, the guard, everything felt so fluent. It wasn't until the end when something unexpected happened. The boar spirit, which had been silently lurking in my body since I had acquired it, suddenly began to rampage. I was startled, almost jumping from the sensation, feeling that presence run along my arm and jump out through my hand. Directly into the sword I had just made. Spirit Hunter has leveled up. Spirit Hunter has leveled up. Spirit Hunter has leveled up. 3 levels all at once, the messages greeting me as I opened my eyes. What I saw in front of me was definitely not the sword I had wanted to make. What had started as a short sword grew by a dozen centimeters, putting it just shy of being a long sword. Additionally, the cross guard had changed drastically. Previously, it had been a normal line of metal extending from either side, but now it had curved, resembling tusks as they edged towards the blade. At the center of the guard, there was an engraving of a boar head, with 2 ruby eyes staring down the length of the sword. This is interesting, Irina said with wide eyes. I have not seen this effect before. She then held out her hands, both of which returned to being normal hands, as if to take the sword from me. May I? I nodded, handing it over to her. She held the blade for a long moment, examining the changes that had been made. Very interesting. It feels like the soul of the boar has merged with the sword. Well, I certainly knew that there was an ability like this for higher-level spirit hunters, but I did not imagine that the basic spirit tamer ability would work for the same purpose. Does it have any special effects? I asked, somewhat hopefully. Irina looked taken aback by the question, but nonetheless examined the sword again. Aside from carrying extra weight and a little more striking power, I do not think you will find any special abilities with this weapon. After that, She handed the sword back to me. Try to take it back into yourself. I nodded, accepting the weapon. I could still feel a connection with it, and as soon as I tried to recall it, it felt as if the sword shattered in my grasp. Strands of gray mist flew into my arm, and I felt the presence of the boar spirit slowly walking back to its resting place. Very interesting. For some reason, I didn't like the way that Irina was looking at me with wide, excited eyes as if she had found a subject for research. The next few hours were spent with me making various different types of items out of spirit energy. Each time I made a combat-oriented item, such as a dagger, sword, or even a shield or armor, the boar spirit would merge with it. Even when I made a helmet, it ended up looking like the boar's skull thanks to the spirit's influence. On the bright side, this allowed me to get a lot of experience with the Spirit Hunter class. Even without fighting, it seemed that simply making new types of items was enough to level up a good bit. It wasn't until nearly 3 hours later that I had to say enough. There were other things I wanted to do here aside from just training this one class. Though, I did like the improvements I made to it. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Diva Keeper. Strength: 3. Spirit Energy: 172 1275 plus 15. Stamina: 3. Intelligence: 821. Dexterity: 830. Wisdom: 1423. Luck: 4. Charm: 7. Class list: Reaper 139. Spirit Hunter 1542. Okay, enough. I raised my hands in surrender, not wanting to train this class anymore. Irina smiled at me, crossing her arms under her chest. Then, what would you like to do next, sir? I thought about that for a moment, and then decided to ask a question. According to the information, this class should be usable by living people, as well. Do you have any idea how to go about that? Her smile quickly faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression as she stared into nothingness. Well, living creatures can't manipulate their own spirit energy, as doing so would permanently damage their own health. So, most likely they need to get an alternate source of raw spirit energy, which they can manipulate as their own. It probably won't recover naturally, meaning that they will need to harvest the energy every time they want to replenish. Well, that seemed easy enough, I guess. Basically, spirit tamers would be able to become spirit hunters if they tried to create items out of the raw spirit energy they absorb from damaged souls. Would have to be something I'd try later, maybe give it to another race as a signature class. Ah, one more thing. Spirit energy, and anything made from it, is invisible to the living. I'm not sure if there is some way around that, but to my knowledge, no normal spirit constructs can be seen by or interact with the living world. Irina decided to share one last tidbit of information with me on the subject, which made me question the usefulness of the class in normal situations for the living. Chapter 36, The Hidden God. After calling it quits with training the Spirit Hunter class, I asked Irina about how the Reaper class worked. Or, well, I planned to. Before I could get the question out, a knock sounded throughout the building we were in. I was somewhat curious how the sound had reached the room, but seeing Irina's face growing colder, I figured there were other things to worry about. I'll be right back, she said abruptly, before turning to leave the room. Can I come with? I asked curiously. Want to see how you manage things around here. I mean, it's got to be a lot of work to do on your own. Irina's footsteps paused after I asked that, and she seemed to be struggling to decide. After a moment, however, she nodded her head slightly. Following that, the two of us proceeded to move out of the bedroom and into a long hall, at the end of which was a single door. The hall had a simple wooden floor with white painted walls and ceiling, so there was not exactly a lot to look at. However, when we made it to the next room, I saw a throne in the center of a large room. The throne was seated atop a raised pillar, which Irina flew up to. Since I was here to simply observe, I didn't go up there to join her. I would likely only be getting in the way if I did so. You may enter. A cold voice rang out beyond the door to the palace of the goddess of the underworld. This caused the figure standing there to shake uncontrollably. It was not that she normally had a caring personality, but the goddess seemed worse than usual right now. Why yes, he said, hurriedly opening the doors and stepping through. As usual, he found the goddess upon her throne, but this time there was something different. At the back of the room, next to a door that nobody ever uses, was a deva that the man had never seen before. He just stood there calmly, looking between Irina and the man as if watching a performance. You have something to report? Before the human spirit could think about this new character for too long, the goddess's cold voice snapped his attention back to her. He could see barely restrained fury within her eyes, and knew that delaying would be unhealthy. Why yes. This one has been tasked with providing a report to your majesty. The spirit bowed down low as if breaking eye contact would direct the fury he had seen to go elsewhere. Get on with it, then. Of course. Even with his body being already dead, he could feel a cold sweat gathering. Today a large number of an unidentified race has appeared at the borders of the city, and we felt that this matter should be brought to your attention. I am aware of the matter already. She spoke briefly. Is there anything else? A-ah. Yes. The man tried to figure out how to ask what he needed to ask, the second reason he had been elected to talk to the goddess. As a member of the governing council, he had the chance to converse with the goddess, and the obligation to do so in emergencies. This voice that everyone is hearing minus. He did not even finish his words when a heavy pressure forced him to his knees. Looking up, he knew it was from her. You do not need to know of these things. He could feel the venom in her voice, and knew that if he tried to press the subject, he might not live to regret it. You understood, goddess. His entire body shook, trying to force himself to his feet, but simply being unable to. Is there anything else? He barely managed to lift his head to look at her, seeing that her patience had almost reached its limit. There had been other matters he had been sent here to discuss, but he knew that he had no chance of going over them at this time. And no, that is all. As soon as the words left his lips, the pressure on him changed. From pushing him to the floor, it wrapped around him and flung him out the door before he could even make a sound. By the time he noticed he had even moved, he was slamming against a wall over 100 meters away from the palace. After he recovered, he couldn't help but think about the figure that had calmly stood at the side, in a place none had dared to stand before. How that figure had simply watched Irina as if measuring her. He felt an all-new series of chills running down his spine at that. That seemed a bit extreme. I spoke after the elf spirit had been abruptly tossed from the room. It was obvious that he was afraid of Irina, and that she seemed a bit upset. Most likely, she hadn't planned on anyone interrupting us. Sorry, she said, turning her head away. Though, her voice had lost its coldness, becoming a bit more gentle. Really, though, you do seem to enjoy making things difficult. She uttered that last bit with a sigh, just barely loud enough for me to hear. Huh? Did something bad happen? I was confused by that statement, not knowing what she meant. Those announcements, of course. Though, I guess you probably didn't have another way to do it easily, did you? Ah. Well, I could have had the Pantheon pass down the information, but this seemed more efficient. Wait, you did? She saw the guilty look on my face, and performed the underworld's first facepalm. Maybe. But it was either that, or repeat it to every god and goddess, and have them do it. Seemed like a better idea to just do it myself. Irina let out another sigh. Well, looks like you're stuck doing that now. 2 announcements like that in a single generation, the image has already been set. Oh. Didn't really think that far ahead. Any other crucial mistakes I should be aware of? Irina seemed to think about it far longer than I was comfortable with. Not that I can think of right now. She shook her head and stood from the throne. Now, where were we? You were just about to explain how the Reaper class powers work. Smiling, Irina nodded her head once. That's right. Well, actually, the Reaper class is pretty complicated. For a soul spell to trigger, you don't simply need an image of the spell. You need a complex image, and you need to pour your will into that image. From what I've seen, there are some ways to identify patterns between the images, but I have only managed to take it so far. Would you mind giving me a demonstration? She nodded her head again, flying down to land in front of me. Alright. Let's start with a simple one, a spell I made myself after analyzing what other Reapers were able to produce. This is the image needed for that spell. Irina held one hand out, and above it was a floating golden wheel with 6 spokes. And the spell it produces. Don't worry, this doesn't hurt. Uh-oh, I didn't really like the sound of that. As the image above her hand faded away, 6 golden rods of light slammed into me from all sides, pinning my body in place. Surprisingly, they held no physical presence, but simply having them in contact with my body seemed to paralyze me, even the parts that were not touching them. I had to wait for her to cancel the spell before I was even able to talk. What was that? I call it the binding wheel. You can already guess what it does, so I won't bother with that explanation. Essentially, the image you produce in your mind will have an impact on the spell. I picture a wheel with 6 rods, and 6 rods hold you in place. Oh, I see. This is not how I expected the Reaper magic to work. I thought that it might use spell diagrams like the living magic, or work purely based on imagination, but not. Whatever this was, I think it might be better to stick with the Spirit Hunter class. At least that one I was able to use whether I was in the afterlife or the living world, and it seemed considerably easier to manage. Irina nodded her head softly. That's understandable. Is there anything else you want to do while you are here? Her voice seemed to hold some hope, as if she wasn't ready for me to leave just yet. It's understandable, really. I mean, when making her personality, I made it so that she loved me, and this was the first time we had ever spent an extended period together. I'd be surprised if she was ready for it to end so quickly. However, a thought did occur to me. Well, there is one thing I want to do, but I need to get an answer from you first. Of course, anything you need. She seemed happy that I was not leaving yet, but I doubt she would do anything more than secretly pout if I had. When a spirit hunter makes an item, is there any way to recover the spirit energy they use in it, aside from absorbing the item back into themselves? Irina thought about that for a short moment, but then nodded her head. Yes, as long as you are within the underworld, your spirit energy will recover at a natural rate. If you are in the mortal world, you would have to acquire the energy from other sources. I nodded my head slightly, and then considered the total SE I had at my disposal. Alright, then I'd like to make something. Think of it as a decoration for your house. Irina's smile brightened when she heard that, but her jaw dropped when she saw me moving to the door. Why you mean outside? She asked, her voice seeming to indicate she was practically panicking. Yeah, is that a problem? I asked curiously. No. She said after a long moment. But, we should take steps to make sure that you aren't seen. Or, do you want your reputation to climb even higher? I hadn't thought about that. Okay. Do what you have to do. I gave her my approval as I began walking to the door again. I had barely taken a step outside when a large black wall rose up around the courtyard, completely sealing off the palace. Sheesh. A little overboard. A strange sight occurred that day in the underworld, in the vicinity of the goddess's palace. First, one of the leading members of the council had been forcibly thrown out. Then, not 10 minutes later, a man had emerged from the palace, one nobody had ever seen before. As soon as he emerged, as if to hide his identity, a massive wall was raised around him. None could see through the wall to know what was going on, and they could not tell whether it was the man himself who created the wall, or their goddess. All they knew was that a wall had been formed as soon as anyone could see his face, and that when the wall was gone, a work of art appeared in front of the palace that astounded everyone. A large, stone pillar over 5 meters wide and 10 tall stood at the center, with 10 figures surrounding it. The pillar itself was unimportant, but the figures left everyone speechless. Standing facing away from the palace was the goddess Irina, whom everyone recognized. Among the other 9, many people were able to place names to them, despite having never seen them before. They were all the gods and goddesses who were known to each of their races the moment they were born. Each one facing away from the pillar, as if protecting it. What, then, did the pillar signify? Was it the world with the gods and goddesses protecting it from harm? Some thought that might be the case, but many had a different opinion. Many believed that the pillar was someone whom even the gods must obey. They stood, not to protect the pillar, but to simply stand with it. People began imagining that an 11th figure stood atop the pillar, standing above the gods themselves. However, no such figure had been created with this work of art, leaving them confused for its true purpose. Chapter 37, A World Divided. Dale. Did you have to make something so showy? Irina asked me with an almost pained sight after I went back into her home. What? I'm rather proud of it. Thankfully, this worked to finish my old quest to put Terra's image into the world, though I currently didn't qualify for the priest class, due to it not being available for the Deva and spirits. What's the matter with it? I asked curiously, watching as she lowered the giant black wall around the building. Nothing, really. But why did you arrange them like that? Doesn't it look a bit I don't know what to call it. Irina had her eyes directed outside still, and I knew she was looking in the direction of the new monument. I thought it made the most sense. I mean, all of the gods should have an equal standing in order for nobody to be prejudiced. And with them arranged in a circle around the pillar, it shows that they can watch over the entire world. I see. She merely sighed, reluctantly accepting my explanation. I wasn't sure why, but she still had a somewhat conflicted look on her face. Is there anything else you wanted to do while you were here? I thought about that for a few moments, and then nodded. There's not much I want to do while here, but I'd like to ask you a few questions, make sure I understand how the afterlife is being run. Irina nodded, leading me back towards the bedroom. Ask away, then. All right. First, I guess this has been bothering me a little bit, but how do you handle families here? I mean, often only one or two members of a family die at a time, so it'd be easy for them to get separated here. Irina glanced at me for a moment before providing her answer. That is a complicated subject, and one I am not entirely equipped to handle. My powers do not currently extend to being able to read everyone's family ties. If they don't die together, I imagine that many families are separated upon arrival. In the case where a family is strictly needed, such as for a child waiting for their rebirth, I have a counsel that puts them with families that will care for them. I nodded my head at that. With the number of children dying every day, it'd be hard for Irina to personally find homes for every one of them. Then, what about monsters? Surely they are still a problem after coming here. Her brows furrowed a bit at that question, as it seemed to be a touchy subject. Yes, they are. Many of them try to attack as soon as they are brought to the afterlife. I have considered splitting the afterlife to allow a land for the monsters to exclusively roam, that way the sapient beings do not have to fear them. Are you able to do that? I looked to the goddess in mild surprise. Something like splitting the entire afterlife, which was essentially a whole world, seemed like something that only a keeper should be able to do. I think it's possible. You made this entire realm my domain, so I feel as if I am able to do anything here. Though, I do believe that I have limits. For instance, I can't look into the minds of any of the deva or spirits. I can look into what they were doing immediately before death, but aside from that I am left to my own devices. Upon arriving, they have a mark on their soul that shows how evil or good they had been in life, but I believe that is a feature you put into the afterlife itself, not one of my powers. I nodded my head slightly. That did fit with what I had described this afterlife as to the system. Maybe I should add in more systems to support it? Something like a karma or alignment system. Stuff like that should already be readily available on the market. Is there anything else you wanted to ask? Irina's question snapped me out of my thoughts. Huh? Oh, well, I guess there's one thing. Is there anything you'd like me to do to make the management of the afterlife a bit easier for you? Irina looked at me in shock at that, and then sank deep into thought as we arrived at the bedroom. I think most of my problems will be solved after society advances a bit more. However, do I have your permission to isolate the monster spirits in a separate section of the underworld? I blinked rapidly, turning my head to look at her. Why are you asking me for permission? This is your domain, as you said. The Deva goddess smiled slightly. True, but this is a decision that will affect the course of history. It is not something I can arbitrarily decide on my own. What, so only I am allowed to make arbitrary decisions like that? I sighed inwardly. Sure, go ahead. It should make things easier for you here. I nodded my head, and Irina smiled, closing her eyes. Throughout the underworld, several villages had been set up. Though none rivaled the size and population of the capital city, where the goddess herself resided, they were by no means unpopulated. However, they were also more prone to attacks from the monster spirits who held no regard for the goddess's rule. Every village raised people of great fighting ability in order to defend their village. This was because if a monster spirit got a hold of you, they would eat that spirit, consuming its life force to become stronger. Although the goddess would personally intervene if a particular monster became too powerful, many villages were left to themselves. That was until one day, when many of the villages had been attacked by the standard hordes. However, this time, before any real damage had been done, the monsters seemed to vanish from existence, fading into the mists surrounding the village. Moments later, some of the furthest villages from the capital noticed a truly remarkable sight. A giant palm came down, turned to the side as if chopping through the air. Where it passed, the gray mist ripped apart. When that hand struck the ground, the land shook. Afterwards, when the hand faded away, it seemed as if there was no longer anything beyond where it had struck. No monsters, no gray mist, nothing. The afterlife was safe, or so it would seem. On the other side of the fence, the monsters scurried back away from that hand, which had cut them off from their primary food source. Some who had devoured various spirits had gained a semblance of intelligence, and then turned their hunger towards other monsters. Seeing this, more of the lesser monsters followed this example, and the monster side of the afterlife became a hellish pit of constant fighting. After a moment, Irina opened her eyes. Alright, it's done now. I'll still encourage training for the future missions, though hopefully it won't be such an issue of safety anymore. I nodded, smiling to her. Good, that should make things easier for you, I hope. If you need anything else, just let me know. Irina nodded her head. So, I take it that you are going to head back to the admin room now. When I confirmed that I was, she let out a sigh, but moved to stand in front of me. Alright, just remember if you ever want to visit. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, I'll come visit now and then. I want to see how things are going around here, and I think maybe I haven't been doing enough of that lately. The goddess smiled, leaning forward to give me a kiss on the lips before quickly stepped back. See you around, Dale. I was caught off guard momentarily by the kiss, having not expected one, but by the time I recovered I was already back in the admin room. I let out a helpless sigh, thinking about what had just happened. Okay. Time to talk with Oravi. I thought, moving through the admin room to find her. I didn't both changing back to my human body yet, but it's not like nobody here would recognize me. I mean, there are only 3 men with access to the admin room. One is a lifeless doll, one is a playboy centaur, and the other is me, who can take any form I want. After a bit of searching, I found Oravi and Tara on the couch in the living room, the former sitting in the latter's lap while they watched TV. Big bro. Oravi called out, squirming out of Tara's grip and running over to give me a hug. Hey there, Rivy. How are you doing? She puffed out her cheeks poutingly as I used the nickname, but nodded her head. I'm fine. We were just watching some shows from the old Earth. Do you want to join us? She looked up at me to ask with hopeful eyes. I could only smile, patting her head. Maybe in a bit. I was hoping to actually talk with you for a little while before anything else. Would that be alright? At first, she began to pout again, but quickly opened her eyes wide and smiled, nodding her head rapidly. Looking over to Tara, I chuckled. Mind if I steal her for a bit? Tara gave a knowing look and a warm smile. Go ahead. This is also something you should be doing. Just make sure to return her when you're done. I nodded, taking her by the hand and moving to Oravi's room. What did Big Bro want to talk about? She asked cutely, hopping up on her bed and laying back to relax. She was currently wearing a slim blue dress that outlined her childish figure, and seemed to enjoy it more than she had the clothes I had seen Tara making her try on. Well, you mostly. I wanted to see how you were handling things around here and being a goddess. She tilted her head over to look at me, watching as I sat down on a nearby chair. Well, Big Sis is lots of fun, but she makes me try on a lot of weird clothes. As for the goddess stuff, I've been doing what I can, but there's not much for me to do, you know. What do you mean? Well, I'm supposed to be the goddess of love. From what Tara said, that means I can influence relationships. But people are able to do that on their own just fine, right? I mean, I make it easier for halflings to get along with monsters, because it is too sad to watch them fighting all the time. Other than that, I guess I bless a few couples now and then, because they have really sweet stories. Oravi's smile became much happier at that point, and I could tell that she liked being able to view the world as a romance novel. Is there anything you have troubles with? Aside from Tara using you like a dress-up doll, I mean. I added with a grin, seeing that Oravi was just about to mention that. She puffed up her cheeks again as she thought about it. Well, maybe if you give Bayana her personality, things would be a bit easier. Tara manages the beastmen, I do the halflings, and Trifle does the centaurs. The dwarves are doing alright on their own and are mostly getting along. But, the humans keep fighting and killing each other for land and power. I've been trying to help things along, but it's like they enjoy it too much. Her arms and legs struck out at the air above her, flailing cutely. If Big Sis Bayana could manage things, maybe they'd behave themselves better. I nodded my head. I had been thinking about who I should give a personality to next, and Bayana did make the most sense. Alright, I'll see what I can do about that. How are the halflings doing anyways? They're mostly fine. They are expanding a lot right now, though some of them set up a few empty cities for people to stay at while they are nearby. It's better to stay in a bed than a hollowed out tree, don't you think? I had to agree with that, though the idea of an empty city for wanderers struck me as odd. Whatever works, I guess. Chapter 38, Systems Update. I talked a little while more with Oravi before I let her go back to watching shows with Tara. When I tried to call Tara to talk with her, she just smiled knowingly to me. Don't worry, Dale. I'll let you know if I want anything from the system, trust me. Worry about what the others want first. I could only smile, nodding my head to her as I went to talk with the only god left. Though, I had only talked to Trival recently, so I didn't expect there to be much he'd want to discuss. Nonetheless, I sent him a message to come to the admin room to chat. Moments later, I heard hooves falling onto the floor of the bedroom behind me. Turning around, I saw Trival standing there, his face a calm mask while his arms were crossed in front of his chest. My liege. You requested to see me? That's right. I had something I wanted to ask you. He gave a slow nod for me to continue. Is there anything you think would help with the system to manage the centaurs, or things that need to be changed? Trival's eye twitched, but a slight smile appeared on his face for a moment. Yes, there is. This quest system you've created seems to be causing more chaos in the day it has existed than anything else. My eyes went wide as I heard that. What's been going on? People promising absurd things as insults, and then being forced to carry them out against their will without even a chance to deny issuing the quest that caused it. This seemed amusing to him, but to me this was big news. I mean, having a purely verbal contract is one thing, but having that contract formed from everything you say is entirely different. I see. I'll have to take a look at that, then. Anything else? Trival nodded again, making me worry that even more upsetting news was coming. However, his request seemed to be something else entirely. I would like permission to interact with my people again, on some scale at least. Trival. You do know why I stopped you from doing that before, right? He gave another slight nod. We can't have you radically advancing the centaur's level of power like that. It was fine when they really needed it, but now they have to be left to fend for themselves. I'm not sure you entirely understand, my liege. Trival spoke calmly. We are a social people by nature. A lone centaur is nothing without the herd. Even if I do not interact with many, it is still best that I am allowed to meet some of them. You just miss having sex with them, don't you? I asked bluntly, watching as Trival twitched slightly from that statement, then looked away guiltily. I'll make you a deal. You can have one concubine at a time, but you have to follow certain rules. He quickly looked back at me, both interested and concerned with where this was going. First, you can't have children with them without permission. It will probably happen later on, but there have been enough demigod centaurs for a while. Next, either your concubine will be away from the other herds, or you will restrain your power to prevent anyone from identifying you as a god. See the previous reasons, they need their own chance to grow. Now, aside from that, you can visit the afterlife as much as you'd like with Irina's permission, and meet with the women you used to know. Trival seemed a bit despondent that he could no longer freely have kids, but this was ultimately for the good of the world. And it would save me headaches later on. Very well, my liege. I will follow your command. Without waiting for me to dismiss him, Trival vanished from the room. Well, at least he was the last one. I gave a slight sigh, but furrowing my brows and sitting at the computer. I now had a new mission, before I could even give Bayana a personality or the karma system. I had to fix the quest system. Why did it have to be broken that badly? Opening up the notepad program on my computer, I thought back to the complaints that Trival had mentioned regarding this system and ways that I could counter them. I wanted to allow some freedom for creativity with the inhabitants, while also creating a fair system. In the end, I listed a few bullet points for the rules that I wanted to use for the new quest system. Inhabitants may open a special menu to issue quests according to the following rules. These quests then materialize themselves in the form of 2 physical contracts suitable for the technology level of the world. One contract is given to the quest taker while the quest giver holds the other, known as the primary contract. When a quest is created, The reward if an item must be described for the contract. Afterwards, the relevant item is sealed within the contracts. Additional contracts may be issued for the same quest, but the quest giver must specify whether it is a repeatable quest, or if the reward goes to the first to complete it. If the former, the reward must be paid per quest contract issued. If the latter, upon the first completion of the quest, all other contracts issued for that quest will be marked as failing. When an inhabitant issues a quest, they must specify the conditions for clearing the quest. They may optionally specify conditions with which the quest fails. In the event of a successful quest, the item is retrieved from the contract held by the quest taker. If the quest fails, the reward is instead returned to the quest giver. If the reward is not an item, but a service, the quest giver must describe that service and the time frame in which it is to be performed. The primary contract of a quest with this kind of reward may not be stolen or given away. If the quest is successfully completed, it will merge with the quest giver, forming a pact that would compel the quest giver to perform the promised favor at the given time. A quest taker may at any time forfeit the quest by destroying the contract, resulting in an automatic failure. To nullify the service owed by a completed quest, both parties must agree. The primary contract cannot be destroyed in this manner. A quest cannot be created under compulsion, and will only be valid if the quest giver is of sound mind when issuing the quest. A quest with the promise of services rendered cannot be issued by anyone under the age of maturity for their respective race. For those unable to read or write the language of the quest giver, the quest contract transmits the details to the holder of the contract if they focus on it. I looked through the list once, then twice, making sure that there wasn't anything too obvious I was missing. I already knew that this system could be abused, but this was as strict as I could make it while still allowing the inhabitants freedom to be creative with it. Satisfied with this, I submitted it as a system to the market. Quest contracts. Using this system, it is possible to create a binding contract. This contract holds the details of the quest as issued by the quest giver as well as the potential rewards. Upon completion of the quest taker receives the reward directly from the contract, whereas the quest giver is refunded the reward upon a failure. The reward may be anything the quest giver describes, so long as it is within their power to provide. Game setting required. 125 points. I was a bit shocked by the drastically increased price of the system, but it was also reasonable. The mistakes from the original system likely dropped the price down, while this was a more complete version. I was annoyed at how the market never fully describes the rules of the systems listed, but there wasn't really much I could do to change that. Now, the next problem. Furrowing my brows, I got up to consult Tara again, who was sitting on the couch with Oravi still. Got a second? She looked over to me, nodding, and patted the seat next to her. Oravi was sitting on her lap, eyes glued to the screen. They seemed to be watching some anime that I was unfamiliar with. What's up? Well, I wanted to know if it was possible to delete or refund a current system. She smiled knowingly. Wanting to upgrade the quest system? When I nodded my head, she answered. You can refund a system at any time, but only for half price. The only way to get all of your points back would be to do a full reset. Otherwise, people could just constantly buy and refund the same system to give free royalty points to the inventing keeper. I gave a sigh of relief when she said that, smiling slightly. Good. Was afraid I might be stuck with this. She giggled lightly when I said that, and I closed my eyes to refund the old system before buying the new one. Guess I'll have to write up another announcement to let people know how this works now. Tara grinned wickedly at that. Well, you could just be vague and let them figure it out themselves. No. Well, I'm not going to tell them everything, but I won't just say something like, hey, there's a new quest menu, have fun. That would be a bad idea, even to me. I shook my head, standing up from the couch. I'll be back to join you two after I finish this. Tara nodded as I left, and I had the feeling Oravi never even noticed I had entered the room. Introducing the third major update, providing an overhaul of the previous quest system. Now, anyone can access a new quest menu to create quests. The specifics of the quests themselves are similar to what was previously allowed, though there is now more freedom for both parties. Everyone is again encouraged to do their best to obtain greater power and contribute to the advance of their communities. The voice, it came again. No more than a day had passed since the world stood still for its last announcement, and now people were already reminded of it. Those who had experienced firsthand the horrors of the previous quest system felt a new sense of terror overcome them. Those who already had quests issued to them, either knowingly or not, found a strange bundle of pale leather in their possession covered in unknown scribbles. It was only when they tried to figure out what it was that their own voices appeared in their minds, reminding them of their previously issued quests. Many of these people tried in vain to destroy the leather bundles, either with strength, or fire, or even cutting it. Some even tried to hide it away, or give them to others to escape their inevitable punishment. All of it was in vain, as the quest contracts would always find their way back to the one who issued it. The lucky ones were released from their burdens when the person who held the matching contract destroyed their own, but many found themselves still bound by their prior words. For such people, the previous day became a nightmare, the first dark holiday. To them, it would forever be the day of promises. Many more people were concerned with this voice's increasingly common appearance. Until recently, it had never before spoken to the world. Would this voice continue to plague them with its shows of power? In the underworld, people began to gather around the courtyard of the goddess's palace. However, they were not here to see her. Rather, they would stare at the monument that had appeared between announcements. Without exception, each person was looking at the pillar between the deities. To them, that faceless pillar was the true master of the heavens, the one who passes down the laws of the world. You have earned a personal achievement. For solidifying your position in the eyes of your people as an almighty being, you have earned the God King achievement. Plus 15 points and aura of the Almighty. What the hell? Chapter 39, To Anger the Gods. I stared at the window in front of me, announcing the achievement. What? Why? Fuck. As soon as I really thought about it, I realized that my announcements had an effect on the population I had been hoping to avoid. They now saw the announcements as something all-powerful, which honestly wasn't far from the truth. Still, I had been wanting to avoid this achievement, because the aura it provided would make interacting with my inhabitants more difficult. Guess that's something else I'll need to ask Terra how to block. I gave a mental sigh as I thought about that. Well, either way, there was still one more thing that I wanted to take care of before I went to relax with Terra and Oravi. Opening up the Keeper forums, I navigated to the entry for the previous quest system, and began typing in a review. Earthforcion system needs an update, especially for worlds of low technology levels. Defaults to issuing quests unless rejected even during casual conversations. Naturally, I wasn't doing this to advertise my own quest system, just to make sure others were aware of the issues before buying. Though, with that taken care of, I set my world to fast forward another 50 years before going to relax with the others. I didn't want to raise my own status even higher by doing more to mess with the world within such a short period of time. Days passed, and people lived in fear of the all-powerful voice. With the appearances coming sooner and sooner, they naturally expected another announcement to arrive before too long. However, such a thing never came. The voice seemed to disappear just as quickly as it had arrived, and people were allowed to return to their normal lives. But none would forget the power displayed, or what it had caused. Over the coming months, at least half the population experimented with the new menu. Once they focused on the word quest, that voice again appeared in their ears. Many trembled in fear, thinking another announcement was here, but the voice simply asked for the details of the quest. Like this, many learned how to create the leather scrolls with seemingly random scribbles. Perhaps, the group that used this the most were the humans. Among them, the Binder clan found a rather unique use. Roughly 30 years after the first passing of the voice, there was a new system in place for the human empire. Thyana Binder, the current leader of the Binder clan, stood before a group of 50 men and women, clad in leather armor. Each was holding a weapon, either a wooden spear or a bow. In their other hand, they held a rolled-up scroll of leather. Do all of you swear to fight for me, for the good of the clan? Thyana scanned the crowd with a firm gaze. In her hand, she held not one leather scroll, but a full stack of them. We swear. The 50 people gathered shouted in unison. They were Thyana's most trusted elites, those from families that served for generations. Then, in the name of Thyana Binder, in the name of the Empire of Thul, I accept you all into my service. As she spoke, the stack of leather scrolls began glowing. Those held by the soldiers showed similar effects, before that glow covered their bodies as well. When Thyana's scrolls shattered into fragments of light, the glows all faded away. Now, the 50 men stood there, no longer holding any scrolls. They had chosen to give their lives for their people, and willingly created quest scrolls that placed themselves in Thul's army so long as they were accepted. When the idea had been brought to Thyana, she was shocked by it, and had first tested it out on the one who suggested it. Even when he had been ordered to inflict an injury on himself, he did so without hesitation. This was a contract of absolute loyalty, but only when the orders were given in the name of the Empire. Others found uses for this new system as well, the next most creative likely being the dwarves. When mining, they found that they were no longer restricted in the amount they could carry as they had been. Once a large pile of ores had been arranged, one miner simply issued a quest to another to walk to a storage area with the ores themselves as the reward. Like this, the large pile of stones vanished, transforming into a pair of scrolls. Now, all the miners had to do was continue in this manner until they were loaded down with leather scrolls. Once done, they simply walked to the designated location, and the ores again appeared around them. Another innovator in the use of quest scrolls was the halfling race. Like the dwarves, they set their quests to store items. But they held both copies of the quest scroll, with the reward being a small shelter they made. When they were ready to rest, they tore one of the scrolls and their shelter appeared in front of them. I spent the rest of the day in the living room, watching TV with Oravi and Terra. Once she noticed I had joined them, Oravi squirmed out of Terra's lap to sit between us. It felt good to relax like this when I wasn't trying to figure out what I was going to do with the fate of the world. The next day, I decided that I would be giving Bayana her personality. I still had just over 100 points left after getting that achievement, so I could easily afford this. After Bayana, the only civilizations lacking a god or goddess with a personality would be the elves and the dwarves. I just had to think about what type of personality I wanted to give Bayana. Naturally, I wanted her to love Terra and myself, that way she'd stay loyal and viewing Oravi as a little sister. However, I also needed her to control her people. As the goddess of battle, she should value strength, but also wisdom. A battle is won by more than just brute force, after all. She needs a good tactical mind, while also valuing peace. Do not fight a battle for the sake of fighting, but to end the fighting. When you must fight, fight with wisdom and strength. I nodded my head at that, and focused to summon Bayana to the bedroom. She appeared in a flash of light, standing as still as a statue, her eyes still as lifeless as ever. Once I verified my choice with the system, a golden glow surrounded Bayana as it had the other deities before her. I watched as her lifeless eyes gained a spark of wisdom, looking slowly around the room before landing on me. "Yes?" she asked, crossing her arms under her chest, sending me a glare. I was taken aback by her attitude, thinking I must have gotten something wrong. Seeing me staring blankly at her like that, Bayana's face reddened, and she turned her head to the side to break eye contact. Stop looking at me like that, okay? Ah. Sorry. Anyways, would you mind looking after your people? Oravi said they were getting a bit too battle hungry. When she heard what I said, Bayana looked at me and raised an eyebrow, before rolling her eyes. Fine, I'll see what I can do. But I'm not going back in that room with the others. She glared more fiercely at me. I want my own room, got it? I could only nod my head slightly in response. I wasn't really good with this kind of woman. Well, if how easily Terra manipulates me is any indicator, I'm not really good with any kind of woman. Alright, I'll set it up. Bayana gave a firm nod, turning around and walking out of the room quickly, muttering something under her breath about punishment. I had a bad feeling about what was going to happen. Just in case, I turned to the computer screen to make sure that nothing too major happened. Among the hills, a fight raged. Clarissa Bayana, heiress to the clan, stood behind her line of soldiers. Ahead of them was a village which had repeatedly refused to submit to their rule. While the Thul army fought with full leather armor and weapons made of wood and stone, the villagers wore cloth rags, fighting only with their bare fists. It was obvious who was going to win this battle. At least, that's what everyone thought. Enough. A booming voice rang out among the two forces, the ground shaking as if the earth itself feared that voice. Clarissa and the other humans instinctively knew who the voice belonged to, but did not know why she was finally speaking after generations of silence. From the heavens fell the figure of a large woman, her body covered in black leather armor. Atop her head she wore a helmet fashioned from the skull of a great beast. In her hand, she held a spear, made not of wood and stone, but of a strangely reflective material. When she landed on one knee, her fist striking the ground, those gathered could truly take in her stature. Bayana stood tall, at least 5 times the size of any man on the field. Her fierce gaze swept across the battle, before she turned towards Clarissa. What is the meaning of this fight? With her appearance, not a single soldier dared to advance towards the village, everyone motionless as they stared at their goddess. Clarissa was no exception, and only managed to regain her senses after a short while. My goddess. These filthy villagers refused to accept our rule, so we set out in your name minus. Bayana's eyes narrowed, causing Clarissa's words to pause in mid-sentence. In my name? You say this battle is being fought in my name. She took a single step forward, arriving before Clarissa. These people have offered you no offense, lacking any ability to properly resist, yet you say this battle is fought in my name. If you wish to continue claiming my name, then go back where you came from. If I see another battle being fought in my name that I do not approve of, I will be back. Her eyes turned to scan over the battlefield. And you do not want me to come back angry. Before the human heiress could say anything, Bayana jumped into the sky, vanishing into the heavens above. He pulled back. She ordered weakly, unwilling to anger Bayana further by prolonging this battle. The villagers, who had themselves been sure of their impending deaths, stood and stared at the spot the goddess had recently vanished from. They dropped their stones, clasping their hands together and praising the goddess that spared their lives. They knew, Bayana had never before appeared in the world, and her first action was to save them. As for Clarissa, she soon reported this to her mother, who stood in shock. For generations, they fought to unite the humans under one rule, having believed that it was the will of Bayana. However, Bayana had never truly spoken her will, with Thyana and her ancestors believing that she was giving silent approval. But now, she had not only appeared before her daughter, but had openly reprimanded and threatened her. In an attempt to appease their goddess, Thyana told Clarissa to gather any craftsman she could find. As someone who had personally seen Bayana, she was going to direct them in building a monument to her. Clarissa accepted this task, truly feeling as if her life was on the line. If she failed to get the forgiveness of her goddess, then she may in fact be struck down the next time she set out to battle. I sat with wide eyes as I watched Bayana appear on one battlefield after another, reprimanding the commanders before leaving. Although the human population was small, they had spread out over a wide area. There was no longer just the Thul Empire, as other nations were beginning to rise up as well. And with each nation that rose, blood would be spilt. When she was done quelling the various fights, Bayana walked into my room again, back in her white toga. She again crossed her arms under her chest and leveled a gaze at me. There, that should keep them friendly for a little while. Happy? Ah. Yeah. Thanks. I nodded slightly, at which Bayana again walked out of the room without saying a single thing. I guess I need to set her up a room now. Great. The goddess of battles has a temper. Chapter 40, Dual Domains. Setting up a room for Bayana was a simple matter, though it allowed me to practice altering the admin room. In the end, I created a room which I felt fit her. A wide room, larger than mine and Tara's, but also more simply decorated. The bed was not as large or extravagant. There was a wardrobe, but I did not fill it, allowing her to do so herself. I put a large, circular rug in the center of the room. Once the decorations were set, I attached it to the hallway outside my own room, placing it next to Oravi's. I was a bit concerned that Irina and Trival didn't have their own rooms, but I doubted that Trival would want to stay in the admin room either way. As for Irina, I needed to find something out before I did anything about that. Thankfully, the answer was easy to discover. With just a quick run down to Tara to ask, I found out that I could connect Irina's room in the afterlife to the admin room. However, only those with access to the admin room can use the door. For anyone else, the door would simply seem to open to a solid wall. Next. I guess I should take advantage of this gawking thing, huh? I sighed mentally, remembering the secondary benefit that Grimmer had told me about that achievement. Although it was not directly listed on the achievement prompt, it also gave me the ability to assign each deity a second domain for free. Which is nice, because normally extra domains would cost 20 points each. I had to take some time to think about what I wanted to give each deity. I wanted to make it something which would help their people, while also being something that would fit their personality. This was naturally easier for the few that did not have a personality yet. First, I fast-forwarded the world by a couple of weeks, that way the humans wouldn't get too suspicious about this change happening the same day the Bayana descended. Let's make Ri-1 the goddess of magic, then. Even if Tara naturally knows all of the spells and the different meanings behind the formations, the rules prevent her from teaching me. However, if I assign a goddess to the domain of magic, then that goddess can research and put things together herself without facing any such restrictions. Oravi can get travel as a second domain. Judging from her love of anime, she is not opposed to discovering new things, and travel is something that will be a great benefit to the halflings. With how much they move around, it fits them perfectly. Bayana. I want to give her something like patience, but that really doesn't seem to fit her personality much. How about peace? Giving Bayana 2 opposing attributes seems like it may cause conflict, but really the two complement each other more than anything. She is a goddess who can be a powerful assault while making sure that the battles are fought for the proper reasons. And this won't be limited to only the humans, as she is the goddess of all battles. Trival, I kind of want to make the god of sex. But that is just going to leave a massive scar on history. Imagine the other races finding out that a horse is the god of sex. Please, spare me from that kind of culture. So, I thought about the way that Trival had acted, and the things he had done until now. I could think of two domains that fit him. Either nobility, for how he acts, or fellowship, for the goal of bringing centaurs together. Ultimately, I chose the latter, hoping to use that to stop discrimination between the centaurs. Tubrok. The dwarves are without a doubt the most scientifically minded so far, so I should focus on that. Let's give him innovation. Out of all the races, only the dwarves had discovered smelting, and were actively researching it. It only made sense to have them as the inventors. For Irina, well, there aren't a whole lot of things that will directly help her in the afterlife. If anything, justice would fit her the most. Hopefully, with it, she will be able to see into a person's past. That should be able to help her govern the Deva and the dead souls. Aside from Terra, I had given all of the currently sentient gods their new domains, and I wanted to save her for the last. All that was left at this point was to give the Beastkin goddesses their domains. They are a more united community, so I could give them domains to help each other out, rather than focusing on their own traits. For Udina, the Kitsune goddess of life, let's give her entertainment as a second domain. That should help their cultural growth a bit, I think. Calliope, the Ursa goddess of strength, has the feel of an Amazon, so let's give her fortitude to help her people be the warriors of the Beastkin. Akalia, the lichen goddess of the hunt. Hunting will probably become outdated eventually, once the world develops enough, so let's give her something that will get stronger when that happens. I decided to grant her the wisdom domain as her second. Now, finally, for Terra. She was the goddess of fate, and the only currently sentient goddess for the Beastkin. Naturally, I couldn't give her something half-assed as a domain. However, the Beastkin already had most everything they would need to grow as a people between the other goddesses. Ultimately, I decided to give her a domain which I felt most complemented her current abilities without overly stepping on the toes of any of the others. So, I assigned her the stories domain. While it might seem similar to entertainment, I felt that it was sufficiently different. Especially at this stage where the only stories that exist are the legends that people come up with. Everyone felt a small chill going down their spines all at once. They weren't sure why, and had mostly cast it aside for a while. However, eventually everyone noticed that the deity that appeared in their minds seemed more powerful than before, more grand. Among the elves, they noticed that magic had been added to their goddesses' domains. Naturally, they believed that this was the heavens recognizing their efforts to further the study of magic. This belief caused them to fully immerse themselves in the magical arts, going so far as to replicate the leather scrolls issued by the quest system in order to leave behind notes. With that, even their written language advanced by leaps and bounds, practically overnight. Halflings had a fairly casual reaction. Perhaps, the greatest change for them was that many seemed to accidentally acquire the priest class, simply by roaming the wilderness as they always had while following the directions of their goddess. Of course, how could the heavens always answer the call of man? While many were overjoyed from simply being able to converse with the goddess of love and travel, others felt more calmly about it, understanding her position and not wanting to waste her time with idle chatter. Perhaps the ones who took the change the most severely were the humans. Their goddess had just descended a dozen days before, forcing all ongoing battles to a halt. Now, everyone had had time to go back to their respective homes and report this fact, when suddenly the image of their goddess changed. No longer was she solely a force for battle, but also a force to maintain peace. Many minds felt this to be contradicting, that one person cannot represent both aspects. You cannot call for peace while walking amidst a field of blood. However, they were forced to accept this, for now. None had forgotten the words she had left behind, and none doubted that she would truly be willing to carry out her threats. For the centaurs, there were mixed feelings regarding the new power which Trival held. Those of the variant city immediately began proclaiming their willingness to follow this new direction, while the standard herds hesitated. They had not truly grown accustomed to the existence of their unfamiliar kin, and could not entirely accept fellowship with them yet. However, they knew from stories of old what would happen to those that angered the god of the plains, and could only hide their unwillingness in their hearts. Next were the dwarves, whose reaction was among the least between the different races. They had no word to describe the new realm of power their deity held, but they knew its meaning. However, this did not change their daily life. They still mined their mountains and lit their forges, finding new and interesting shapes that they could bend their metal towards. For those in the afterlife, given that they were a conglomeration of every race, they naturally understood that it wasn't just their own god or goddess that had obtained new power. Every deity had been enhanced, and it made them look at the statue standing in the temple square with even more reverence. Among the spirits, many began working to build around the statue, with permission from Irina. They were going to create the first true temple, a place to worship all gods, as well as the mysterious figure that was shrouded in mystery. Many didn't understand why Irina would look at their work with a complicated gaze, but many stories began to spread. Some said that the sculptor that made the work was a secret lover to their goddess, and that she was reminded of both him and the man who held power over her whenever she looked at the statue. The cold image of the goddess was replaced with the figure of a troubled girl whose heart was torn between two men for those who believed this story. Others suspected that the man who sculpted the statue may have been an emissary from the hidden king of the gods, and that Irina was not sure if he would approve of a temple surrounding his work. Yet, she never moved to stop them, for whatever reason. Finally came the beastskin. Like in the afterlife, the presence of 4 races gave them the knowledge of 4 gods expanding in power. And, similar to the afterlife, they began to have the desire to erect shrines for their goddesses. Although there was no memory of their goddesses directly interfering with the course of history, they would forever know of their power. Among the beastskin cities, more than half began gathering as many as they could find with even the most primitive crafting abilities. Even if it was a statue of sticks and rough stones, they would place it in a seat of power within their walls. Doing so caused them to feel a strange warmth, and made many receive such classes as priest or sculptor. I gave a small nod after I confirmed the changes, but when I looked up, I found 4 women looking at me in a slightly irritated manner. All 4 of the sentient goddesses, even little Oravi was among them. "Big brother, why do you suddenly give us all a new domain?" she asked, a small amount of frustration in her voice. "Well, I mean, isn't it a good thing?" I was a bit confused, not understanding why they seemed upset. Having a second domain would only increase their power, right? Muo. Oravi puffed her cheeks up, pouting slightly as she looked to Terra. However, it was the newest goddess that spoke next. "You idiot, now we have twice as much work to do," Bayana shouted out, throwing her arms into the air. "Especially me, now I have to manage both war and peace. You made me the fucking god of politics." Terra nodded her head lightly. "I've got it easy, at least my new domain isn't widely used yet." She gave a light sigh, shaking her head. "Really, Dale, you know how to give us more work." She looked at me, smirking lightly. "Though, I do approve of the domain, just not the suddenness of it." Next came Irina, who had her arms at her side, looking conflicted. "I suppose you had the best intentions, but this is going to play havoc with the underworld, you know." Oravi leaned over and hugged Irina's waist as she said that, causing the Deva goddess to relax slightly, petting her head. "Gah, I can already hear all of their voices," Oravi complained, shaking her head and burying it in Irina's side. Terra looked at the halfling goddess, kneeling down and patting her back. "It's okay, Rivi, I'll teach you how to block out the prayers. That should help some." She offered a gentle smile, and Oravi turned around to cling to Terra instead, as if the hug was her way of thanking her. Of course, by the silly grin on Terra's face, she was more than happy to accept this reward. "Anyways, Dale." Bayana shook her head, as if trying to bring back the tense atmosphere that began to fade away. "You need to consult us when you're doing shit like this. It's bad enough that we didn't get a say in what domains you gave us, but we didn't even see it coming until it was too late. How the fuck are we supposed to react to that?" "Ah. Sorry about that. Didn't think that there would be that side to it." Honestly, I was still unclear on exactly what responsibilities the goddesses had. I mean, the ones still waiting for their personalities naturally weren't doing anything. Yet, life did not end with Udana's inactivity, people still hunted without Akalia's guidance. All that I really knew was that they could influence those domains, and that they would receive the prayers of people following their domains. As long as you understand. Baina huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Without waiting for the atmosphere to lighten again, she immediately stormed out of the room. Now I've got to manage all the fucking empires. She muttered quietly under her breath as she left, drawing a giggle from Terra, who was still happily holding a pouting Oravi. Chapter 41, Questionably Enchanting. After Baina left, the other girls began calming down. Oravi was still pouting, complaining about all the new voices in her head, so Terra picked her up and carried her away to teach her how to block them. I hadn't even known that was possible, or I might have actually made myself a god. Then again, it's still not a good decision. I mean, Terra already mentioned that the companions from the system can mentally keep track of the world even while it's fast-forwarding. Irina, being the last in the room, sighed and shook her head, glancing over to me. Just let us know next time, alright? I nodded my head in apology and she smiled slightly before leaving. And thanks for the door. I heard her add that last line as she walked off. Okay, now what? I looked to the computer screen, wanting to check on some things before I decided on my next move. First, the ninja family. After this last fast forward, it should have been about 50 years since they saw me. Assuming nothing strange happened, that should mean that the original ones I met had already died, and there should be a new generation. Even though I did not know their exact location, finding them was not a difficult matter. I opened up the search function on the map, and chose to look for everyone with the ninja class. Given the requirements for it, I did not believe that anyone else should have been able to discover it yet, and my assumptions proved accurate. There was a small cluster of dots on the Beastkin Island, showing a total of 30 ninjas. I wasn't sure if I should be surprised that there were already that many, or concerned that there weren't more. Zooming in, I saw that they were steadily moving deeper and deeper into the giant forest. Some of them were running normally, while others appeared to teleport between steps. If I had to compare this forest by Earth standards. Wait, let me zoom out. This forest should be roughly the size of Europe, if I was doing my measurements right. Anyways, they were still a considerable distance from the center of the forest, but they were moving directly in that direction. Naturally, this made me curious. Zooming in further, I saw that several members of the group were carrying leather bundles, and the man in the front was looking at one in his hand. On it, there were, surprisingly, English letters. Thanks to that, I was able to figure out what was going on, simply by reading the contents. Establish the hidden village. Arrive in the deepest region of the forest, construct one permanent home for every family. You must have at least 20 ninjas present in order to complete this quest. Reward, 5 levels in the ninja class for every ninja present. I let out a sigh when I saw the contents of the quest. It was obvious that a god had issued it, since the reward was something that only a god could hand out. Speaking of which, shouldn't I be able to do that, too? It might be limited to quest rewards. Below the quest description, there was a map of the forest with 2 dots. One showed their current position, while the other showed the position they needed to reach to complete the quest. That part surprised me a bit more as I hadn't remembered putting a map function into the quest system. Well, there was really only one goddess that could have done this. I'll ask Terra how she did the map later after she's done calming Oravi down. Should also find out why she sent them to the deepest part of the forest where they likely aren't going to see another soul for at least a century, and why she used this quest system instead of the normal god-bestowed quests. Taking a look at the group, there were actually around 50 people traveling. However, only 30 had the ninja class. Among the others, there were scouts, mages, monks, and alchemists. I could only guess that the others hadn't received the training to get the class yet, and they were steadily training as they moved. Shaking my head, I left the scene of them running through the forest and turned towards the elves. Aside from the First Kingdom, other groups of elves that had initially traveled further away had started coming together, forming their own villages. Though they did not share the mindset of uniting the race that Gander held, it was clear that they were working in their own way to establish civilization. Gandam itself was prospering, having slowly replaced their buildings with those made of worked stone and clay. Out of curiosity, I checked the levels of what appeared to be the key figures of the kingdom, namely those that were speaking with the current queen at the time. Aside from their levels, there was something else that shocked me. One man who stood off to the side, speaking only when spoken to, had a strange aura. Unlike those of the others I've seen, his was not just one color, but looked like a rainbow of light shining off his body. Even though the aura only extended out 6 inches, it was still a curiosity, and something I would have to file away to ask Terra about later. Now, back to their levels, which was also important. One of them, who held the title Chief Mage of Gander, had 30 levels in the mage class. While this might not seem like much to celebrate, it opened a door I have been waiting for. At level 25, a mage gains the spell Strength Another. This is a simple spell, which only has the purpose of increasing the strength stat of the target by 10. However, one of the aspects of the spell was the imbue property, which I needed in order to begin enchanting. Leaning over to the side, I grabbed the spellbook that Terra made me, which had been updating with all of the spells unlocked in the world. Turning through the pages, I found that the Strengthen Other spell was indeed present. A grin slowly formed over my mouth as I studied the spell, memorizing the new aspect. With this, I can finally start making some magic items. I thought back to all of the various swords and daggers that Terra made me create when she was teaching me how to smith, and how I could do something with them now, rather than keeping them as just pieces of sharp metal. With the thought, I was in the training room, transitioning more naturally than I had any time before. I summoned out 10 swords and 10 daggers, which appeared out of thin air from the room I had stored them. After scattering them around, I placed one directly in front of me and began drawing the diagram to enchant. I knew the basic process for it, so this wasn't hard. Enchanting came in 2 main flavors: general enchants and ability enchants. The former merely amplified the natural attributes of the enchanted item and was much simpler to perform, while the latter was more complicated, but allowed you to give items special properties. What I was doing right now was a general enchant on one of my swords. General enchants were easy, with the only special requirement being that you needed to know the imbue property. This came in the form of a single 8-sided star with the points curved to form circles. Then, inside that 8-sided star, you needed to draw a circle that connected the 8 innermost lines. Finally, place the item inside that circle. I wasn't going to risk my first time enchanting on doing this mentally, because I could easily get it wrong and ruin the whole spell. So, I simply drew out the diagram on the ground, and placed the sword over it. To finish it off, I began pouring mana into the diagram, which lit up with a brilliant white light. Honestly, I was wasting this sword right now, and I knew it. Each material should have a limit for the amount of mana it can hold, and by constantly pouring mana into the enchantment diagram, I was seeing where that limit was. I had to make sure to regulate my mana in order to steadily use 100 every second. About 5 seconds in, the blade began glowing, with the same white light of the diagram with cracks spreading out along its length. Almost immediately afterwards, it shattered in an explosion of light, the shrapnel spreading all throughout the room. And this is why I wanted to do this in the admin room. I thought to myself with a smile as the fragments harmlessly bounced off my body. So, normal iron swords can't handle more than 500 mana. So, a dagger should only be able to hold up to a little less than 200, then. I nodded inwardly, waving my hand for the next sword to fly up from the ground to appear above the circle. This time, I directly enchanted it with 300 mana before cutting off the supply. Once I stopped fueling the diagram, the sword began glowing with a gentle light as if absorbing the diagram itself into it. When that was over, I brought the sword to my hand, grabbing it by the hilt. Focusing on it, a small window appeared in front of me. Do you wish to name this item? I shook my head to decline, after which a second window appeared, showing the item stats. Enchanted Longsword. Sharpness, 8 plus 24. Weight, 1 kilogram. Durability, 100 100s plus 300. I smiled slightly when I saw its abilities, and decided that I would try it out myself once I descended again. If its sharpness represented how well it could normally cut, then it should now be 4 times as effective. While that might not seem like a lot to me, who is used to more modern weapons, this would surely be one of the most powerful weapons on Earth right now. Next, I decided to try doing ability enchantments. The reason this one was so much harder was because of the added complexity in the diagram. Inside each of the circles at the end of the 8-sided star, I needed to draw the spell diagrams that I would be imbuing into the weapon. This gave a limit of 8 abilities per enchant, but at the same time additional enchants should be possible later. For triggered abilities, such as wrapping the weapon in fire on command, the center circle would be where the trigger is defined. However, I hadn't unlocked any of the trigger diagrams yet, so I had to do a permanent enchantment. Out of the spells I knew that could be used to create permanent enchantments without harming the user, Light, Barrier, Heal, and Strengthen should be it. Putting the first enchanted weapon to the side, I started drawing a Strengthen Other diagram inside each of the circles. Then, once that was done, I once again put another sword into the center and used another 300 mana to power it up. This time, aside from the simple glow of the enchanting diagram, the 8 spell circles began rising up into the air, slowly spinning as they revolved around the sword, steadily drawing closer. When they all came into contact with the blade, they would fade into it, causing a pulsating light to appear along its length. Eager to inspect the sword, I brought it over to me to identify once again, and once again chose not to personally name it. Sword of Strength. Sharpness, 8+5. Weight, 1 kilogram. Durability, 100 100s plus 60/60. Special, plus 24 strength. Now, this one really had me excited. The strength might not seem like enough, since most games use 10 as the basic average. However, 5 is the normal human average in this system, meaning that this sword grants nearly 5 times an adult human strength. It's enough that just wielding this sword would bring my normal stats up to the level my keeper stats were the last time I descended. I wanted to learn the rest of the diagrams for different attributes, so that I could make items that would strengthen my entire body up to my keeper level. But at the same time, this brought me to a serious realization. From now on, I would have to be wary of people with enchanted items, because enough enchantments would allow them to bridge the gap of power. Once items like this became common, I wouldn't be quite so invincible anymore. Of course, by that time people's levels should have increased enough that I would have an even larger gap, but it is still something to keep in mind. I glanced over towards the rest of the items, and felt a smile form as I imagined what would happen once I started leveling that class. However, first I needed to go talk to Terra, because there were things that needed to be discussed. Questions that needed to be answered. And, if she was in a good mood now, beds that needed to be broken. Chapter 42, The Answer to ALL the Questions. When I found Terra, she was just leaving Oravi's room, walking quietly and slowly closing the door. Her actions looked like a mother that had just laid her daughter in bed. Did Oravi decide to take a nap? While it was possible for the girls, and myself for that matter, to sleep, it was not something we needed to do. In fact, it raised even more questions in me, so I walked up to Terra quietly. Noticing my presence, she raised a finger to her lips to signal that I should be quiet. Seeing my questioning look, she smiled slightly, and nodded towards our bedroom. Following behind her, neither of us said a word until we were back in the room, at which point she let out a sigh. Sorry, this is her first actual nap since you created her. Didn't want you to wake her by mistake. I nodded my head in understanding, though was still confused. Does that have something to do with the whole God thing? Terra chuckled lightly. That's right. She hasn't been able to take a break and sleep, because she's always hearing those voices. After she divides her mind, she can devote one part to the godly duties and the other to resting. She looked at me and raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. What, did you think that I left my people all alone every time I took a cat nap? I hadn't really considered it, to be honest. But, that raises another question. She nodded for me to continue, so I did. Why is it that each of you seem limited to your own race? I mean, fate exists for everyone as does battle in every other domain. So, shouldn't each race have knowledge of the full pantheon? Terra shook her head lightly, walking over to sit on the bed. Right now, the races don't even know the existence of other sapient life beyond their own. Once that changes, we will be able to interact with the races that become aware of us. For instance, I can communicate with any of the 4 gathered beastkin races, because they have all interacted with the felon. I was about to say something else, but she continued to talk before I had the chance. Once all of the favored races, those purchased with the system, have interacted with the race that represents a particular deity, that deity will gain access to one free domain. Irina should be able to get that right away, since everyone meets in the afterlife. That piece of news shocked me, and I immediately checked to verify it. The windows don't give something as convenient as a pop-up saying free domain token, so you can't actually tell whether one will be free or not until you try to get it. And sure enough, when I went to look at a new domain for Irina, the price was listed as 0 points. I decided to put off on that for a while, however. Right now, every god had 2 domains, so giving a third one to Irina would tip the scales a bit. Besides, I wanted to try taking their advice and actually talking with her about what kind of domain she would want first. Alright, I think I get it. Now, I saw that you gave out a quest for the ninja clan. This time, it was my turn to raise a questioning brow, and her turn to look away awkwardly. I wanted it to be a present for Rivy, okay? Setting up a proper ninja nation, like I've been showing her on those cartoons. Alright. But that's not what I was curious about. How did you get a functioning map to appear on the quest scroll? I never put anything like that into the settings. When I clarified my question, Tara looked at me with a proud smile, sticking her chest out and crossing her arms. A simple matter. Your quest system lets the quest giver store information for the quest. I just put the information as a map instead. This would only be possible for someone that knew the layout of the land, and I added in a variable to display the location of the quest scroll, that way they wouldn't get lost so easily. I nodded my head in thought at that. Her idea really did open things up a bit more for the system. At the same time, it made sense as well. Once the technology becomes more modern, and the quest scrolls go from leather bindings to paper or even computer tablets, displaying maps would be an expected feature. Even more, you could modify what she did slightly to add a variable to track quest progress. Still, something else bothered me. But, why did the writing on the scroll appear to be in English? Ah, that's just because that is the default language for me. Both you, as well as the last keeper, spoke English as your main language. As such, for me who was created with the knowledge from the system, your main language became mine. If it was any other language, you would still be able to read it as the keeper. It wouldn't look like English, but it would translate in your mind. Ah. I said, simply. Well, such a small writing sample isn't likely to cause any major changes to their development anyways. Now, I had another question for you. She seemed to be interested, and amused that I had so many questions for her this time. After I explained the issue of the man with the multicolored aura, her eyes widened in surprise. I didn't think you'd actually be able to find one so soon. Those guys are pretty rare, you know. Explanation first, please. Oh, right. That kind of aura means that the person has a natural talent that is equal in all areas. If the aura goes beyond 2 feet, many keepers call it the protagonist aura because it signifies that the person is extremely talented with anything they do and could easily change the world. Likewise, if the aura is extremely small, it means that the person has no real talent at all. The one you saw, 6 inches, would be roughly average talent with something. So, you could say that his talent is perfectly average for everything. Hearing Tara's explanation, my eyes widened slightly. So, someone with a protagonist aura that would be a good person to raise as a hero or a king. She nodded her head lightly, agreeing with me. That's right. Though, in truth, people like that don't tend to need the help. As long as they aren't completely stifled, they will rise to great heights on their own. In your world, what would be a good example? She closed her eyes in thought, likely going through the records of the previous Earth's history. Ah. Found one. Leonardo da Ser Piero da Vinci. He had a protagonist aura, but the last keeper didn't really nurture him. Completely skipped over his time period, even. Still, he was a major historical figure that changed the world. Hearing this, I naturally had to voice a question. Has there ever been a keeper that had that kind of aura? I mean, a normal human with the protagonist aura can change the world. Imagine what they could do if they had the kind of power a keeper has. However, Tara stuck out her tongue at me playfully. Can't tell you that, Dale. That would be giving away confidential information about other keepers. I reluctantly accepted her response, and went to sit by her on the bed. On the bright side, she seemed to be in a much better mood now. Or, at least I imagined so until she held out one hand to stop me. No, you're being punished. No fun kitty cat times until you go down to the world. It's about time that you walked through one of the actual cities, don't you think? I saw her mischievous grin, and could only let out a sigh. Alright, but first, you need to teach me how to suppress that God King aura. It's gotta be harder than the normal keeper one, right? She smiled slightly, and did indeed begin teaching me how to restrain that aura. According to her, it was the same principle as the keeper aura, it simply required far more in the way of actual imaging. To the degree where, if I wasn't constantly focusing on it to some degree, it would begin to leak out. At least the normal keeper aura could be easily restrained by just building the mental wall. After I was done learning, and then practicing to make sure I got it right, I went back to my computer to pick out an area I would descend to this time. Tara did have a point, and it was long overdue for me to actually wander around some of the cities. I just had to decide which civilization I visited first. I'm not sure if it was because of familiarity, or just a random decision, but I ultimately chose the human civilization. From there, I chose the oldest city of the entire continent, the capital of what has become the Thal Kingdom. After that, it was just a matter of setting my body up. Sadly, I had to watch as my clothes faded away to tattered leathers and furs. Body verified. Human race selected. Beginning descent. May you work for the betterment of your world, Keeper. When the familiar blue light faded, I was standing between two wooden buildings, which looked like they would fall apart from a strong breeze. I really hope they don't get a hurricane season around here. Shaking my head, I walked out towards the dirt path that passed as a road and glanced around. Similarly designed buildings were set up all around, with only a few being made of stone. Humans walked by, carrying various tools, or stones or leather scrolls. There did not seem to be a set direction for traffic, as everyone was simply going their own way. If I had to judge the quality of the humans here by their looks, it'd be fairly poor. It's understandable, because hygiene has not really been discovered yet, but still. The strongest thing about this city wasn't its army, but its smell. I could only grimace as I continued walking, heading towards what should be the center of town. As I did so, I decided to check my status. Name: Dale Mitchell. Race: Human Keeper. Health: 100-116,160/16,160. Mana: 6666 4091/4091. Strength: 670. Ki: 70/70ths 5818/5818. Stamina: 585. Intelligence: 753. Dexterity: 1176. Wisdom: 12121. Luck: 616. Charm: 534. Class list: Alchemist 112. Archer 027. Architect 016. Archmage 012. Assassin 08. Berserker 034. Blacksmith 015. Carpenter 019. Chef 021. Druid 041. Farmer 023. Guard 028. Herbalist 216. Hero 05. Hunter 039. Leader 135. Leatherworker 019. Mage 143. Miner 041. Monk 137. Monster Tamer 029. Ninja 518. Noble 010. Painter 010. Priest 129. Rogue 022. Scholar 117. Scout 039. Sculptor 07. Shaman 020. Spirit Hunter 1515. Spirit Tamer 533. Warrior 138. For the most part, it was within expectations. I was a bit surprised about the hero class getting unlocked already, but there were two other areas that surprised me even more. First of all, the fact that my Spirit Hunter levels carried over from my Deva body. Second, and even more surprisingly, was my health value as a keeper. I mean seriously. It's over 100 times my normal value. Although my stats were fairly low, compared to what I suspected many people had, that was only my normal power. If I threw in my keeper strength, and went all out, I could probably level a civilization on my own. That at least gave me some confidence in walking around, though I was still determined to finish training at some point. Since my Spirit Hunter levels crossed over, I'm just 15 levels short of the current cap. After I was done looking over my stats, I looked up to find myself standing before the target of my visit. This was possibly the largest man-made stone structure in the world at the present time. Thick pillars rose up from the ground to support a domed ceiling, all of it resting on a wide stone platform. In the middle of the platform, a tall statue of a woman was displayed. In one hand, she held a spear as long as she was tall. In the other, she held a rolled-up scroll. Chapter 43, The Keeper's Visit. After turning away from the temple, I decided to walk through the city, exploring it from the perspective of an inhabitant. I had to say, doing so gave a much different impression compared to the overhead view I normally used at the computer. Mostly, it was less impressive. From the map, It seemed as if they were creating the makings for a great city, the first of its kind. In person, it smelled like a farm. Not even a well-kept farm, either. Well, I had to hand it to them that they seemed fairly organized for the amount of time they had been at this. There were 2 men patrols walking outside the walls of the city, which were little more than sharpened sticks planted in the ground. Each guard carried a stone spear and had a leather shield. A short distance away from the temple was a large wooden hut with stitched leathers draped all along the walls and ceiling like an odd wallpaper. The size of the hut was almost as large as the temple, so I took it to be the home of the leader. Do they not have any kind of weatherproofing at all? I almost wanted to interfere with their development then and there to teach them how to build things that would withstand storms and earthquakes. Problem was, I am not exactly an expert on that subject myself. I may know what obviously doesn't work, but that doesn't mean I know how to fix it. Now, if I was carrying my sword with me, they would likely take notice of that, but then I'd probably be attacked for it. I considered teaching them how to smith, but their positioning didn't make that easy. While there were mountains in the distance, they were not close enough for the current civilization to use for mining. Maybe once they explore a bit more if they don't discover it on their own. I nodded my head to myself as I walked towards the city's exterior. I kept a casual watch for everyone's auras as I passed, just in case I found someone exceptional that I wanted to train. However, aside from those with the aura for fighting, there were not many strong auras present. Surprisingly, nobody even stopped me to talk, and everyone seemed busy with their own thing. Soldiers were constantly running back and forth through the streets, seemingly in training. Craftsmen were directing people to carry stones for building. At the construction site, which was just outside the wall, there was even a pair of men wearing fur cloaks. From what I could tell, they were working on a new wall. Every time someone placed a stone down on what was already present, they used their magic to merge the stone with the current construction. A quick examination told me that both men were low-level druids, so this kind of work isn't that difficult for them. If they tried, they might even be able to create the wall themselves, though that would probably use more mana than they had available. Again, I thought about interfering, but what would it look like if a random man suddenly created a wall surrounding the entire city by himself? No, Dale. You've got to start playing this smarter. I started to think of how I could make a difference without drastically altering the course of history. Honestly, I could just help carry rocks. But that doesn't sound like something someone would willingly volunteer to do, so it may look suspicious. Maybe going out to hunt and bring some meat back? That way, I can even get some training in while I'm at it. I nodded my head at that and kept walking past the wall, planning to exit the city. Halt! A voice called out to me from behind, and I turned to see one of the 2 guards that had been stationed at this exit. He was walking up to me with his spear in hand. Why are you leaving the city empty-handed? Really? Leaving the city qualifies as suspicious activity? I raised my hands to placate the man, which didn't seem to help much. I'm going out to hunt. The hunting party already left in the early sun. His eyes narrowed as he continued his questioning. I'm hunting on my own, so that I can train myself. Is that a problem? I asked, worrying about whether or not he was even going to let me out of the city. For some reason, he suddenly shrunk back at my words, tightening his grip on his spear. No. Not a problem. Just be back by last light. He backed up towards his post, not looking away from me. Raising my eyebrows, I realized I had relaxed my control over the mental barrier keeping in my God King aura. Crap. Did I really just frighten a trained soldier into submission because I got distracted? Well, at least he won't stop me now. I sighed, turning around and moving out. Since he already recognizes me as a strong being, I might as well capitalize on that. Channeling some ki into my feet, I shot away from the city with an explosive burst of speed. In under 5 minutes, the city was just a blurred speck on the horizon. By that time, I knew that I could do whatever I wanted at this distance without being disturbed, so long as the actual hunting party never stumbled upon me. Now, I guess I should grab the enchantment class while I have a free moment? I nodded at that plan, and then looked up to the sky. Oh great goddess of fate and stories. Mind sending me one of my swords down here real quick? I stood there, waiting, wondering if Tara had heard my prayer. Just as I was about to call out to her again, I saw something in the sky, a reflective glint as light bounced off of what appeared to be one of my swords. It was falling straight towards the ground, just a short distance in front of me. Oh, please don't break. This time, I earnestly prayed, because each of those swords had been forged with blood, sweat, and an ample supply of tears. Thankfully, the sword seemed to abruptly stop just above the ground, hovering there for a few moments as I watched. Then, it simply fell down to the side. Heaving a sigh of relief, I walked over to pick it up, and began using the sword to draw out the enchantment diagram on the ground. For this enchantment, I decided to fill in the 8 circles with alternating strength and heal spells. Once again, I poured a full 300 mana into the enchantment. I was hoping that this would create a regenerative effect, along with the strengthening. As such, once it was done, I examined the weapon. Healing sword of strength. Sharpness, 7 plus 4. Weight, 1 kilogram. Durability, 97 plus 58/58. Special, strength plus 12, heal 10 to target on hit. Fuck. I had made a healing sword alright, but it healed whoever was cut with it instead of me. Enchanter class unlocked. Basic enchantment recipe unlocked. I grumbled, and stomped out the few circles that had the healing diagram in them. Terra. Mind sending down the rest, too. I had hoped to just make one good sword to hunt with, but now I needed to get Enchanter a couple levels, and hope that there was a disenchant ability I could learn. Otherwise, this would be a thoroughly useless sword. Just like before, I had to wait a little bit before the rest of the swords and daggers came down, but they all appeared around me. Thus, the enchanting process began anew. I made one sword that was given a normal enchant, and one that had a full strength enchant. Each time, I leveled up my enchanter class until it hit level 5. Strength enchantment recipe unlocked. I wanted to go back in time and smack myself in the head right about then, because I was getting enchantment recipes I already knew. Think. Did I put in a disenchant ability? I am pretty sure I saw the option. What level was that? Thankfully, my mana was refilled every time I leveled up, so I still had a lot to spare. However, after that point, I went and enchanted all of my remaining weapons, only getting 1 level before I was done. Either I needed to do new things, or the enchanter class was always meant to be a grind fest. Anyways, once I was done, I picked up 2 of the weapons I had enchanted. One was a dagger with a full general enchant, and the other was a sword with a fully strength enchant. With it like this, the dagger actually had a higher damage output than the sword, but I still held it in my offhand. It would feel too unbalanced if I held the lighter weapon in my right hand, after all. Now, it was time to hunt. What's the matter, Jorm? One guard called to another after seeing him cautiously backing away from a strange, unarmed man. He had never seen that kind of behavior from the other guard before. I don't know. I just felt like I shouldn't make things difficult for him. Although he said that, the guard had a cold sweat covering his body. Moments ago, he felt as if one wrong move might result in him being crushed. Think he's one of the nobles of the Byander clan? The current Queen of Thal had discovered that she had the ability to confer the noble class onto people. Doing so would give them a measure of influence over the people they were assigned to govern. It was rumored that some nobles had an intimidating presence able to get what they wanted of people with ease. It didn't feel like that. I don't know. The man shook his head, returning to his guard duty. It was about 15 minutes later when a commotion arose. Suddenly, the druids that had been assigned to constructing a stone wall around the city stopped their work, their heads turning to the east. As casters that are naturally more sensitive to the energies around them, they could easily feel a giant surge of power from that direction, stronger than anything they had felt before. Even some of the guards and artisans turned their heads to look in that direction, though they could not feel as clearly what was happening. All they felt was that some strange pressure seemed to be coming from that direction. The guard who had spoken to Dale when he left paled, remembering that the stranger had run in that direction. But the feeling was from too far away, so it couldn't have been him. Instead, it was more likely that the stranger he had met was running directly towards the source of that energy. However, a moment later, an elderly woman burst out of the queen's hut. Looking to the east, she felt the pressure as well, and it reminded her all too well of the feeling she felt in the presence of the goddess. A warm feeling rose in her heart, as if this was a sign. Soldiers! Clarissa yelled, gathering the attention of the various men that had been running through the dirt streets to train. Gather the men, anyone you can, and head for the rising sun. Our goddess has descended again. The soldiers raised their fists to the sky, shouting in affirmative. Every able soldier, as well as the two druids who could more clearly sense the energy, immediately began traveling east. Although the energy only lasted half an hour before it faded, they still moved. Almost 2 hours into their journey, Jorm saw the man he had seen running in this direction. He was returning to the town, carrying a full boar over his shoulder. Jorm called out to him from his position near the front of the expedition force. "You there?" The man looked side to side, before realizing that Jorm was talking to him. "Yes. Did you see anything in this direction?" The man shook his head. "I don't believe so. I was just on my way back from hunting." "Why, did something happen?" "Drop the boar and join the group. All forces are required to march. The goddess has descended." Jorm wasn't sure why, but the man's face had a momentary look of panic, before he nodded and joined the group. Another boar could be hunted later, but they were moving on the orders of the queen. They walked until the sun was setting at their backs, before the druids told them they had arrived at their destination. There were no traces of the goddess, but they could still feel that overwhelming energy in the air. The two druids knew, without a doubt, that this was the spot that they had sensed the energy from. Some of the guards searched the ground around them, before finally finding something. "Over here. The dirt seems to have been disturbed." One of the guards called the others over. They found a large patch of dirt which seemed to have been overturned recently. Expecting that something may have been buried, they ordered the men to dig. And so, the men dug. Without rest, throughout the night, they scraped at the ground with their stone tools. When their tools broke, they scooped the ground up with their hands. It wasn't until the sun rose in the morning when they were allowed to stop. By that time, the hole they had dug was deeper than a grown man was tall, but they had yet to find any trace of anything the goddess may have left behind. After letting the men who had been digging rest for an hour, they began their walk home. This took another 8 hours, but when they arrived they reported that there had been nothing unusual aside from some upturned soil. Clarissa, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, nodded to herself. I see. This must be a sign from Bayana. She wishes for us to take notice of that area. We will construct a new city at that location, men. It is a place blessed by the goddess of battle and peace, and we shall treat it as such." Nobody noticed the statue of the very goddess they spoke of in the temple changing slightly, one eyelid starting to twitch in annoyance. Nor did anyone notice a single man among the group lumbering out and into an alley, where he promptly vanished. Chapter 44, My Goddess. Out WW. I complained, collapsing on the bed as soon as I got back into the admin room. Never again. I didn't have any tools with me while I was down in the world, so I ended up having to dig with my hands the entire time. Even worse, I had to do it with my normal body stats, not even able to tap into my keeper abilities due to all the witnesses. On the bright side, I did have some gains during my hunt. I managed to get a couple more levels in the ninja class while fighting some large boars. And after killing them, I absorbed and refined their spirits. I was tempted to also refine the boar spirit I had contracted with, but I wanted to wait to do that until I found something suitable to replace it. Since I was lost in thought, I didn't even notice Tara sitting next to me with a wide grin on her face until she spoke. "Oh, there, Dale. Are you ready for fun kitty time?" She teased, bending down to give me a seductive show of her cleavage. As much as that sounded nice. Too sore. Can't fun. Words. Ow W. When I said that, she tilted her head back and laughed uproariously, holding her stomach with one hand. "Really, Dale? You do have to be more careful at times. I mean, yes, you went several hours away from the city before you did your work, and I applaud the foresight that took. But was it enough?" She asked me with a grin. "No." "How?" "Found out. Words were not currently my strong suit, as I was physically and mentally fatigued. I needed a nap, desperately. Like, for a century. Dale, you have mana that is roughly 50 times that of the next most powerful being, and you were using that energy constantly while enchanting. At that distance, anyone would be able to feel the presence of your power, thanks to your auras. Once the world gets stronger, you can mitigate that, but what did you learn today? You're mean. New. It took Tara a moment to decipher my half-speech. When she did, her grin grew a bit wider. "I knew that you'd probably want to do your enchanting, now that you found out that the class was available to you, yes. But I figured you would have gone far enough away that only the druids would have had any idea of what was going on. Instead, You stayed just close enough that even normal people with just a little sensitivity could feel it. Congratulations, you just inspired a holy city for Bayana. Not cool. I closed my eyes, grabbing one corner of the blanket and wrapping it around myself. I could vaguely hear Bayana burst into the room a short while later, before her and Tara spoke to each other, and they then left. Finally, sleep. I wasn't sure how long I slept, but when I woke up I was feeling refreshed. All the soreness from the activities down on the world had faded, and I felt like I could actually form a coherent thought. Sitting up, I stretched, yawning as I let out the last bit of tiredness that I felt. When I was about to get up, I saw the human goddess sitting in my computer chair, watching me. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she did not look entirely happy. How long were you sitting there? I asked, cautiously. Too long. She immediately replied. I didn't want to take the chance that you'd run away the moment you woke up. Ah. I couldn't help but gulp slightly. Can I help you with something? Yes, you can. She showed a wicked smile on her face. The next time you go down, you're going to do a quest for me. And then one for Oravi and Irina and Trival. We had a talk about this, and this is the only way to curb your bad habit of rewriting history accidentally. I must have shown my confusion on my face, because she took a deep breath and explained. If you do quests for us, we can be added to your patrons for your priest class. Tara's idea. Anyways, there are limits to how much we can talk to you if you aren't our priest. If you become our priest, we can warn you whenever you are about to do something colossally stupid. Like, say, announcing your presence to a major city, and having them establish a holy site. Ouch. True, but... ouch. Okay, I get your point. I suppose I'll have to do this for all the new gods, too? When I asked that, Bayana nodded her head. Okay, well, can you go tell the others that I was planning on giving the elf goddess her personality now? Giving Riwan a personality has two big benefits, thanks to her domain. With her magic domain, she can start researching new kinds of spells more easily than I can. With her wealth domain, she can help me manage my points, so that I don't spend more than I need to. At least, that's what I'm hoping for. Bayana grumbles under her breath before standing up. This time. But, I'm not a messenger, so don't get used to it. Saying that, she turned and walked out of the room. While she was letting the others know, I focused my mind. Reaching out, I changed the admin room just slightly, moving Riwan from her position in the god storage locker to my room. Appearing before me was the elven goddess, her live body covered with a green dress that went down to her knees. Her golden eyes looked lifeless, staring at the wall. Her ruby-colored hair swept down half of her back, pointed ears just visible on either side of her head. While I was waiting for the others to show up, I went ahead and decided to skip ahead 10 more years in the world. After traveling for over a year, the beastkin finally reached the center of the Great Forest, the position labeled on the quest scroll. Now, there was only one step left before they were done, and that was to construct permanent houses. Due to the dangers of the travel, they had lost 5 people before finally arriving, bringing their total members down just below 50. Thankfully, they still met the requirements of 20 ninjas to complete the quest. Constructing houses did not take too long. One man, a felon who had joined just after they left, was a priest to the goddess of fate. Through his prayer, they were given the knowledge of how to make a home for themselves. These homes came in 2 types. For the ninjas, they were given designs to build their houses among the tallest of trees, using the thickest branches for support. For everyone else, they had homes along the bases of those trees. This was not an attempt to discriminate against those who did not hold the aptitude to become a ninja. Rather, it was simply because it was dangerous for them to live so high without that class. At the same time, having houses up in the trees made it possible for their residents to have a safe place to retreat to if a monster attacked. This was clearly explained to the priest, who in turn explained it to everyone else. While the main focus of their fighting force consisted of their ninjas, they could not oppress those unable to use chakra. It was said that one day, the limit of power would rise again, and those who had trained to their fullest would be able to break their previous limits. Those who had been unable to train as a ninja would likewise become able to do so. Like this, the group spent weeks getting their homes made. The priest of Terra promised them that, after the quest was over, there would be more people joining them. Lost souls in need of their own homes. Although many in the group were skeptical, they had no reason to doubt the man's words. Even after they had finished all of the houses on the ground, They continued making more, all in good faith that they would indeed gain new members. Over a month later, they had finally completed their quest. Along the trees and ground, dozens of homes had been built. At this time, a gentle voice spoke within the wind, heard by all in the village. "Thank you, my children. You have done a great deed, and will be rewarded." The leather scroll, which had always been held in the hands of their leader, suddenly changed. Spiderweb cracks of light formed along its rough surface, and it exploded in a blast of energy. This energy then poured out in streams, which targeted each and every ninja among the group. Aside from those who had long since hit the limit of power, all ninjas received an immediate 5 levels. It took a few minutes, but eventually Terra and Oravi came back to the room. From the others, including Bayana, I received messages saying that they weren't really interested in watching this event, and that they'd meet Ri1 later. Only Oravi seemed truly excited, because it meant that she'd get another big sister to play with. "After this, mind if we have a chat?" Terra asked me, to which I nodded. "You too, Rivi. You'll wanna hear this too." She smiled. Oravi's eyes widened, and she nodded her head repeatedly. Seeing that she had something to talk about with both of us, I went ahead and asked, "Would it be better to go ahead and talk about it, then give Ri1 her personality when we're done?" Terra thought about it for a few moments and agreed. "Alright. It won't take long, I just wanted to ask your permission for something." "Okay." Now I was surprised. "Since when do you ask for my permission for things?" Terra had a small grin on her face when she answered. "Since it involved using divine powers for certain reasons. Anyways, you'll see if you check the map, but the ninja village was established during the recent skip. If it's just the people I sent originally, they'll die out from lack of numbers before they have any room to grow. So, I wanted to get permission to have little Rivi here." She pet Oravi's head, causing the smaller goddess to squirm, use her travel domain to send people in the forest who are lost to the village. Oravi stopped her uncomfortable squirming when she heard that, and her head snapped up. "Really, sis? I can help make the ninja village, too." Her eyes were wide and practically sparkling, and when she turned that gaze to look at me, I couldn't really deny it. "Okay. But only within reason. Only people who have actually lost their way, and only from that same forest. I don't want you to accidentally split up families because someone got lost going for a walk in the woods, okay?" Oravi's head nodded rapidly to these conditions, excited by the idea of the ninja village. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She called out happily, pulling me over and giving both Terra and I a tight hug. "Oh, I love you both, thank you. This is so cool." Terra had a silly grin on her face as Oravi thanked her, and I could only chuckle helplessly. It seemed that Terra really was weak to the cuteness of the little goddess. "Okay, now, I think we had other plans to do first." Oravi seemed to remember why she was here in the first place when I said that, backing up to look at the still motionless Ri1. Closing my eyes, I began taking notes for what I wanted from Ri1's personality. First, I wanted her to enjoy magical research, so that she would help advance magic for the world. Secondly, I wanted her to be good with money for various reasons. And finally, like with the others, I wanted to bind her to me and Terra with love, while making her see Oravi as a cute little sister. Once those choices were set, and I spent the 20 points to buy the personality, the familiar golden light descended. As it wrapped around Ri1, infusing itself into her body and mind, I saw her muscles seem to relax. Her chest started to rise and fall in steady breaths, and her eyes became more focused as she looked at me. When the light faded, she gave a quick glance around the room, blinking rapidly. After a few moments, she smiled and walked over towards me without a word. Not knowing what to expect, I was certainly caught off guard when she suddenly grabbed my head, pulling me in for a kiss. Her tongue danced around my mouth, and she pressed her body against mine. My eyes were wide in surprise, and I could see Terra's anger rising behind Ri1. However, just as she was about to charge over and rip the elven goddess off of me, Ri1 broke the kiss with a wide smile. Turning around, Terra was just about to say something when she too was pulled into a kiss by the goddess. She let out a muffled shout at first, but soon her eyes lazily closed, and I could hear a soft purring coming from her throat. Meanwhile, Oravi had both of her hands covering her eyes as if she was afraid to see what was going on. I think the love setting may have been a bit too strong on this one. Chapter 45, Promises Kept. After Ri1 spent enough time making out with Terra that the latter had brought her hand up to caress her back, the two finally broke their kiss. The catgirl goddess had a happy smile on her face as she took deep, heated breaths. Although she seemed resistant at first to the kiss, She had fully given herself over to it. Did I accidentally make a sex fiend goddess? Okay, now that that's out of the way, is there something for me to do? She asked as she looked around the room with a small smile, reaching down and gently patting Oravi's head. That was. I couldn't help but try to ask. I mean, she suddenly made out with both myself and Tara, and then shrugged it off as if it was nothing. She asked as she looked at me, and then to the panting cat girl. Oh, that? It seemed like a fun idea, so I wanted to give it a shot. Why, did you not like it? She had the fakest pout I had ever seen when she asked that. And no, it was great. Surprisingly, it wasn't me that answered, but Tara. After a moment, she seemed to realize what she had blurted out, and her cheeks tinted red. I mean. It was just a big surprise. We didn't really expect you to do anything like that right after you got your personality. Riwon brought a hand up to cover her mouth while she giggled lightly. Oh. Did you expect me to be some bookworm because of my domains? When Tara nodded dumbly, she stuck her tongue out playfully at the cat girl. Sorry, dear. Not all lessons in life can be learned in the pages of a book. But. Okay, you have a point. Tara sighed reluctantly, nodding her head. Riwon grinned, bringing a hand up under Tara's chin and scratching it gently. Tara's eyes rolled back in her head, her tail swaying side to side gently as a throaty purr emerged from her lips. Now, mind showing me the ropes to this whole goddess deal? Our dear Lord and Maker wasn't kind enough to give me a manual when I was made. Tara nodded her head slightly, still enjoying the physical attention that the elf goddess was giving her. Okay. She slowly opened her eyes to look at me. I like this one. We can keep her. Riwon simply smiled, and walked out of the room, Tara following quickly behind. Once they were gone, it was just Oravi and I left behind. The little girl finally brought her hands down from her eyes, looking around to make sure they were gone. What? What just happened? I don't know. I shook my head, looking at the door where the two girls had gone. After letting out a long sigh, I turned to look at Oravi. Anyways, you were going to work on the ninja village? When I said that, Oravi suddenly looked up as if the previous scene had made her forget something very important. That's right. I need to get to work. With that, she turned around and quickly ran out of the room, charging into her own room just down the hall. Smiling slightly, I turned and started up the computer. Immediately, I saw a stream of notifications, most of which were to list sales. 4 keepers had bought the Centaur Plus race, 10 had bought the Trinity's Sin, and a staggering 30 had bought the Quest contract system. Given the price of that system, that really surprised me. After going through the purchase records, there were still a few more notifications. You have earned a keeper bonus through physical labor. +1 strength. You have earned an achievement. For helping your citizens designate a holy site, you have earned the City Planner achievement. +20 points. Between the achievement and the sales, my total points had risen to just over 500. If I wanted to, I could even set up a second planet now. However, I had no real desire to do that. At least, not until my first one was running smoothly, and I had all the systems in place that I wanted. In the best case scenario, every system would be installed from the very beginning, so there wouldn't be the issue of repeated updates like Earth is having. However, this did mean that I was able to look through for some more things to buy for Earth. To start, I made 2 purchases. One was for the next tier of monsters, which go up to level 200. I think this is also the first tier that has monsters that utilize magic as well. The other purchase was for a new race, something I had planned to get eventually anyways. This was the Dungeon Core race, which had some very interesting abilities. Race name, Dungeon Core. Comprehension 4. Agility 0. Strength 0. Lifespan unlimited. Luck 6. Awareness 8. Male-female ratio genderless. Racial abilities, infinite lifespan, unnatural biology, spontaneous birth, keeper/deity assigned or monodensity, monster trap, inhabitant control, terrain control, treasure generation. This seemed like a race that would be useful to have later on, even though it would never directly socialize with the other races. But, for the purpose of being a dungeon to train adventurers, it works perfectly. Which is nice, because this race cost a full 150 points on its own. For the options that come with it, I decided to set the dungeon spawns to assigned only, that way the world does not end up flooded with dungeons and unable to fight them. I also made sure not to place any dungeons yet, as I wanted to discuss it with the gods first. I'm learning, I swear. Within the great forest, a dense fog surrounded the village of ninjas. This fog appeared in the middle of the day, and caused many of the inhabitants to become alarmed. Such a fog had never appeared so suddenly, and they could clearly hear footsteps moving towards them. The words that the priest had spoken years ago echoed in their minds, yet they did not relax their guard. Stepping through the mist, and into their line of sight, was a young lichen boy. He did not appear to be older than 10, but he was looking around with a tearful expression. From the blood stained on his skin, it was clear that he had suffered a great tragedy. However, the only wound on his body was a single set of claw marks on his back. Where's my mommy? He asked in a pained voice, looking around at the strange men. Elsewhere, near the edge of the forest, an angry howl echoed through the trees. A large wolf with metal spikes on its back had lost its prey amidst a dense fog. Although it had successfully hunted the female, the child had managed to escape it. After the boy arrived, more people seemed to emerge from the fog, one by one. At times, it would be just a lone man or woman. Other times, it would be a small family. But, no matter who it was, their stories were the same. A strange fog descended upon the forest, and they found themselves walking into the village. The original inhabitants were in awe at this. It had been years since the priest had promised that more people would come, and they had nearly given up hope. Half of the extra houses they had built had collapsed due to rain, with them simply not having the desire to fix them again. But now, for every house, inhabitants had arrived. Surprisingly, once there were enough people to fill all of the spare houses, the mist dispersed, as if it had never been there in the first place. This told the ninjas of the village even more that the priest had been right. The gods had truly provided for them, offering them people to fill their ranks. Of course, they would not squander this blessing, and immediately set themselves to tending to their newest recruits. After doing my shopping, I was left with a little over 250 points. Still more than enough to get new systems if I decide I want them, but I will save them for now. Stepping up from the computer, I left the room to see what the others were doing. When I opened Oravi's door, she was laying on the bed on her stomach, legs bent and idly kicking at the air as she had her eyes closed. I could hear that she was humming softly, and guessed that she must still be doing the work with the ninja village, so I didn't disturb her. The next door was Irina's, and opening it only confirmed that she wasn't currently in her room at the moment. After that was Bayana's room, and I hesitated for a moment before knocking on it. I may have just opened the other doors, but Oravi and Irina are not as hostile as Bayana. Busy right now. We'll go yell at you in a little while, Dale. Well, at least she knew it was me at the door. Shaking my head, I moved to the next door, one which had never existed before today. Knowing that Ri-1 had asked for goddess lessons, I decided to knock on this door as well, rather than immediately intruding. Come in, I heard the elf's light voice calling from within. When I opened the door, I saw Tara lying naked on the bed, a happy smile on her face as she curled into a ball. Sitting over at a nearby desk, Ri-1 had a thick book propped open that she appeared to be reading. Don't worry about her. We just had a bit of quick fun to thank her for teaching me. Ri-1 winked playfully to me before turning back to her book. She's really weak to certain treatment, you know. Ah. I guess. I looked over her shoulder and saw the book she was reading. The contents of it were very familiar to me, as I had an identical book of my own. Book of Spells. The elven goddess gave an absent nod. That's right. My domain gives me instant knowledge of known spells, but seeing them drawn out for me helps. She then gave me a small smile. I'm allowed to enjoy both books and people, you know? I didn't say anything. I hurriedly shook my head. Out loud. Really, so she isn't a total sex fiend? Yeah. Oh, and Tara told me to give you a message if she was still napping next time I saw you. I saw the corners of her mouth twist into a grin as she looked back to the book again. She said that you could play with me as long as you share. Okay, never mind, she is still a sex fiend. Chapter 46, Meeting of the Gods. Well, once Tara wakes up, can you gather everyone together? Feel like it's about time for us to have a proper meeting. Ri-1 nodded absently after I said that, so I walked out of the room. Looking down the hall, I thought about what I wanted to do until the meeting. Ultimately, there was one question that still needed answered, but I wasn't sure how to go about finding out. In the end, the only real choice was the direct approach. Walking over to Bayana's door, I knocked on it and called inside. Can I come in? Would like to talk. Alright, whatever. Came the somewhat hurried voice from within the room. When I opened the door, I found that the decorations for this room had been slightly changed. The bed had turned a deep blue, and there were mounted weapons such as spears and axes along the walls. Bayana was sitting at a desk in the far corner of her room, the chair turned to face the door. So, what is it? I shook my head as I walked in, closing the door behind me. Just wanted to know something. Why are you so hostile to me? I mean, I don't want this to be a problem or anything, and I don't understand why you were so angry at me as soon as you saw me. Bayana raised her eyebrows as she watched me, chuckling slightly. Was wondering when you were going to ask, or if you'd already figured it out. Guess not. I only continued looking at her, waiting for her explanation. Keep your pants on, I'm getting to it. She took a deep breath, before looking me square in the eyes. Do you know what the single most infuriating trait about someone is? I shook my head. It's when you aren't able to control your feelings towards them. Yes, I admit it, I like you just like the other girls do. But, unlike them, I don't appreciate my feelings being forced into me. So yes, I like you, but at the same time, seeing you reminds me that I have no real control over my own emotions. I nodded my head slightly. Sorry about that. I didn't really think that would turn into a problem. She scoffed lightly, smirking at me. That's another thing, you don't really think too hard about these things. Yeah, sure, you do your best. And not all of your mistakes can really be blamed on you, but maybe think about things a bit more from now on. I could only nod again, before doing my best to show my good intentions. If you'd rather, I can change that setting minus. I didn't even get to finish my offer before Bayana sent a vicious glare at me. Touch those settings once, and I swear I will rip apart your world. I'm not joking here, Dale. I felt a cold sweat flowing down my back as she spoke. I can get over the initial problem of being made to like you, but if you mess with my mind any more than that. I get it. Forget I said anything. Her eyes calmed down as I said that, and she nodded her head. Still, it'd be best if we were able to get along. This hostility won't be good for anyone. Bayana nodded again at that. We can get along. But, don't expect me to go crawling around for your affection. If you want me to ever act on these feelings you put in me, then you're going to have to show that you are worth it. I smiled bitterly, but agreed. That's fine. Anyways, we're going to have a meeting in a little bit. It'd be best if everyone shows up. At that, Bayana seemed to smile slightly. It seems he can be taught, after all. Now, go ahead and get out of here. I still have some stuff to take care of. After that, I left the room, moving to the living room to wait for everyone. To my surprise, it only took about a half hour before Tara woke up and everyone was called together. Looking around and seeing everyone, I couldn't help but acknowledge that this was the first time that they were all in the same room. Tara lazily stretched out, waving a hand to dismiss the current living room furniture, instead summoning a long table. Around it were 6 chairs as well as what looked like a small cloud of fluff. The girls and I all sat in the chairs while Trival navigated his way onto the fluff cloud. Tara sat on my right, between myself and Ruwan. Across from her was Oravi, flanked by Irina and Bayana. Finally, Trival sat at the end of the table, as he needed more room. So, Trival spoke first, looking towards me. What is it that you called us all here for? At his words, everyone else also nodded, looking for me to answer. Well, we've never really had a meeting like this, and I thought that it would be good to start doing them on a semi-regular basis. As you all have probably noticed, I'm not too good at the whole planning aspect. There were a few discreet snickers from around the table at that, mostly from my side of the table. Anyways, I wanted to get together with everyone and decide on a general plan. To help develop the world eventually, I went ahead and bought a new race for us to use. Focusing my mind, I created a set of papers in front of me with the information about the Dungeon Core race. I even checked one of the papers to make sure that it didn't come out blurry or anything. Everyone grabbed one of the papers when they were slid to them and looked it over. Riwan was the first one to speak up, a small smile on her face. I want one. I tried not to imagine this as a request for a sex dungeon and looked at her. 4. Her smile spread a bit wider as she saw the questioning look on my face. Where am I going to find a better field to practice new magic? It's hard to properly gauge power in the admin room, so a dungeon down in the world would be the perfect solution. Maybe I could even take it as a student eventually. I had to nod at her reasoning. It made sense. And it got me to stop imagining her with a sex dungeon. Alright. You can place one down in the world as long as it's not somewhere that it will be easily found in the future. She nodded her head quickly at that, and I looked to the rest of them. For the dungeons, I want all of us to share this job rather than creating a single dungeon god. It's too easy for dungeons to be seen as evil creations, so making them into a domain for any of you would only make it easier for people to see you like that as well. Tara nodded her head slightly, a small smile on her face as she heard that. That sounds cool. We should place a few down as experiments first, see how they work. I was a bit surprised by her sudden suggestion, but the confident look in her eyes made me think that there might be some defect with the dungeon that I don't know about. Alright. We'll do it that way. Next, I wanted to make an announcement. Everyone looked at me seriously, even Oravi. It's weird to see her looking serious. With one of Riwon's domains being wealth, I wanted to put her in charge of managing the points so that we don't run into any bad situations. Irina glanced at Riwon, nodding her head slightly. It does make sense. Can she even buy things from the market with your permission, though? Tara shook her head in response. Only the keeper can make purchases. But any companion can browse the market. So, she can find systems that we need, and list them out for Dale to review. Riwon's smile grew even wider when she heard about her new job. Very nice. I take it that means you won't be aimlessly spending points anymore. She pointedly looked at me with that last comment. Well, I might make small purchases. But, I'll try to keep any spending in the triple digits on hold until I verify it with you first. I didn't really trust myself enough to say that I would entirely let her handle the budget, because sometimes there were things I wanted to get without really thinking too much into it. Anyways, on this subject, there is a system that I wanted to introduce. I've been working on it in my spare time for a while, so it is a bit more detailed than what I usually come up with. Once again, they looked at me seriously. This time, I manifested 7 folders, each one holding a few papers. Then, I slid the folders over to them, keeping one for myself. Opening up the folder, I spread out the papers in front of me to make sure that I had accurately copied down the system I had saved on the notepad in my computer. It took a few minutes for everyone to finish looking over the papers. Tara let out a low whistle when she finished. Really wanted to make a flexible system, didn't you? I nodded my head. Well, it's good. There are some storage devices already, like bags of holding, but nothing this complex. It should be able to earn a fair amount of points. After Oravi was done, she decided to speak up. Ooh, can we get this? It'd really help everyone down below. As she spoke, she highlighted a few lines with her fingers, causing those lines to light up. Words floated up off the page, showing everyone what she chose. In essence, she chose a basic game inventory system with 100 slots. However, Tara only let out a knowing smile. Well, how about we find out? She looked towards me. Go ahead and submit it. Then, we can see what kind of price tag the market would put on what she wants. I nodded my head, mentally submitting this system to the market. As soon as I did, Riwon began working as well, waving her fingers around. Like with Oravi, words floated in front of her, the same ones that Oravi herself had chosen. However, once the options were all set, she made a small gasp of astonishment. Finally, a number rose up below the words. 2,205. That's how much it would cost Oravi. She said with a regretful tone. We won't be able to afford that for a long time unless this sells particularly well. However, if I may make a suggestion. Once again, Riwon fiddled with the system, causing words to fly up. Unlike Oravi's game system menu, what Riwon was going for was the enchantment option. Along with it, she chose the cheapest choices for slowing time, size, and weight. At the end, the number 320 appeared below the list of options. With this, it is an enchantment that we can apply to items, rather than a new system. Am I understanding that right? She looked to Tara, who nodded her head. Then, am I correct in assuming that the system would make it so that this is possible? Tara smiled slightly, nodding again. As long as it does not completely contradict the world. For instance, we couldn't get the digitization options, because computer code would be a completely foreign concept to the current Earth. As long as it is even remotely possible, the system will adjust the natural laws to make any purchase applicable. Riwon's smile grew again. Then, Am I correct in assuming that, once those changes are made, it will be possible to improve upon them? Tara couldn't help but laugh at that, reaching over and putting a hand on Riwon's shoulder gently. Within reason. But, for what I think you're wanting, yes. It should be possible. Alright. She made a victorious fist bump into the air, then turned to look at the rest of us. So, I want to get this. With the options I chose, we can use it as a starting point to develop better ones. Using the time aspects, we can evolve it to frozen time. With the weight aspects, we can evolve it to weightless. And naturally, we can expand the capacity as well. We can't afford it quite yet, but that should be taken care of once word of this system spreads. The others all nodded, though Oravi still looked upset that her suggestion wasn't chosen. Bayana smiled down to the little goddess, patting her back. Oravi quickly looked up in surprise to Bayana, and leaned over to give her a hug, surprising her. Trival watched the scene and then turned over to look at me. My liege, since we are in this meeting. A grin slowly spread over his face. I would officially like to ask for permission to mingle with my people again. Why? I asked, confused. It hadn't been very long since I placed those restrictions on him and he was already asking for them to be removed. You see, you gave me the fellowship domain. However, I am still forbidden from being with my own race. Is that not contrary to the power I was given? He explained confidently, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I guess so. But, there will still have to be rules. He clicked his tongue when he heard that. We can't have you going around spreading half-gods everywhere. It'd be best if they didn't know it was you. At times, you can reveal your identity in order to act. However, I gave him a stern look as I spoke, wanting to make this clear. Each time you do so, you will have to remove yourself from the public for 50 years, to allow the news to die down. When you come back in, it will be with a new face and a new identity. And you are not allowed to leave behind heirs. I got an approving nod from Tara, but only a grumble from Trival. Fine. I will accept these terms. It is still better from being forced to remain in the shadows. I nodded at that, then turned to look at the others. Does anyone have anything that they want to bring up? The girls all shook their heads, so I let out a sigh. Then, the first meeting is adjourned. Let's go see how these dungeons work. Chapter 47, Hungry Soul. Soon all 7 of us found our way to the basement area where I would normally go to train my magic. However, this was not so that we could train, but so that we could place down a dungeon core. And no, we aren't placing it in this basement. My bedroom just felt like it'd be too cramped with all of us in there, so we decided to convert the floor of the basement into a larger map of the world below. Of course, this was provided by Tara, who was smiling as we all tried to dance around the map without stepping on any mountains or trees. It's like walking through a little kid's room and trying to avoid all the toys. There's always that one that manages to find its way into the bottom of your foot. Anyways, back on topic. Since we didn't know what to expect with this dungeon, we were going to place it on an uninhabited island. Worst case scenario, we wind up with a flying island dungeon, which would be kind of cool. Alright. This one should work. Riwon says with a nod as she points to an island about as big as my toe, standing ankle deep in the ocean. I was really glad that we wouldn't actually be leaving giant footprints throughout the world or anything, because that would not be good. I nodded, looking to Tara. However, the catgirl goddess was giving Oravi a piggyback ride while watching us. With a shrug, I focused on that island and attempted to spawn a dungeon. Among the thousands of islands of Earth, one sat alone in its own little corner of the world. This island was inhabited by nothing but a few birds and a pair of thin trees. However, at that moment, the ground shook. A red gem, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter, appeared on the ground as if dropped from the sky. This red gem shined faintly, and then slowly sank into the sandy surface. It was trembling slightly, its light flickering. The gem was afraid. It had appeared in a strange area, not knowing who or what it was. It could only see up to a meter around it. Above was a sky whose limits it could not reach, while below was a safe and comforting earth. Naturally, it burrowed its way deeper, using the unfamiliar ground to shield itself from its surroundings. After a few minutes, it seemed to calm down. The flickering light stabilized into a steady glow, and it began to examine what little it could of its surroundings. It was at that time that a voice spoke in its mind, thoughts not of its own. "Hello. Are you okay?" The voice held a high pitch, distinctly different from the way the gem sounded in its own mind. What is this? It thought to itself, only to be surprised when the voice answered. I am Oravi, goddess of love and travel. The gem trembled again slightly. It did not understand the concept of a goddess, but the voice suddenly held a sense of pressure for it. It no longer wanted to communicate with the voice, afraid that it might be from the boundless sky above, afraid that it might damage its fragile existence. It's no use, it won't talk to me anymore. Oravi said with a frown, still held up on Terra's back. It's all right, Rivi. Terra smiled back to her. It's still young. Give it a bit of time, and I'm sure it'll get lonely. Then it'll want to talk to you some more. But Dale, do you notice anything? She looked at me as she asked that last part. I looked down at the dungeon and focused on it. There's a strange flow of mana around the core, but it doesn't extend very far and isn't particularly strong. I felt a frown cover my face. I suppose this is normal for new dungeons. Terra nodded her head slightly. If you watch closely, it is very slowly expanding. But, if you don't fast forward, you'd have to zoom in extremely close to see it. She smiled bitterly. So, if you aren't planning on buying time zones for every dungeon you get, it'd probably be a good idea to plant some around in advance. Ah. Well, I guess that doesn't ruin my plans too much. I mean, if I desperately want a dungeon right away, I can always buy a time zone to go with it to speed up its growth. Glancing over, I looked at a sullen Re1, who was realizing that this meant that her dungeon experiment chamber would have to wait. Want to plant one down somewhere, and then fast forward? There is nothing happening immediately that we need to focus on. Re1 looked up, smiling slightly. I'd like that, sure. Anyways, there are some things I need to take care of first, since I haven't made any changes to my society yet. The other gods all frowned when they heard that. What? You all did it. Fair enough. It was Irina who answered, surprisingly, sighing and shaking her head. I must also return to my people before the fast forward, lest they think I am absent. I nodded at her words, and let her go. Soon, the others also began leaving one by one, either to go play or to attend to other business. I decided to give Re1 a couple of hours to get her plans laid out before starting the fast forward. Back on the deserted island, days passed by overhead in silence. The scared gem had yet to make any attempts to communicate with the voice that had previously spoken with it. It wasn't until over a month passed that it began to feel regret that it considered whether that voice was the only comfort that it would be able to find. Are you still there? It thought to itself, hoping that the voice would respond once again. Sure enough, the voice once again responded, speaking as if it had only been moments since they last talked. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underworld, monsters continued devouring each other. These were no longer simply the goblins and the Gru. No, they had changed, become something different. Towering monsters hundreds of meters long, looking like amorphous blobs covered in hungry maws. They devoured everything in their path, be it friend or foe alike. They knew nothing except their insatiable hunger, having long since lost any other reason they may have had. Anything they ate simply added to their own power, letting them become bigger, stronger. Until one day, something changed. One of these devourer spirits felt as if a great weight was pressing down on it. Like with all things, it decided to devour that pressure. Black light began to shine from the body of the devourer, before visible cracks spread out in the space around it. When the monstrous spirit roared, those cracks shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a gaping black hole. Feeling as if there would be more food beyond this hole, it slipped through quietly, unnoticed by any around it. What it found on the other side of the doorway was a large mountain, with its body resting along its side. The spirit could not feel any way to return to its home, and found that the food on this side of the door seemed to be far more scarce. Angered by this discovery, it felt as if it was suddenly starving, so it dived down the mountain with an impossible speed, literally splashing across the ground when it made contact. Any of the lingering souls of the wildlife were instantly devoured the moment they came into contact with this creature. But this wasn't enough. This was nowhere near enough for the ravenous monster. Picking a direction at random, it charged forward, slowly spreading out across the land in order to gather more food. Although this reduced its strength, the spirits here offered little resistance to its feasting. An alarm blared in my head just a minute after I set the world to fast forward. This has never happened. In a rush to see what was going on, I tried to access that alarm with my mind, focusing on it to figure out the cause. Emergency detected. Class 3 spirit detected. Immediate action required to preserve the safety of the inhabitants. What? I did not have the slightest idea what that meant, so I turned towards the map, while sending messages to both Irina and Tara. One of those two should know about this situation. What's wrong, Dale? Irina's reply came back a moment later as she appeared in the room behind me. She looked as calm as ever, so it seemed as if she did not know what was going on. There's a minus, I started to explain, before the door slammed open, Tara running into the room. Where did that thing come from? She yelled, and the map instantly changed from its normal colored view to monochromatic. It was only at this point that I really saw what was happening. Across one of the continents, a giant black mass was slowly spreading. Worst yet, this was not an uninhabited continent, and was instead the same one that held the beastkin. Thankfully, the emergency alarm kicked in before the mass was able to spread to their territory, but it was only days away. Seeing this, Irina furrowed her brows, focusing on something before her face paled slightly. No. One of them got out. Okay, can someone tell me what is going on, and what we can do to fix it? I felt like the only one in the dark, and this situation wasn't going to fix itself. I'll explain. Irina, you go and get rid of that thing. She looked to the other goddess, who nodded her head, immediately vanishing from the room. Dale, do you remember the spirit classes you looked up a while back? The ones for monsters? I nodded my head slowly, and she explained further. Most classes don't actually introduce anything new. Anyone can throw a punch, even if they aren't a warrior. The classes simply guide the users along their paths, helping to educate them as they learn their powers. The only exceptions are classes that introduce new systems or energies. I was about to ask what this had to do with what was happening, but she stopped me before I could say anything. This thing. You could compare it to the Chimera Soul class. And its level would be over 200. It must have eaten thousands of other spirits to get this far. I paused for a moment as I considered that. If I officially bought the class, would that slow the growth of these things in the future? Force them to stay at the level limit? Tara shook her head to deny that. No, they'd still grow to this point eventually. If anything, it may speed up the progress by enhancing their intelligence. These things. This problem can't be fixed without going to the afterlife and destroying all of the Chimera. Even then, the cycle already began. As long as monster souls go to the afterlife, they will feed on each other. My brows knit together, and I asked in a worried tone. Can Irina deal with these? They are so far above the level limit, right? Tara let out a small smile. Don't worry. She's the goddess in charge of the underworld. As long as it's a creature that comes from the underworld, she has absolute power over it. It'll just use up a bit of her energy. That sounds ominous. She can get that energy back, right? Tara giggled slightly, nodding her head. As long as she stays in the underworld for a few months after this to recharge, she'll be fine. But that means that she can't handle this too often. It'd be a good idea to have her take care of the others that are close to breaking through in the underworld before she rests, and we can start working on some countermeasures. I nodded my head slightly, watching the screen as the black mass started to recede. In a particular corner of the great forest, life was beginning to die out. There was no apparent cause to this, it simply seemed as if all life in the area became ill at once. The plants started to lose their color, the animals moving sluggishly. But none of them could tell what was happening. If one were to observe the area from above, through the eyes of a spirit, they would see a pool of black slime covering a vast area of the forest. Giant mouths opened and closed at random intervals as if trying to eat the trees. However, not a single mark was left behind on the living world. It was at this time that another figure appeared above the black mass. A large, radiant figure with two wings, starting white at the top and darkening as they went down. Her eyes shined with a fierce light as she gazed down at the monster that seemed to want to devour all life. Raising one slim hand, she slammed it down towards the ground, clenching her fist as if grabbing something. A loud scream echoed out that only this woman could hear. Her fist tightened, and the entire black mass trembled. Punishment. Extermination. When she released her hand, an invisible pressure crashed into the monster. As with all things, it wanted to devour this pressure, but soon learned otherwise. Its entire body was being ripped apart at the seams, torn smaller and smaller as indescribable pain surged through its body. The winged woman looked out to the horizon, not dropping the pressure in the slightest as she continued to apply it to every part of the giant monster. Only when there was not a single scrap of its existence remaining did she let out a tired sigh of relief. She knew that this was her fault. She had seen the monsters growing like this in the underworld, but had not stopped them. She had believed that, no matter how much they ate and grew, they could never trespass on their own into the land of the living. She was wrong. Chapter 48, Lions and Spirits and Planning, oh my. A short while later, Irina returned to the admin room, breathing heavily as she collapsed onto the bed. It's taken care of. She spoke to Tara and I, before closing her eyes. It seemed that destroying such a large monster really had taken a heavy toll on her energy. Tara nodded to me and motioned for me to leave the bedroom with her so that we could continue talking without disturbing Irina. Just to be safe, I froze the time of the world, so that more of those things wouldn't get out before Irina was awake to deal with them in the afterlife. Okay. So, countermeasures. Got any bright ideas? She asked me once we were outside the room. I looked blankly at her. Isn't that what you are supposed to tell me? I mean, you know how these things work, and what can beat them. Tara nodded her head again. I do, but I can't outright tell you. At most, I can guide you on the right path and drop little hints. I can't actually give you the full explanation unless you witness something yourself. Like how I could tell you about that monster. I let out a long sigh, leaning back against the wall. Well, there is one thing that might work, but I'll need to raise the level cap again to make it reliable. Tara smiled, motioning for me to continue. The Spirit Hunter class. I mean, doesn't it sound like it was created expressly for this kind of thing? It's even in the name. But, you said that thing's level was over 200, so even if I trained someone to the max level as a Spirit Hunter, then they would need a massive group just to take out one of those. That sounds like a good plan. Now, how are you going to implement it? Remember, this is something that you have to plan for, so think carefully. Tara reminded me, crossing her arms under her bust and watching me. Well, I don't want to spread the class out too much. Isn't this class and the requisite Spirit Tamer class the epitome of growing stronger through killing people? If the knowledge of it was spread out too much, I feel like people would use it for evil more than good. Tara nodded silently as I spoke. So, it'd be better to make a small group and have them sworn to secrecy. That could work. Now, how are you going to do it for everyone? This isn't just a threat to one or two races, but for all of them. Don't you think they'd notice eventually if every race had a secret society formed with the same basic principles? She grinned wryly as she asked that. I thought about what she was asking, and could only let out a sigh after several long moments. We could pass it off as a group formed originally by the gods. If that was the case, it wouldn't be so weird for every race with a god to have the same sect. That seems like the most believable method to me, at least. Alright, I can accept that. We can even work it into our little deal we had for you to do quests for us when you go back down. We just need to make it so that our quest is for you to establish that group within each of our races. What about Irina? I asked, looking back to the bedroom. I don't have any reason to teach the Spirit Hunter class to the afterlife, they already have it. That's easy. Spreading her domain in itself could be enough to issue a quest, so her quest could be to teach all of our races. Tara shrugged her shoulders in response. You'll just have to spend a bit of time at each race to train a small group before moving on to the next. But, you should be done in a month or two, at the latest. I smiled bitterly as she said that. I had barely been in this position for a month or two, and now I was going to be spending that amount of time on this single task. I suppose it would be a bit too much to expect you guys to be able to directly create the sect within your races, huh? Tara laughed lightly, nodding again. That's right. While we could explain the core aspects, and can take over that once they are given basic training, it is easier to teach through example. If you left it all to us, then they wouldn't get a full education. Alright. Go tell the others the plan. I've got to find a new monster to kill. If I was going to do this, then I wanted to do it right. Using the spirit of a low-level boar would certainly not convey the meaning of strength that I wanted. Thankfully, I had recently purchased monsters that were able to use basic magic, and those should be far more effective for what I wanted. Seeing as Irina was currently occupying my bedroom, and that I didn't want to disturb her, I summoned my computer to the living room after relocating there. I could probably do this without the computer, but searches like this were better left to a method that I was confident in. I was still getting used to using my own mind to connect to the world. I did a basic search, monsters able to use magic, searching from the highest level on the planet to the lowest. There really weren't that many types of monsters that could use magic so far, as the ones in this tier only had the most simply types of magic. From what I could tell, rather than the tiers representing power, they represented complexity. That's why monsters from the first tier didn't have the ability to eventually develop sapience, because they were too simple. Out of the list, I found a couple that seemed interesting. The first was a bird capable of using some wind magic to accelerate. I imagined myself with armored wings if I used that monster with the Spirit Hunter class. The other, though, seemed far more battle-oriented. This was a lion, roughly 50% larger than the natural breed. However, all of the members looked more similar to a lioness, lacking the signature mane on the males. This was only in their passive state, though, as when a male of this species was angered, a mane of fire would sprout from their head. They could also use this fire to wrap around their claws and fangs without it harming themselves. While the bird was interesting, and would certainly provide a good aesthetic, it didn't provide the same image of strength that a flaming lion offered. As such, I set my target to the rather uncreatively named fireman lions. I'd have to hunt down a few of them to be able to properly utilize it, but lions were not solitary creatures in the first place. After sending my computer back to my room, I waited in the living room for Irina to awaken. I had paused the world until she woke up to prevent any other spirits from crossing over until she was ready, so it would defeat the purpose if I unpaused it so that I could go hunting. Thankfully, she only kept me waiting for a little over an hour before she groggily walked out of my bedroom and towards the living room. "Evening, Dale," she said, trying her best to maintain her calm demeanor, but the tired look in her eyes betrayed her. "Morning, Irina. Sleep well?" I asked with a grin, receiving a small blush in response as the winged goddess averted her eyes. "Don't worry, we didn't mind. But I'll have to trouble you to take care of the ones still in the afterlife that might break through soon. After that, you can rest for a while." I explained to her the plan that Tara and I had come up with while she was sleeping. "I see. That could work. I apologize, I should have seen this coming ahead of time. I'll need to strengthen the barrier holding them in their part of the underworld, so that they don't eat through it and attack the general inhabitants." Thinking about that, an idea suddenly crossed my mind. Could you adjust the barrier so that the repelling force is adjusted by how strong the spirit is? So, weak monster spirits could still cross through to give your people something to train against, but the stronger ones would have a much harder time piercing the wall. Irina thought about that for a long moment, before nodding her head. "I could try it after I take care of the major threats. I don't want to tamper with the barrier before knowing that it would be safe to do so." That was entirely understandable on her part. "Alright. Well, I'll go ahead and unpause the world, so you can get started on that. I've got to go hunting." Irina smiled weakly, waiting for me to resume time before vanishing. As for me, I went ahead and sent a message to Tara that I was descending. This time, since I was going down to fight, I chose to stay as a human, the form that I was most familiar with. I was going to have to ascend every time I changed which race I was teaching in the future, so one extra trip wasn't much. Thankfully, one of the areas ruled by the fireman lions was located in a vast savanna on the Beastman continent. Though they were on the same continent, this was far removed from any of the settlements. Even though they could sense my energy from a day's walk away, the closest sapient to where I was going this time had to be at least a month's journey out. When I descended, I did not forget to take my favorite magical sword, one which added the maximum value to my strength. Since what I was hunting was likely the most powerful creature currently in existence on the planet, there was no way that I was holding myself back to normal levels of power. Closing my eyes, I let the blue light surround me, and quickly felt the tropical breeze blowing against my back. When I opened my eyes, I was looking out at a wide grassland with scattered shrubs. Every so often, there would be a lone tree, but those were few and far between. In the distance, I could clearly see my targets. A group of 10 lions, with nearly a dozen small cubs playing around them. I felt a bit guilty about the cubs, but I had a plan for them as well. Preparing for the upcoming battle, I let my ki surge through my body. An almost visible pulse of energy was released from my skin, which the lions seemed to detect from over 2 miles away. The adults quickly moved to stand between myself and the cubs, with one standing at the very front. Nodding in satisfaction, I determined that the one in the front was likely the male of the pride and lunged forward. With my keeper stats bolstering my abilities, every step carried me dozens of meters. Whenever my foot hit the ground, a small explosion rang out, propelling me even faster. By the time I was in front of the lions, less than a minute had passed. The females of the pride kept herding their kids back, while the male stepped forward. I was finally able to confirm his status when he let out an enraged roar in my direction. Like a peacock, its flaming mane erupted around its head. If I hadn't known what to expect, that might have actually scared me off. Instead, I let out a cold smile, continuing my charge. Once I was about to clash with the lion, it raised its claws, wrapping them in flames as it sliced down towards me. Sadly, its attack only struck empty air as I had already begun channeling chakra into my feet to bypass the male. Male lions were notorious for defending their pride, and I couldn't risk the others running off while he was distracting me. As such, I stepped past the lion during its attack and appeared just behind the lionesses. Although these were female lions, they were no less fierce. When I appeared, 3 of them broke off from guarding the cubs to lunge at me. Their own claws likewise sprouted fire as they slashed towards me. This action naturally enraged the male lion behind me, but before he could even turn around, my arm flashed by. Carrying the strength enchantment from the sword and with ki, enhancing my body even further, I only felt a small resistance as my sword cut through the outstretched legs of the lionesses. With another swing, I severed the 3 heads of the lionesses, and my body vanished again. Damage numbers appeared above their heads faster than I could watch, and their health plummeted in an instant. This time, I appeared next to the remaining 6 female lions, who protectively stood in a circle around their cubs. The 3 facing me let out roars to deter me, fire sprouting from their mouths to wrap around their fangs. However, they had just seen how easily the other 3 had been killed, so none of them were so willing to extend their neck for me. Before I could consider whether to charge them or circle around, I felt a heavy impact on my back knocking me forward. The male lion had finally caught up with me and used its full strength to tackle me to the ground. I didn't even have to turn around to know that its mouth was descending towards my head, its powerful jaws open and ready to snap my neck. Unfortunately for it, my abilities were not just for show. As soon as I landed, my free hand slapped the ground, propelling both myself and the lion into the air. When I felt the lion lifting slightly off my back, I spun around, my sword slicing through its flaming neck. Although I had taken some damage from its initial attack, it was not to the degree that it would seriously harm me. The lion let out a weak whine as its throat was cut, unable to muster the strength to roar. However, this left me stuck in the air with 6 angry lionesses down below. And neither my ki or chakra movement method could be used without something to kick off of. I briefly considered kicking off of the lion's body to descend faster, but I wanted to keep it as close as possible. Seeing the females preparing to pounce at me when I got low enough, I took the initiative and threw my sword at the nearest one. Almost immediately, I felt the loss of strength from the enchanted weapon leaving my grip, but it was worth it. The sword accurately flew down and pierced the spine of the female next to the one I was aiming at. I won't argue with results. With only 5 left, I decided that I would use my ninja abilities for the rest of this battle and used the remaining time I was descending to channel chakra through my body. Although it was not as useful for defense as ki, its more mysterious properties would help me here. Sure enough, as soon as I was just a couple meters above them, one of the lionesses reached up with their large paws, swatting me from the sky. Even bracing myself for the impact, I clearly felt the pain surging through the arm that was struck. With my body shooting down even faster, I barely had enough time to land on my feet before the remaining lionesses were surrounding me. Once again, I vanished using my chakra, appearing behind the lioness in front of me. However, to my surprise, that lioness immediately sent a kick flying back at me. I only had enough time to take another step, putting some more distance between myself and the lioness to avoid her attack. Wow, they learned fast. I felt a chill run down my spine as I changed my plan. Initially, I had wanted to take advantage of my ninja movement to attack them before they could respond. But now, that plan seemed to have gone right out the window. So, what's a keeper to do when plan A doesn't work? I appeared next to the lioness I had killed with the thrown sword to retrieve my bloodied weapon and returned to purely using ki for this fight. With ki, I was able to charge and kill the closest one before the others could react, though that left me with 4 angry paws smacking me one after another. More red damage numbers appeared over my head, slowly dragging my health down. They weren't giving me room to counterattack anymore, forcing me to focus my full attention on defending against their attacks. Annoyed by my inability to fight back, I decided to try a rather risky maneuver. I gathered ki in my throat, then jumped back as one of the paws smacked my chest. Once I landed, I opened my mouth to give my loudest shout, powered by over 1,000 ki. To call the results satisfactory was a bit of an understatement. Ripples formed in front of me in waves as my shout echoed out through the air. 3 of the remaining 4 lionesses were tossed up and back, sent flying by the force behind the unorthodox attack. The remaining one, which was the furthest one away, merely slid back a few feet, shaking its head. However, the flames on its paws had vanished, meaning it had likely been dazed. Not one to miss such an opportunity, I charged forward, separating the necks of all 4 lionesses before they could regain their senses. I have to remember that for later. With all of the adults of the pride dead, I turned to look back at the cubs. Of them, the largest was the size of a large dog, and was standing protectively in front of the rest. Though the cub would likely fight me if I went close, it was not a threat. Even the lioness's prolonged assault had only taken off 2,000 of my health, leaving me with more than enough to handle whatever these little guys could do. However, I needed them to calm down. Enough, I said, glaring at the cubs, taking advantage of my aura and raising both my ki and mana to the peak. There was an invisible pressure that the cubs seemed to fight against, before they whined pitifully, lowering their heads. With that taken care of, I turned to the corpses of the lions. Channeling some of my mana into my eyes, I could see the white clouds that represented their souls still clinging to their bodies. The one I wanted was the male, and I focused my mind on that particular body, imposing my will on its own. I felt a powerful struggle, a primal force trying to drive back my mind. However, after a few long moments, it gave way. The lion spirit stood up from its own corpse and walked towards me. After waiting for a short while to confirm that the spirit wasn't going to attack me, I turned to the 9 females. I only required the male, so I directly refined the others into raw spiritual energy. Next, I did the same thing to the boar spirit already inhabiting my body, letting the new lion take its place. Finally, I fed the lion spirit energy until it reached the level that I was able to physically summon it. With all of that out of the way, I took a look at the windows that I had been previously ignoring. Warrior has leveled up, hero class unlocked. Sword of Light ability unlocked. Monk has leveled up. Monk has leveled up. Monk has leveled up. Monster Tamer class unlocked. Tame Monster ability unlocked. Monster Tamer leveled up. Spirit Tamer leveled up. Successfully contracted level 97 Fireman Lion, Stage 1. Level 97 Fireman Lion has advanced to Stage 2, and may now be summoned. One thing left to try. I closed my eyes, and focused on gathering and directing the spirit energy within my body. I was directing it to my arms, my legs, my chest, and my head, creating a full suit of metal armor. Previously, I didn't have enough energy to do this, but now I had hunted several more powerful spirits. A soft glow spread out over my body, a near-translucent barrier forming above my skin. Those looking with the ability to see spirits would see a glowing metal armor akin to that a knight would wear appearing on my body. And, when the lion spirit inside of me surged, the armor shifted. Lion mouths became visible on my chest and shoulders, and my helmet began to look like the head of a lion. The fingers of my gauntlets grew small points at the end that resembled claws, and my legs had a flame pattern engraved into them. More importantly, when the lion spirit merged with the armor I had created, I became able to see it clearly even without channeling the mana into my eyes. It had become a physical existence. This caused me to grin widely, and try something new. The lion could use magic to create fire, and the entire reason I had chosen a monster with magic was because I suspected that I would be able to do the same thing if I did so. The answer was simple. As soon as I channeled some of my mana into my armor, my entire body lit up like a flaming god of war. Fire harmlessly wrapped around my hands and feet. The eyes of the lions on my shoulders let off flames as if they were small torches. Finally, I could see from the shadows that a larger flame had erupted around the back of my head, likely resembling the lion's namesake. This will do. This will definitely do. Chapter 49, The Wraiths. Within one of the great forests of the world, a fog was slowly rolling in. Through these woods, small figures could be seen running alongside various monsters. Some appeared as wolves, some as giant spiders, and others as bears. However, they all paused at the appearance of the unexpected fog. This scene occurred in front of 11 halflings, and when the fog cleared there was the sorrowful whining of a young lion cub. These halflings, chosen for their ability and compassion, adopted the young cubs to raise. In the coming months, they would appear riding their new companions through the forests, the mightiest beasts they had ever seen. Meanwhile, another fog arose within the walls of Tri's hold. Few paid attention to this fog, as such things were common among the plains. However, in this particular fog, 20 isolated unicorn centaurs vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were standing in a strangely even line. All 20 were facing another unicorn centaur, with a slim athletic build and black hair. "Hello." He spoke as if he had been expecting them to arrive in such a manner. "We have some things to discuss." The native centaurs were on guard against this figure, yet could not muster the courage to attack. None of them were particularly powerful, having mostly managed matters within the cities. Only 2 of the 20 had ever been out to hunt personally, while the others had only left the safety of the city's walls for brief runs. As such, they could do little but listen as the figure spoke. "You have been chosen to be the founders of a new group, one that will protect these lands for ages to come." The figure spoke of strange beasts unseen by many. One of the chosen seemed to understand what he talked about, calling them the spirits of the fallen. Between the 2 of them, they taught the rest how to see these spirits. "These creatures have always lived alongside you, and you have never noticed their presence. However, times are slowly changing. There are stronger, more violent spirits emerging. Nobody is ready for these, yet, and in fact nobody is even equipped to threaten them. A special kind of power is needed for that." As he spoke, the figure casually waved his hand. A roar rang out through the plains, and a white beast as large as the body of the centaurs appeared from thin air. As the native centaurs looked at this beast, they could feel the primal strength hidden in its ghostly frame. "This is only part of the power you need, the power to tame the fallen spirits. And this is the other part." After speaking, a strange mist seemed to surround the speaking centaur. At the same time, the ghostly lion turned and charged at him. The native centaurs gasped, expecting him to be torn to shreds by this ferocious beast. However, instead the lion simply merged into his body, causing the mist surrounding him to solidify. What was left afterwards was a full set of leather armor, more complete than anything the centaurs had created before. Leather plates covered the entirety of his lower body, as well as the upper sections of his front legs. Extra leather hung off the sides, protecting his underbelly from attacks. For his upper body, his torso, arms, and head had been similarly covered in armor. On his chest piece, there was a clear image of a lion's head stitched into the armor, while his helmet resembled a lion's skull, wrapped perfectly to fit around his head. Finally, in his right arm he wielded a lance, and in his left a shield. The lance seemed as if it was carved from bone or a giant fang. The shield was one of leather and bone, in the shape of a giant paw. This is the power to create weapons and armor by using the power of the spirits. For any of you that agree to join this cause, I will teach you how to achieve this power." Saying so, his spear rested at his side as the stranger looked at each and every centaur gathered. Surprisingly, not a single one rejected the offer, but before they began they were made to take an oath. This was not any simple oath, but one enforced through the leather scrolls that could bind a person's actions. This oath consisted of a set of rules which must be followed and passed down to all future generations with similar methods. First, the group known as the Wraith Enforcers, or simply Wraith for short, will not allow themselves to purposefully be known by others. Whether their organization or abilities, they would keep all of these things secret. This was to prevent the possibility of others seeing that it was possible to obtain power from the fallen spirits. The only ones to be taught of the organization are new recruits, who will submit this same quest oath. Next, Wraith would not openly participate in any political feud or war. Their purpose was to defend the world of the living from the creatures that don't belong there, not to fight against other living beings. When it comes to matters of politics and military, they would officially remain neutral. Third, there could be no fewer than 20 members of Wraith at any given time. This was to prevent the group from dying out over time due to a lack of numbers. Furthermore, one elected member would live away from the public, holding quest scrolls from the other members to ensure their survival. With this, the group could survive even if specifically targeted. Fourth, in the event where a powerful spirit appears that can threaten the living world, all nearby members of Wraith would participate in order to subjugate it. This was the true purpose of the Wraith Enforcers, so hiding from these enemies would serve no purpose. In the event where the nearby members are not enough to subdue the spirit, they are permitted to prioritize their own lives. Fifth, the members of Wraith will train in the following classes to prepare for the day when they are needed. Spirit Tamer, to communicate with and secure spirit partners to fight with. Spirit Hunter to create armor and weapons capable of harming powerful spirits. Warrior in order to hone their abilities with their chosen weapon types. Aside from these three classes, members are permitted to train in their own classes as well to display their individual ability. However, the abilities from Spirit Tamer and Spirit Hunter are not to be used in front of those not from Wraith unless it is in battle against a spirit capable of threatening the living. Finally, members of Wraith are forbidden from forcefully taming spirits of intelligent races or creatures. If the spirit willingly agrees to the partnership, it is permitted. However, force shall be used under no circumstances to coerce those spirits. While these rules did not directly restrict the freedom of the centaurs, they were still wary of it. They had seen the power that they could achieve after witnessing this nameless figure, but realized that they could not show that same power in front of others. On the other hand, they understood the attraction power like this possessed. If many people knew that they could become stronger by capturing the fallen spirits, there might be those who would even kill their fellows to obtain that power. After some consideration, they chose to give the oath. As each one created a pair of leather scrolls, the figure was handed one from each centaur. When he did, the contracts glowed in a bright light and shattered. Once all of the scrolls had been handed in, the figure nodded to himself. Then, he looked up into the sky and spoke to the heavens. "Find us somewhere good to hunt." As soon as his words fell, another mist rose in the surroundings, carrying them away once again. This time, their travel was a more mysterious one. Although it had been the middle of the day when they left, it was early in the morning when they arrived. The sun was just rising over the horizon, so many thought they had been sent through time. This caused the air of mystery surrounding the figure to rise even more. But he did exactly what he had promised. He took the 20 of them hunting, teaching them how to kill various weaker monsters. Although they were clearly weaker than the lion that the man possessed, he assured them that they would reach that level one day. By the time their hunt ended, each of them had contracted a monster or beast suitable to their level. They then went around, no longer fighting, but instead harvesting the raw energy of the spirits to feed their contracted spirits. It was only after all 20 were capable of summoning ghostly figures of their own that the hunt neared its end. Each centaur was given a few additional spirits to refine, told to keep the raw energy separated from their spirit. When they had finished, he spoke to the sky again, and once more they had traveled through time and space. Half of a day seemed to go by in a flash, and it went from high noon to dusk in moments. Looking around, the centaurs vaguely recognized this at the place that they had initially met the strange figure. The rest of the day was spent teaching the centaurs how to manifest armor and weapons from the raw energy they had refined. This was probably the most difficult task they had faced and took them until the moon was high in the sky to complete. However, by the end, they had each managed to create their own weapons and armor. Sadly, none of them were able to make it physical as the strange figure had, but he assured them again that that would come later. With their training at an end, the figure spoke to the sky again, asking to leave, before bidding farewell to the group. One last time, the fog rolled in and they all moved again. This time, they each appeared exactly where they had been before they had met this stranger, before they had gained this new power and this new purpose. Phew. I let out a sigh as I returned to the admin room, returning to a human body and collapsing on the bed. One race down. Too many to go. I had chosen to start with the centaurs first, because they were the ones that would require the most care in their handling. There was always the chance that there would be a rebellion, and that the unicorn centaurs would be hunted. As such, it was important to get their foundations set early to prevent the group from going extinct before they even really got started. "Doing good so far, Dale," Tara said as she walked into the room and sat down beside me. "But I don't really think that's enough to prepare them, do you?" she asked curiously, looking down and watching me. "I know." I shook my head, reaching out and gently grabbing her hand. "I'm just waiting. After I teach the basics to all of the races, I'll fast forward a little bit and go back down. By then, they should be ready to learn the rest." Tara nodded with a smile when she heard that, though she had a knowing look as if she had suspected something like that all along. "That'll probably be for the best. Just think, Dale, you're actually planning something for the long term," she said with a mischievous grin. I bitterly chuckled, thinking back. I've planned things before. There just always seems to be something that makes the plans fail. Guess I just need more practice, huh? That's right. But you'll get the hang of it. Now, you go ahead and rest for a bit. You've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow. She reached over, patting my chest before getting up and walking out of the room. Taking her advice, I decided to sleep for a little while, before repeating my previous actions at another race. Maybe the beastman this time. I thought back to the lessons I had given, and the rewards that came with them. 3 levels of leader, 2 spirit tamer, and an achievement for founding a secret society. More importantly, there was something special about this achievement. Congratulations! You have earned a personal achievement. For establishing a secret society within your world, you have earned the secretive achievement. Plus 20 points, hidden aura talent acquired. I'd have to ask Terra to confirm later, but that should at least somewhat counter my God King aura, right? Right. In the coming days, every race was set upon by the strange fog that secreted away 20 people. Never more, never less, and these 20 were always chosen from those with low personal power, but had the desire to protect others. These 20 people would all disappear for between 1 and 2 days, before returning in the same manner as they left before. However, those who knew them began to notice certain changes in the people that the fog had chosen. They seemed happier, as if they had found their reason for living. Those who had no interest in the art of fighting suddenly sought out instruction, quickly improving their skills. In secret, they continued training their spirits, refining the energy from the beasts they killed in their hunts. Over time, they steadily grew more and more powerful in their usage of these spirits. However, the skills they showed on the surface remained those that anyone could learn. It was a full 50 years later when the fog once again made its path through the world. This time, it chose every single member of this new Wraith Enforcer group, including those that had joined in the last half-century. Once again, the original members saw the youthful face of the man who had trained them. Unlike themselves, he seemed to have not aged a single day. Once again, they were subjected to his training. One civilization at a time, they grew to understand the more advanced aspects of their powers. Specifically, they learned how to manifest their equipment in a more physical manner, and how to use the power of magical beasts to copy their effects. When he left this time, he told them that this would be the last time any of them saw him during their lifetimes. It was at this time that he had confirmed what they all suspected, that he had been sent by the gods above to teach them. The threat he was preparing them for was very real. To demonstrate, he took each group to a particular forest. In this forest, it looked as if all life had been sucked dry. The towering trees had collapsed under their own weight, their wood rotting away. The plants had shriveled up and wilted, and there was barely a sound from nearby animals. He spoke of how this was a place that had been attacked by one of the powerful spirits that they were being prepared for. This forest was still recovering from the aftermath, and would one day be restored to its former glory. Until then, however, it was a scar upon the world that clearly illustrated the threat these spirits posed. Chapter 50, A Wealth of Knowledge. To say that I was exhausted after the training was an understatement. It wasn't even because of how long I spent training the different races, or how difficult it was. It was the sheer repetition that wore me out. Thankfully, I didn't have to do anything for the afterlife portion of the world, or else I might have lost it. On the bright side, I managed to learn what the hidden aura thing is. But unfortunately, it was not what I expected. Rather than allowing me to hide my own aura, it instead points out when someone around me is hiding theirs. Couldn't they at least name it in a way that would imply a detection power? Anyways, after I took a couple days to rest and receive spiritual healing by playing with Auravi, I finally went to the computer to check all the notifications that had been piling up while I was busy. I hadn't checked it at all in between trips, for fear of getting distracted if something shiny popped up. And, as I did, I saw a flood of notifications which almost caused me to jump back in fright. Out of them, most were sales notifications. For the new inventory system, I had actually made 517 points. A rather odd number, for sure, but I wasn't complaining about such an influx of wealth. I made another 63 points from the quest system, and 18 points from other options. In total, that brought my point balance just under 900. You have earned an achievement. For creating a popular system with various options, you have earned the Modular Creationist achievement. Plus 25 points. Correction, make that just over 900. Your civilizations have advanced naturally and discovered new technologies. Smithing 1 to 15 points. Language 1 to 15 points star 4. Language 2 to 15 points. Pottery, 15 points star 5. Agriculture 1 to 15 points star 4. Trade 1 to 15 points star 2. Navigation 1 to 15 points. Culture 1 to 15 points star 5. Art 1 to 15 points star 2. Domestication 1 to 15 points star 3. Your civilizations have advanced naturally and discovered new magic techniques. Inscribing 15 points star 3. Spell theory 1 to 15 points star 2. Spell theory 2 to 15 points. Enchanting 1 to 15 points. It was at that moment that I gave up trying to calculate the points myself and just looked at the total balance. 1,437. I could make this Earth twice over with that amount of points. Wait, Dale. Calm down. Remember, you have people to take care of this now. I sent a message to Re1 asking her to meet me as soon as was convenient. I wasn't sure what she had been up to while I was busy, but I decided I'd ask if she made any progress in researching new spells after she got here. To my surprise, she actually arrived only a couple minutes after I sent the message, so I couldn't imagine that she had been too busy. Hey, Dale. She greeted me with a smile, crossing her hands behind her back. What can I help you with? Well, we've made a few points, so I wanted to see first if you had any recommendations for purchases. We should really save some, you know? It wouldn't be good to spend it all at once every time we get the points. She furrowed her brow, shaking her head. How much do we have saved up? I showed her the number on the screen, and her narrow eyes widened to the point that I started to fear they would fall out of her head. Wow. Okay, bit more than I was expecting. Well, there have been a few interesting things put on the market while you were playing around on the surface. Let me pull some up. I wanted to retort that I wasn't playing around, but that would just be falling into more teasing. Instead, I silently sat, waiting for the list to appear. A few moments later, a hazy panel appeared in front of Re1. It was distinctly different from what the system created, so I assumed that it was something she was making to show me the options that she had selected. Fluffy Animal Package. Built for use with the spell-weaving magic system, these animals and monsters all have excessive, soft fur. 80 points. Stellar Magic. This magic system allows inhabitants to wield the power of the stars. Celestial bodies are randomly generated and granted properties, which determine the possible magic effects. 300 points. Kingdom System. This system allows the management of a kingdom to be performed on a large scale. Orders may be issued, which are sent to relevant parties. Territories may be divided and given to others to act as local fiefdoms. 120 points. Game System required. Inventory Interference System. This countermeasure is specifically designed to prevent any method of storing items through the game system. However, the game system itself is not required to activate it. The price for this system varies by the size of the affected area and may be purchased repeatedly for multiple areas. Points. I looked over the 5 options that Re1 pulled up, going through the details of each one. People are already making countermeasures for the inventory system? I asked in a surprised tone. I had expected that it would happen eventually, but I figured that the system would have to become more popular before people took note of it as a big enough threat to create specific countermeasures. As for the other options, I wasn't too interested in the magic systems, except for the fact that new magic systems were being created. That just left 2 things. So, tell me about the Fluffy Package and the Kingdom System. Why did you choose those 2? I could understand the allure of the Kingdom System as it could be a good idea to implement into the world. However, the Fluffy Animal one. I thought Oravi would appreciate the fluffy animals, is all. Re1 dismissed my question with a casual shrug. There are other options springing up every day. Some look like they are just restructured versions of previous systems, and others are created to either support a new system or to create an entirely new one. I nodded my head lightly at that. And the Kingdom System? Re1 smiled slightly when I asked, glancing at the computer screen. Given the current level of Earth, I figured that it was not too late to add a system like this in. It would be easy for us to play it off by telling people that their kingdoms are just now qualifying for this system, rather than perpetuate the God King legend by having another announcement. Now, from what Terra has explained to me about how these worlds advance, if we were to wait a few hundred or 1,000 years, the kingdom system might do more harm than good. It's best to set a foundation for it early. I'd also suggest buying the guild system as well at a later date, once organizations start becoming more stable. Re1 finished her explanation, looking to me for a response. I see. It makes sense. By the way, what have you been up to while I was playing around? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Riwon simply grinned, bring her arms out from behind her back. It'd be easier to show you, I think. She held a hand out, which I grabbed and used to pull myself up. Tara's been showing me how to play with the admin room. As she spoke, our surroundings distorted into a myriad of colors warping around us. A moment later, they all snapped into place, and we were standing in the basement where I would often come to practice. However, the walls had been stretched farther than I had ever felt the need to. Along the floor, every few feet was a spell diagram with seemingly random shapes mixed in. Riwon walked up to the nearest one, waving her hand towards it to make sure I noticed them. The spells unlocked on the planet right now are just too few, so there were only so many ways I could think to mix the aspects together. Instead, I went with a different approach. At last count, I have 6,723 circles spread out in this room. As I took a small gasp at the amount listed, she continued. Each one is slightly different, or incorporates a new random shape. My goal is to try to stumble upon a new aspect that I can use for spells, while waiting for the spellbook to be updated if the inhabitants discover anything. I had to admit, she was giving this some serious work. Have you had any successes so far? She gave a mild shrug. So, I guess. I found a few spell circles that activated when I put mana into them. But most of those caused effects I couldn't perceive, or didn't have a proper target. I could feel the magic activating, but couldn't tell what it did. I did manage to discover what seems to be the gravity element for spells as well as water. Well, that is definitely impressive how much you are committing to this. I had honestly expected her to spend most of the time I was gone playing with Tara, but it seemed that she took her work seriously. By the way, you said that you were going to interfere with your people before. What did you do? I hadn't had the chance to properly review any changes made to the races yet, so I couldn't be sure what she had done. Her brow scrunched up in annoyance, and she crossed her arms in front of her. Well, I had been wanting to teach them how to do enchanting. But Tara told me how us teaching them things won't award points, and they have to discover it themselves. Instead, I sent a few random dreams to mages and the elves to give vague hints, trying to make sure that they still had to figure it out themselves. Can you believe it actually took 20 years of that before they managed to figure out how to do the basic enchanting? Ah, so it was the elves that were the reason I got those points. Well, it is something new. I probably would have taken a little while to understand it myself. Anyways, is there anything else to report before we move on to the next order of business? She lowered her head in thought for a few moments. Well, I placed my dungeon down in the world. It started growing recently. From the looks of things, the more creatures are trapped in the dungeon, the faster it expands. Mine was near the surface on a large island, so there were a lot of smaller monsters that wandered into its territory. I nodded slightly at that. I see, I'll compare its growth to the other dungeon later. Anyways, could you go let the others know that I'll be waking up the next god now? The dwarf guy, right? Riwon asked curiously, and I nodded again. The dwarves were the only civilization left without an awakened god. Once I got him, I could start waking up the other beastmen goddesses. Alright, I'll go let them know. With that, Riwon turned around, and her body distorted into a mass of spiraling colors. When the colors faded into nothing, I was left alone in the basement. Show off. I thought to myself, before willing my surroundings to change into the living room. Call me picky, but I didn't particularly feel like inviting the male dwarf into my bedroom. I hadn't really thought about it with Trival, or else I might have done the same thing when I gave him his personality.